In the last few years, whenever I discuss with CXOs or CEOs, one topic is for sure coming back multiple times: digital transformation. Not only we as individuals generate data, a massive amount is also created across the value chain of any industry. During a manufacturing process, for example, factories are equipped with sensors that continuously assess or track the performance of every machine.
Disruption is nothing new. In fact, disruption is arguably a natural product of market economies.
We want to go deeper on a narrower set of technology trends we saw in the most recent years.
Processing technology, communication technology, and other digital technologies are moving very fast in time. Our goal in this course is to give you the foundational elements to understand and keep up with that pace. Most importantly, we will help you charter your very own digital transformation program.
It consists of a few key building blocks for a company to be successful in digital transformation.
Welcome to the course.
And I hope you enjoy this course.
I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Hello and welcome again. You are now starting the introductory module. Our first goal here is to build a common understanding of the basic concepts behind the phenomenon of digital transformation. So we'll go back to the technological foundations, understanding really what makes digital technology so unique and difficult to apprehend. What makes it different from other technology-led advancements we saw, for example, in the 18th century with the first industrial revolution. You will first see that we can all boil it down to three fundamental laws about the unusual improvements in how digital information can be processed, communicated, and stored. In fact, when we track each one of those, they interestingly all follow the same exponential acceleration pattern. So we will start there, and then we will discuss the impact this has on the business environment. And we will do so from two sides. First, the impact on traditional business architecture of whole industries. In other words, how links between different economic agents are evolving across the value chain. Second, the impact on individual companies, looking at how revenue and profitability are affected by technology investments.
Innovation and technological change are central to human progress. They are a hallmark of market economies. They can also be disruptive to the status quo. As Aman mentioned, we highlight the exponential growth of digital technology and hence its disruptive potential. Now we will share some relatively recent examples of how digital innovation and technological change have affected industries and individual companies. You'll hear from the executive leadership of Pitney Bowes, a U.S. company who provided mailing services for decades, then adapted its strategy over time to grow into an international e-commerce business. Digital transformation is a process involving many building blocks and people within a company. As such, it's a journey for Pitney Bowes, and it could be for your company too.
Isn't it fascinating how fast technology is evolving over time? When I was a kid, no one around me had a cell phone. We had one landline, only reserved for important or urgent uses. We listened to FM radio and recorded music on audio cassettes. Internet was still a theoretical idea at that time. We had online courses like this, but only in science fiction books. And now, not that many years later, everyone has a smartphone. We shop, we chat, we play, and we learn online. We cannot imagine our lives without internet. Within 15-20 years, digital has not only changed our personal lives, but has also fully transformed the business world. And no industry was immune. But before talking about this evolution, let's go back in time, few centuries actually. I want to share with you an old legend about the game of chess. Not only because chess is the strategist's preferred game, but because the story around the game creation will help us understand what digital is all about. Surprising, isn't it? So, once upon a time, there was an Indian king, a fighter, who went into many battles. One day, coming back from an exhausting fight, he learned that he lost his son in the field. He felt immense sadness and decided to withdraw into his castle. This lasted for months, then years, until one of his subjects, named Lahore Sesa, offered him a chessboard. The king liked the game so much that he decided to grant the man whatever he asks for. Sesa kindly and humbly explained that he would like to have 1 grain of rice for the first square of the chessboard, 2 grains for the second square, 4 grains for the third, then 8 grains, and so on until the 64 squares are exhausted. Before telling you the end of the story, I want you to estimate how much rice did Sesa ask for. First, without doing any actual calculation. What is your intuitive guess? Would it be as heavy as a soccer ball, for example? A dairy cow? Or a Boeing 747 fully loaded? You can pause for a few seconds to really see in your mind what is the intuitive answer. Now, if you do the calculation, you would see it was about 2 multiplied by 10 to the power of 19 grains, which is in the same order of magnitude as the total Earth biomass. Well, I cheated a little bit on the options. But the reality is, almost everyone's intuition would have been massively underestimating the amount. This is because our minds are more adapted to estimating linear change than exponential change. Linear change is when we move from 1 to 2 to 3, or to spice it up, from 2 to 4 to 6. At step number n, we are at 2 multiplied by n. This, our intuition can estimate pretty accurately. Exponential change, however, is when at step number n, we are at 2 to the power of n. So we move from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8, 16, 32, 64. Because our intuition doesn't handle this representation, we have a way to show it. We call it a logarithmic scale, or log scale for short. In this representation, the vertical axis itself goes from 1 to 2 to 4, doubling every step. In this representation, when you see a line, it means you have an exponential growth. The kind of growth Sesa has asked for, after all. For those who are interested to hear the end of the story, well, there are 2 versions. One where the king rewards the clever ask, reasonably, and one where, well, Sesa doesn't live very long. Why start with this story? Because interestingly, digital technology in the last few decades has progressed just in the same way as the number of grains along the chessboard, exponentially. To see that, we will boil the progress down to 3 fundamental laws that made all that possible. These laws are addressing the core concepts, the core aspects of digital information management: processing, communication, and storage. Let's start with Moore's law. What this law says is that every 18 months, your computer will have twice as much power to process information. Originally, it was formulated slightly differently. It says that on a given silicon chip, every 18 months you can double the amount of transistors you fit in there. The reality is this law in this original formulation is being challenged, because the more transistors you fit within this surface, at some point, you get to such a high density that quantum effects take place and stop the way the processor is designed to work. My response to this is to say it is a temporary challenge, not a permanent one. we can change the way we design the chips from 2D to 3D. We can change the material we use. Instead of silicon, use graphite. Or even we can radically change the approach and go to quantum computing. The second law you should remember is called Potter's law. It states that the amount of data communicated through a single optical fiber doubles every 9 months. If we plot the typical speeds in megabytes per second on a log scale again, we see a straight line, which means an exponential increase over the years. There's a variation of this law for other communication media, whether wireline, like ADSL, VDSL, or wireless, like 3G, LTE, and more recently 5G. The third law is called Crater's law. This law looks at hard drive storage capacity and states that the amount of data stored per centimeter square of a hard drive will double every 13 months. At least this was the case in the late 90s and early 2000s, when Mark Crater formulated his observation. The trend has actually slowed down to double every 16 or 17 months. But anyway, this remains faster even than Moore's law. Maybe some of you remember the large blocks, almost the size of CPUs in the early 2000s, which even required us to plug in a power supply. And this all to store half a terabyte or a terabyte of data. Now, an external terabyte storage device is 1 centimeter thick, the size of a passport. Of course, these laws describe the theoretical technology potential. Only part of that potential goes into performance improvement for the mass market devices. The other part, however, will go into consumer cost reductions, so that computers, internet connection, and storage capacity become not only better, but also cheaper and cheaper. This has strong implications on the business world that we will discuss in the next video. But before that, let's reflect on what this means for our understanding of digital technology itself. Let's go back to our legend. The king knew that Caesar has asked for a lot of rice. However, his mind was not capable of capturing the magnitude of how the grain add up over the chessboard. For us, it is the same with exponential advancement of technology. We know that technology develops rapidly. However, as the human intuition is tuned to seeing linear developments, we tend to always underestimate the progress. It is not surprising, therefore, that companies also tend to underestimate or even be completely blind to the impact of digital technology. If companies develop linearly and technology evolves exponentially, we see a gap between the two. A gap between the company's actual value delivery and what would be possible technology-wise. And this gap is widening very quickly over time. The gap is often filled by innovative startups using technology to satisfy customer needs in a very different way, a way incumbent players were unable to see, or even worse, saw and couldn't fully understand. Companies like Kodak, Nokia, or Blockbuster paid a heavy price for this tendency to underestimate the trend. And you will see in details how this happened in the next module. What is it that we should take away from this session? First, the 3 exponential laws. The exponential increase of processing power, communication bandwidth, and storage capacity are the technological foundation of today's digital transformation. Second, our minds are tuned to seeing and predicting linear developments. Therefore, the first challenge that both individuals and companies need to overcome is one of perception, of understanding how digital technology is evolving. And last but not least, a gap tends to appear between how companies evolve and the technology potential. This gap is often filled by startups that come to disrupt incumbent players. In the last video, we have talked about the exponential evolution of digital technology and how this can be the foundation of a massive change for individual organizations. Now, let's go one step further and look at how business architecture as a whole has been transforming in the recent years. What I mean by business architecture is how players in an industry are organized to deliver a certain value add to the end users. This includes competitors, suppliers, and players from adjacent industries. How do they interact together and who do they interact with? Industry architecture plays a huge role in determining a given company's structure, processes, and ultimately its business strategy. Historically, the architecture that we often use to describe how businesses organize in a given industry was a value chain, a vertically integrated one. In this model, an industry can be seen as a succession of many suppliers, producers, and distributors. As a whole, they transform raw input to market-ready material. All that one step at a time. A company would typically integrate multiple steps in the value chain to become a member of an oligopoly with a couple of other vertically integrated competitors. Vertical integration was the right strategic answer to managing the flow of goods and information. There were two reasons for that. First, transaction costs were high. A company requires lots of resources and time to orchestrate its value chain, to coordinate with multiple suppliers, distributors, to figure out what is the best price or the right quality standards. Therefore, less transactions along the value chain meant lower costs and faster time to market. The second reason is that in many industries, competitive advantage was driven by scale. The more phones a company makes, for example, the more their experience translates into efficiency and the more profitable they become. You may notice that many of those reasons are about information accumulation, information exchange, and information processing. And this is where digital technology has changed very quickly over the years. If you remember the three fundamental laws from the previous video, we have described how some of the technological progress is passed on to the users as cost reduction. So it became cheaper and cheaper to store, process, and communicate information in digital form. In practical terms, it became exponentially cheaper for companies to directly check the inventory of their third-party distributors through an ERP integration, for example, or to instantly compare prices between suppliers through an online auction portal. These are all examples of decline in transaction cost. It impacted virtually any industry you can think of. And as a major consequence of that, links in the vertically integrated value chain became looser and started to break up. This way, you end up with different layers fulfilling the same functions as before in the industry, but this time each layer contains several independent players interacting with each other independently and interacting with the rest of the layers. This independence and interoperability allowed each layer to evolve with its own key success factors. Some layers were scale sensitive, so the players naturally consolidated sometimes to the level of building a monopoly. Other layers needed more innovation and agility, so players remained fragmented. Let's see how this story of deconstruction has unveiled in the telecommunication industry as an example. In the 20th century, telephony was offered as an end-to-end service. A single company will physically wire the homes, manufacture the handsets, and operate the switching board. The first stacking of the industry happened after a long legal battle that allowed customers, and I know this will surprise you, to use a phone not manufactured by their network service provider. Technologically, this was possible in the early 20s, but the legal battle was only settled in the mid-50s. Then in the 80s, a second stacking happened. Different service providers could rely on a common infrastructure operated by a third party, which benefited from a lot of scale. Then in the 90s, with the emergence of internet, new services started to be offered by new players on top of the service providers. Not only voice communication, but also information services, entertainment, and very, very soon, e-commerce. This deconstruction of the value chain allowed players in each layer to compete on what matters for their specific functionality. At the bottom, the key success factor was scale. Fewer players, but enough scale to optimize investment and utilization of a very expensive assets. There was no benefit in having 5 players duplicating the fiber wiring in a city when one was enough. The top layer, however, is about innovation. New services can emerge and try their luck with customers. They then either prosper or die without any impact on the lower stacks. This is the beauty of the stacked architecture. Over time, it has even allowed new business models to attack the bread and butter of incumbent service providers. Companies like Skype or WhatsApp, for example, have completely destroyed the short messaging market value. They are now eating the industry voice revenue and pressuring the incumbent players' cost structure. The telecommunication industry was far from being the only one deconstructed. Banking or even the good old energy industry are other examples. What did that mean for incumbents? It meant that their competitive landscape has changed dramatically. In addition to the traditional competitors, incumbents can now be attacked by smaller players that target only specific layers in the industry stack. Let's take an example. Traditionally, telcos were worried about other telcos. Today, they are worried about WhatsApp, as we have mentioned, or Netflix. Both players use the telecommunication infrastructure, but they use it in a way that destroys a traditional value pool of the infrastructure operators themselves. Let me recap the most important messages of this session. Technological evolution changed the traditional model of business architecture from a vertically integrated value chain to a stack-based structure. The stack structure reflects the fact that players can compete on different key success factors in different layers. Scale at the bottom, innovation at the top. In this new model, new players can disrupt incumbents by attacking only a specific portion of the whole value chain.
We have explored how technology impacts business strategy. We are now fortunate to have with us Philip Evans. Philip is a senior advisor to BCG and a BCG Fellows. He's an ex-senior partner of BCG. Philip has done many conferences convened by people like Bill Gates, World Economic Forum, and Code Conference. Philip also has a TED Talk online that you can check it out. Philip has co-authored a book called Blown to Bits that basically explores how the economies of information impact strategy. Philip is also known as one of the Lord of Strategy by Walter Kishel. Philip, welcome.
Thank you.
We have already introduced the 3 fundamental laws of technologies. Can you describe a bit how does this impact our business strategy?
Absolutely. The most fundamental impact which information technology has is to radically transform our ability to transact. Specifically, it massively lowers transaction costs. This has enormous implications for strategy because economic organization is fundamentally around economizing on transaction costs. So therefore, if transaction costs become lower, there is less to economize on, and therefore in some fundamental sense, there is a lesser need for economic organization. Fundamentally, markets substitute for traditional organizational structures. What that means, therefore, is that businesses which have been defined by a traditional value chain discover that because of transformations in internet technology, that value chain can be broken up. To use the phrase that we coined, it can be deconstructed.
Just on the point of deconstruction, in the earlier video, we have shown a deconstruction that affected the telecommunication industry, but I'm sure it's applicable across all industry. Can you describe another industry that's affected by this deconstruction?
Yes, absolutely. I think a very good contemporary example is the media industry. The media industry was traditionally defined by a set of vertically integrated value chains for example, a newspaper or a magazine or a television station. And each of those value chains had components which would include the creation of content, the encoding of that content, for example, by a reporter or by a television camera, the distribution of that content through printing presses or through television broadcasting stations, the consumption or decoding of the content, for example, by a TV set, and then ultimately, of course, the consumption of that content by the viewer. Those value chains were similar, but they were separate, and these were largely separate businesses. Today, of course, thanks to technology, that view of the world is entirely obsolete. Multiple kinds of content can be encoded in many different ways, but ultimately end up in a format that can be distributed over the internet. The internet is then itself distributed via wire or via wireless. It is decoded on devices such as computers or cell phones, and thus consumed by the end user. In that world, there is really no difference between video, audio, reporting, fiction, entertainment. They are just different types of content distributed through the same channel. So what had been a set of separate, vertically integrated, parallel media industries instead becomes a horizontally layered multimedia industry in which all kinds of content are distributed in essentially interoperable ways.
Okay, when you talk about horizontal layer, I guess we can call it the stack. And if you look within the stack, there is this layer which is the platform layers. These days, we see a lot of values being captured by players that are very strong in the platform layer. To take a few examples like Amazon, Airbnb, Uber, can you describe this phenomena?
Well, a corollary of the logic that we just discussed is that each of these newly emergent layers can have their own economics, and those economics can be very different. Some might be scale-intensive manufacturing businesses, which therefore will evolve in accordance with those kinds of economics. Perhaps, for example, nationally dominant players providing services to their region. Another layer might actually fragment. For example, the production of content on YouTube is something which millions and millions of people are economically able to produce. And therefore that industry, instead of being concentrated in a few television studios, gets fragmented. The layer that you are talking about is a really critical one, because whenever you have a large population consuming and or producing, they need some kind of a platform on which to find each other, on which to interact. And that is the role of Google, the role of Facebook, the role of YouTube, the role of Airbnb, and so forth. Those businesses are characterized by two things. First, they have very strong network effects, which means that everybody prefers to be on the larger network, and therefore the larger network gets larger. And secondly, they have essentially zero marginal costs. Once you've set the system up, you can add customers and you can add producers at essentially zero cost. The result is those businesses have a tendency to become monopolies, not just locally, but globally. And those global monopolies are, of course, extraordinarily profitable. The result is, compared with the old vertically integrated industry, a pattern where you have some parts of the business becoming a lot more profitable, some parts becoming a lot less profitable. Some parts become extremely expensive, some parts actually become free. The economics of the layers separate because of their interoperability.
Okay, so if we play this forward, in your opinion, what will it look like 5 to 10 years from now?
Well, I think that we're going to see a different pattern in different businesses. There's no reason to believe that every industry will evolve the same way. So therefore, what we are seeing is the evolution of this stacked architecture in many different businesses. We're seeing some evolutions driven by things like deregulation or re-regulation, forcing various kinds of stacked architecture. We are seeing local champions striving hard to protect their local position against global players. So I don't believe there's any single simple generalization about how these structures will evolve. And I do believe that the strategy pursued by individual companies or groups of companies can have a huge effect in shaping the way the world is evolving. That, of course, is why strategy is such an interesting topic.
Great. Philip, thank you very much for being here today to share with us how technology impacts the business strategy moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
What have we learned so far? In the first video, we have seen how technology evolves over time. We have discussed the three fundamental laws and how they translate into falling transaction cost. Then, we saw the impact this has on the broad business architecture of some industries. We specifically talked about the phenomena Philip Evans calls the deconstruction of value chains, something that we will come back to later. For now, let's go one layer deeper and ask the question, how does technology impact the performance of specific companies, if at all? We will start with a famous paradox, usually called the Solow computer paradox, for Robert Solow. He is a Nobel Prize laureate in economics, and he has been quoted saying, "You can see the computer age everywhere, but in the productivity statistics." This is a very powerful claim, very controversial, but it is not completely unjustified. In fact, when you look at the productivity growth in the last decades, you see that it has not kept pace with the growth in information technology spending. What I mean by information technology spending here is the total corporate investments in hardware, software, data centers, networks, and the related human resources. This amount is nearly $6 trillion per year. And it grew by a factor of almost 20 between 1980 and 2015. In the same time frame, global GDP barely tripled. This is exactly what the paradox refers to, inferring that technology investments didn't help us create more economic value. For any company or any rational economic agent, this would mean they should stop such investments. And I guess you see why the initial claim is a paradox, because both intuition and practice are going against its natural conclusion. So far, I have not yet met a CEO whose turnaround plan starts by stopping all IT spending and going back to the 1920s process manual. Now, before going any further in the course, I want to take time to establish with you that for companies, technology is a massive value creation lever. And I will split this discussion into two parts. First, theoretical, and then empirical. The theoretical discussion, I will go in there one by one through the most important attempts to solve Solo's paradox. First attempt. Maybe technology had a beneficial impact, just not on economic productivity, not on GDP, which is a very narrow measure. Second attempt. Maybe it had a positive impact on GDP, but it will only show after a long time lag. Third attempt, maybe it had a positive impact on GDP and in the short term, but it was neutralized by some other business phenomena. Let's start with the first measurement argument. Most of us would agree that technology has obvious social and emotional benefits. My mother could see and talk to my daughter anytime, despite the two of them being 11,000 kilometers apart. But I would argue that work productivity benefits are equally obvious, at least at the individual level. Just look at the time it took to design mechanical components a few decades ago. You needed to solve complex differential equations by hand with a series of approximations to know how the component will behave under this or that kind of pressure. Now you run this through a numerical model in literally a few seconds. This has led to more efficiency, stronger risk management, and ultimately it led to better and more innovative, more value-adding products. So, although GDP is a narrow measure, it is fair to expect that technology impact would at some point trickle down there. Moving to the second argument, if we accept that technology had a productivity impact, maybe it doesn't show immediately because it simply takes time. This is a reasonable expectation. In every massive change, we should expect that only a small fringe of a company or of society would be early adopters. For those who have run large-scale transformation programs before, you know that it takes time to get the majority on board, to convince and train employees to use new technology or a new process. And even after that, it takes time for those employees to be fully productive with the new tools. This might also explain the delayed bump in productivity growth we saw in the late 1990s. And it would mean that we are already in times where technology impact is visible. Now, the third argument is a bit more subtle. It goes something like this. If we accept that technology had a positive productivity impact, that it is visible today, maybe the reason we didn't see it is that there are other factors impacting productivity, but this time negatively, in such a way that the total measured impact is neutral. If you are thinking what factors might have such an impact, there is one that comes naturally to mind: complexity. As an illustration, today, on average, companies set themselves 6 times as many performance requirements as they did in 1955. Back then, CEOs committed to between 4 and 7 performance imperatives. Today, it's between 25 and 40. And actually, many of those requirements can be contradicting. When it was enough for a car to be safe in the 50s, today it needs to be also innovative, cheap, have a good brand name, easy to maintain, and have tons of functionalities. So the increased complexity in business environments might have neutralized the positive impact of technology on productivity measures. To summarize the theoretical discussion, the Solo computer paradox doesn't refute the positive impact of technology. It points out that part of this impact is non-productivity related, that it can be delayed in time, and that it is covered by the negative impact of increased complexity in today's companies. Before we move into the empirical discussion, I would like to share a story highlighting its importance. I was having a discussion with the management team of an Asian central bank, precisely on the impact of technology. After debating the three arguments and spending some time on how complexity is really changing the regulation of markets, the deputy governor asked a thought-provoking question. Isn't technology itself what creates the complexity it is trying to counterbalance? Well, although I don't completely agree, I can see how part of the complexity is enabled by the fact that consumers are now able to compare competitors across markets, that employees are expected to master more and more tools, and that managers are juggling new channels of communication and coordination. This is where the empirical side is key. We won't reverse the technology trend even if we establish how much complexity it creates, simply because it is compensated by the value creation potential. What value does this digital technology create for a business, empirically speaking? There are multiple studies researching this very topic. And the answers, of course, vary by industry and depend on the starting position of specific companies. In a BCG perspective published last year, we saw a positive correlation between technology investments and gross margins. Top-performing companies tend to have a higher technology intensity index compared to their industry average. These results go in line with another Harvard Business Review study focused on financial services industry, where digital leaders outperform digital laggards in customer loyalty and ultimately in revenue growth. This holds true for small and medium enterprises as well. A 2013 BCG study found that technology adoption leaders outperform laggards by 13 percentage points in yearly revenue growth. This was in developed markets. In emerging markets, that number is 15 percentage points per year. This can help many of you build more than solid business cases for your next technology investment plan. Let me now recap the most important messages from this video. Although we don't necessarily see it in productivity numbers, digital technology does have a visible impact on business performance. Some of this impact can be neutralized by the increased complexity generated by competition, customer demand, or regulation. Lastly, in practice, making the right technology investments translates into higher profitability and higher revenue growth, double-digit higher.
Let's discuss a company undergoing a digital transformation, Pitney Bowes. For nearly 100 years, they have produced postal metering and processing equipment. A member of the S&P 500 since the S&P's inception, Pitney Bowes has long been a global leader in postal services and one of the most successful U.S. companies during the 20th century. Their challenge is obvious. What is the role of a postal services company in a digital age? In the following segment, we will hear about Pitney's digital journey toward becoming an e-commerce company. You will hear from senior leaders from Pitney Bowes about the challenges and opportunities of digital transformation.
Pitney Bowes began almost 100 years ago. It was principally focused on mail meters, if you will. And that really anchored the business and the strategy up into the 90s. In the 90s, for a host of different reasons, the business became, I would say, equally focused on financial services. So there was, for sure, a aspect of financial services around the core mailing business. So part of the mailing equipment needs to be leased. And then there's also a bank that goes along with our core mailing business, because many customers will actually want to prepay mail. So you need some function, some capability to actually take deposits and then make loans. So if you look at Pitney Bowes up until, I would say, 2000, it was kind of those two pillars. And I would say around the year 2000, and I think it's worth noting, at least I find it interesting, the 1999 Jim Collins book, Good to Great, one of my favorite management books, he talked about 12 companies, and Pitney Bowes was one of those 12 companies. And I'll come back to that in a moment because I think it's interesting. Around 2000, the company realized that with digital technologies, that the traditional mail market was going to come under pressure. So they went on a fairly aggressive acquisition spree. They spent almost $3 billion on 100 acquisitions over the next 8 or 9 years. And they were kind of all over the place. There wasn't really, at least coming into it after the fact, a level of coherency that you could really discern. But what happened, and I would say a little bit of good luck. So the financial services aspect of the business, they got out of kind of, I would say, the peripheral businesses in 2005, 6, 7. So they were into jet engines. They were into all kinds of different leasing vehicles, but they got out of that before the financial crisis. But come 2008, when the economy really hit the skids, Pitney Bowes began to have problems, and it was, it was even more acute because of the acquisitions had really kind of put a lot of pressure on the balance sheet. And then with 2008, the financial crisis, companies just stopped mailing. So they had kind of a perfect storm, if you will. So at the outset, we were pretty limited. It had to be in-house. So we had these businesses, and we settled on a handful of markets that we thought were markets that were logical for us to be in, i.e. we had brand permission. We had some type of competitive edge, and they were growth markets. So the markets that we settled on were location intelligence, customer information management, content management. We still kept the digital mailbox, although that was a little bit beleaguered at that point. And then this very small business, which we called global e-commerce at the time, which was a $5 or $10 million business that was really a single relationship with eBay. So those were the growth bets. Those half dozen businesses were the growth bets. So we worked hard to begin to innovate in those spaces. But at the same time, we were also trying to innovate in our core. And the way I've always thought about innovation is in 3 dimensions. There's business model innovation, there's product innovation, and there's process innovation. And we used all 3. So from a process innovation perspective, partially because the company had acquired so much different stuff and was run as a federated group of businesses, we had 37 different general ledgers. We had 5 different CRM systems. We had multiple service systems. We had multiple proprietary leasing systems, which very few people in the company understood. So the first really important point of innovation for us was what could you do on business process. So the intent was pretty simple, and that was to consolidate all of your business processes. So you had single processes for the entire company that were supported by contemporary technologies. So that was the first aspect of innovation. It was important for all kinds of reasons, some of which we understood at the time, some of which we've understood subsequently. But one of the key reasons it was important was it's provided $150 or $200 million of expense savings that we could begin to redeploy into innovation of products and innovation in innovation of other places. From a business product perspective, we began to innovate hard on those 5 or 6 areas. And I would say one of the interesting things about our digital businesses, our software businesses, is we had great customers. So there were $400 million worth of revenue. So it wasn't a huge business, but if you look at the client list underneath it, we had 90% of the Fortune 500. So we didn't, at that point, have a great marketing function. So we went to our key clients and we said, how can we help you innovate? What problems around the products and the domains that we're participating with can we begin to innovate for you? And that really began to kind of anchor the product innovation. And then we started on two business model innovations, one which yielded pretty quick results and one that took a while. But in our global e-commerce business, that was really kind of a platform business in the sense that it is a business platform that has all the attributes of a business platform, and that is, if you can get enough volume through it, it scales nicely. So it happened that I had a good relationship with eBay from my previous career at IBM, and I knew the CEO well. So I went out there and I asked John, so what could we do to really take this to another level? And that began the growth of global e-commerce, which to some extent has been the engine for growth of the company over the last 4 or 5 years. In parallel, we began this kind of crazy development project in our core. So you remember we had 3 pillars of strategy. The first was stabilize our core business. So all of a sudden we called that reinvent our core. So if you think about what the mail meter was, it was a monolithic, single application, analog device that really the mechanical engineering hadn't changed too much in the last 100 years. So we said, what if you could evolve that business to a platform business of its own so that the device would become a utility, but a multi-application utility that would certainly do the evidencing of mail, but would do shipping and do lots of other applications as well. So you begin to create all new sets of possibilities and value propositions for these million clients that you had, that they, along with us, were experiencing this melting iceberg because the value of mail was going down. So that began, in 2013, and those two aspects of innovation around business model are the most exciting aspects of innovation going forward. As you think about challenges, you start with the deck is kind of stacked against you. We had some intrinsic advantages which helped. But as you get into it, I think there's a couple of things that I think about a lot. First of all, as you evolve the strategy, you need to evolve the culture. And I think that if you look at the history of transformations, and particularly failed, but also successful transformations, those transformations that are able to evolve the culture to support the strategy are the ones that succeed. And culture is a funny thing because it's, in some ways, not as tangible as other assets on the balance sheet. I mean, it's not like cash or customers or buildings that you can touch. But I would suggest, with the benefit of experience, is perhaps the most powerful. And my old boss at IBM, Luke Gerstner, had a different definition for culture. And it's not one that you'd find in the textbooks, but it's one that I think it's rung true to me. And his definition for culture was, it's the collective capability of the organization to create value. The collective capability of the organization to create value. And if you think about companies that are trying to transform themselves, that's what it's all about, right? Because you've got this great legacy business, or this legacy business, if not great, but you've got to be able to move forward into the future and to create value. And you need the culture underneath that supports it. So, I think job one of any leadership team is how you evolve the culture to support the strategy. The second thing is, these are hard by definition. They're not straight lines. So when we started, our stock was 10. The stock went to 27 in 18 months. We're now at a little over 14. So we've gone up and down, which that takes a lot out of the team. So you think you're there, and then all of a sudden you're not there, and that requires a degree of resilience and patience. And patience, I'm not by nature a patient person, and I don't know many chief executive officers that are. But for sure, as you're going through something like this, you need to be patient. But resilience is the one that's the most important, because you take so many shots at different point in the transformation, and the first job is you got to brush yourself off, because there's 14,000 of my colleagues that are looking to see how I respond to different moments in time or different setbacks. And if I look despondent or if I look unsure, then they'll feel unsure. So job one is, if you have your own moments of doubt, that you've got to deal with those, and you've got to deal with those pretty quickly, because people are paying attention. At the same time, you can't be Pollyannic. People respond to leadership that's authentic. So you got to level with people that, this is going to be tough. And I use a quote with him all the time. It's from Napoleon. And he's, Napoleon's definition of leadership is leaders define reality, but provide hope. And I think that's the tricky balance. You can't be Pollyannic. You can't ignore reality, because denial will get you in more trouble. But if you don't provide hope, then you lose the team. So it tends to be those kind of softer characteristics, as opposed to financial or business characteristics, that end up being the dispositive attributes in terms of what you need in order to work your way through a transformation.
For Pitney Bowes, like most companies, the last few decades has been pretty interesting in terms of the transformation in the markets that we participate in, and it's only accelerating, right? As new digital technologies come in line, we see it happening faster and faster over time. So probably the biggest and most important thing is the shift from mailing to digital technologies. So Pitney Bowes is rooted in the mailing industry. We've been in that business for almost 100 years, and while we still believe mailing isn't going away, it's certainly not growing, and we know it's going to continue to decline over time as consumers and businesses get more and more used to using digital as a way to transact, whether that be through invoices or statements. All of us are getting more comfortable with that, and that will only further lead to the decline of mail. So while we're committed to that business, is important to us, we needed to figure out, what do we shift to? Because if you think about being a modern company that's growing, the best place to be is you have to be in growth markets, right? You have to be in a portfolio of businesses where the underlying market dynamics are growing. And so for Pitney Bowes, that shift has been from mailing to shipping. And so, in particular, we're really focused on shipping and e-commerce, markets that are naturally growing, and being transformed by digital in a way that benefits Pitney Bowes, right? So we participate in the physical aspect with a lot of digital technology. E-commerce and shipping is a great example of that. You need a lot of technology, but at the end of the day, there's a physical good that has to arrive, right? You're buying something online, you want that physical good to appear on your doorstep. And so shipping and e-commerce was sort of a natural trajectory for us. At the same time, we're thinking about our legacy mailing businesses and trying to infuse them with the kinds of technology that are important, we think, today, and more important going forward. Things like Internet of Things, and using the Internet of Things to bring our hardware businesses into the modern environment, using IoT devices to collect data, and then using that data to create more value and services for our clients. So for me, it's really about thinking about the competitive landscape in the market, and how do you move from a declining space to a growing space in a pivot that's natural. And for Pitney Bowes, that was about mailing to shipping, but also from hardware to digital, and using Internet of Things as a mechanism to get there. One of the things that I think is really interesting about transformation in general, but certainly digital transformation, is in order to succeed in the world you're going to, you have to build on what you're already great at. And so at Pitney Bowes, if you think about what we've done for almost 100 years, we've been really good at taking complexity out of the mail. So we don't originate the mail, we don't deliver the mail, but we take the complexity out of the process of mailing. We make it easier for a business to utilize mail as a channel to reach their clients. And when we thought about shipping and we moved into this e-commerce space, we've basically taken that ideology and that skill set and moved it into this new world of shipping and e-commerce. So e-commerce is such a fast-paced market, right? There are new startups literally every day that are coming in and competing with us. I feel like a new one pops up almost every week. And what's crazy about it is they're building unique technology. They're probably innovating in ways that we aren't even imagining. And so if we try to compete with that, we generally will fall on the wrong side. Where we've been successful is we've taken what we're really good at, which is we understand complexity and we understand how to take complexity out of a process. And shipping is incredibly complex, particularly for a company that is a small retailer, mid-sized retailer, and just wants to sell their goods. They're focused on their products, their customers. Figuring out how to do shipping is not top of mind every day, but is critical for their customer base. And so where we found success is taking that ability to understand a complex process, figure it out, and then use the technology to bring that into their digital processes. That's where we found success, is understanding the client, understanding the complexity, and trying to solve for that. And that really comes from our heritage and what we've always been good at doing, but we're now applying it into a new and growing space. Technology is always moving really fast, regardless of what industry you're in. When we're thinking about our e-commerce business, it is a space that moves fast. And actually, we start with a consumer, interestingly. We're a B2B business, but we start with a consumer. And one of the things that I love is consumer expectations are rising almost faster than we can keep up collectively as an industry, right? As consumers, we want our goods there fast. We want them shipped for free. We expect to be able to track them door to door. We don't care that that's hard. We don't care that there's a lot of complexity underneath that. Our expectations continue to rise. And so as I think about that from a business perspective, it's on us to meet and exceed those consumer expectations. And there's no way to do that without moving forward with technology. So for example, data is incredibly important to our business, right? We use transactional data, but we also use tracking data and delivery data to be able to predict when a parcel is likely to land on your doorstep. So that if we don't have perfect tracking events along the way, right, because you can't always get the carrier, the individual who's supposed to scan that parcel might have missed it, et cetera. If we're missing a tracking event, we want to use the data to predict when that parcel will be there. So as a consumer, you still feel like you've got information about that. We want to create better delivery experiences by using data. And at the same time, we want to use data about what consumers are buying, what's important to them, to help shift the technology that we're using so that our retailers can best reach the consumers that they're trying to bring into their brand and bring into their experience. So data is such an important part of all businesses today, but we really see it coming from consumers and consumer demand, and then how you use the data to meet those expectations. One of the challenges that I think a lot of companies face is as you're building more and more digital products, this combination of your product management organization, your engineering development team, and your tech ops or your IT function need to work together in a very different way than what they have historically. So one of the challenges that we've had is as we look at a more legacy IT organization and how it was structured, how do we bring the product components of that IT organization more in line with the pace of change and the day-to-day operations of the development? And so recently we actually, we recognized the issues. We moved into a new operating model. We call them the pods, sort of a funny name for it. But the idea is, and it's a concept we're now applying across other areas as well, the idea is to bring together at a more junior level in the organization all of the folks responsible for a product, whether they be in product management, engineering, and IT, and sort of release them from the constraint of the silo that they belong to and say, your first priority is your pod. You belong to this pod. And as a pod, you own the operations of this product end to end. You own the core metrics around revenue, around profitability, around uptime, around reliability. And so what it's done, and we're in the early days, but what it's done is it's given our teams, it's empowered our teams to say, I now own this end to end. So we're having already less issues with handoffs from one to the next or no one looking across the whole system. And it's very different than the way our structure worked in the past, because without the digital component, it worked that way, and it worked really well. In our new world where it's a live 24/7 kind of product that needs to be managed that way, we needed to reinvent the way we think about our development and operations. And so moving into that, it's beginning to work. We've got a long way to go. But I think that's one key area of challenge is how do you get these different groups who are used to living in different parts of the organization working together behind a common purpose?
So, that's already the end of this module. I hope this introduction to digital has whet your appetite. As the content we have discussed in the last few videos is critical to understanding the following modules, let me recap what you should definitely keep in mind. First, we have learned that technology evolves fast, even faster than what the human intuition can capture. The three fundamental laws all have one thing in common. Whether it's processing power, communication speed, or storage capacity, they all grow exponentially. As a result, they make technological innovations faster, better, and cheaper. Second, the impact these laws have on transaction cost, which is getting cheaper and cheaper, has disrupted value chains in many industries. Previously, companies were vertically integrated to seek economies of scale. Now we see companies organizing in stack-based architectures with multiple interoperable layers. Some layers remain scale-sensitive, becoming sometimes near monopolies, but others remain more fragmented with many niche players. Then we have discussed the impact of technology on companies' performance. We saw that despite the apparent paradox at the macro level, making the right technology investments has measurable impact on both revenue growth and profitability. And beyond the theoretical and empirical proof, you have seen a live example of this with the management team of Pitney Bowes. Right, Mike?
Absolutely. We have heard from senior executives at Pitney Bowes as they pursue their own digital transformation. They discuss both the opportunities and challenges they face technologically, organizationally, and market-wise. Hopefully, this provides you a sense of the journey you might experience while pursuing a digital transformation. In the next module, we'll switch gears and talk about the foundational economics behind digital transformation. You will hear about various industries and how they have been affected by digital change and disruptive innovation. And you will see how we can explain and even predict such dynamics. After this, in Module 3, we will discuss some exciting digital trends, including the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and blockchain. And finally, in Module 4, we will provide you with a guide on how to start your very own digital transformation journey. Eager to learn more? See you in the next module. Welcome to Module 2. In this module, we're going to take a deeper dive into the underlying economics of innovation and technological change. While these are not necessarily disruptive, we're going to walk through some industries that have been disrupted by various innovations. We'll then take a deeper dive into some of the underlying drivers and underlying economics that we see. Next, we'll introduce the idea of a competitive life cycle and how competitive life cycles help us understand the coevolution of competition and innovation. We'll spend some time talking about the liability of incumbency, why incumbent firms sometimes struggle to survive when faced with disruptive innovation. We'll also talk about the ways in which incumbency can be an advantage, not just a disadvantage. Then we'll talk about the notion of appropriability, about how important it is to understand who wins when these disruptions take place. And last but not least, we're going to spend some time analyzing competitive life cycles and providing some tools so you can map out how to think about where you are in the competitive life cycle for your company's industry or for your company's products. When we think of digital transformation, there's a tendency to think this is a new phenomenon, something in the last few years that has started to impact business. But the fact of the matter is digital transformation in one form or another has been around for at least 50 plus years. Take, for example, the watch industry. Swiss watchmakers for centuries were one of the leading makers of mechanized watches, experts at little gadgets and wheels to make those finely tuned instruments. And then along came digital watches in the late 60s. Japanese manufacturers such as Casio took over the market, and the Swiss watchmakers struggled in the wake of this new technology. Now, the good news in this story is that they re-emerged in the 1980s, emphasizing style and design, leveraging the new technology. Consider another example, typewriters. For over 100 years, typewriters were a dominant technology in offices throughout the world. Remington typewriter in particular was the market leader in many industries and in many markets, having 80% market share, for example, in New York City. Then along came the IBM Selectric in 1962, and then word processors in the 1970s. And by the 80s and 90s, Remington typewriter goes out of business. Interestingly, IBM was also a maker of typewriters, going back to their roots as a maker of business machines. They pivoted to computing and obviously were an early leader in personal computers. How about photographic imaging? Kodak was one of the world's best firms, a market leader in film production. And then along comes digital, and Kodak went bankrupt. Now, that seems like a simple story, but interestingly, Kodak saw this company coming and actually, as early as 1980, began investing in the digital transformation, yet they weren't able to make the transition. On the other side, we had a company like Nikon, who also was a leader in cameras on the film side, but saw the transition coming and was able to make the transition by emphasizing their expertise in lens manufacturing. How about telecommunications? We saw the rise of cellular technology in the 1990s, and this ushered in a quick rise and fall of a number of different companies like Motorola, Nokia, BlackBerry, Palm, each vying for the evolution of this technology. But it really wasn't until the iPhone came along that we had a true game changer that redefined the dominant design in the industry and led to a competitive shakeout. Let's take something else, bookstores. Bookstores historically tended to be local enterprises around a community. Then came in the 60s and 70s larger companies who tried to roll up the market, companies like Borders and Barnes & Noble. And then we had obviously the internet and online sales and Amazon rising triumphant and many of these companies going out of business such as Borders. Similar type of dynamic we saw in record stores here. Independent record stores giving way to big box stores like Circuit City. Then in the late 1990s, we see the rise of first Napster and various types of digital file sharing, then digital distribution pioneered by iTunes, and then yet another disruption with streaming services like Pandora and Spotify. This has had an impact not only on record stores and retailers, but has fundamentally changed the business model for musicians, producers, record labels, and it's also fundamentally impacted how we as consumers consume music, taking an industry in which we might all listen to the popular songs on the radio to now each being able to get on demand the music we desire, whatever our specific tastes or niche that we fill. Similarly, we've seen dynamics in the entertainment industry, and specifically movie rentals, where a company like Blockbuster was the leader in North America on movie rentals, had 60,000 stores in their height in 2004. First came along Netflix with a DVD by mail business model, then came along streaming and on demand, and the long and short of it, Blockbuster now has gone bankrupt. It's interesting to note that while Blockbuster wasn't able to make this transition, Netflix actually made a significant transformation from being a DVD by mail business to being one of the leaders in streaming and online demand content. So there are some companies who are able to make these transitions. We can think more broadly about retailers. Take Sears, for example. Sears was the leading retailer for a good part of the 20th century in America. They had what was called the Bible of retail, was their wholesale catalog business. Then came first Walmart, who leveraged technology, information technology, to innovate the supply chain. And of course, later Amazon, who really innovated across the whole customer experience around online retail. Sears is still in existence today, but it's a shell of its former self. Take livery services, taxis, limos. Uber and Lyft have entered those markets and fundamentally transformed them. What's interesting to me about this story is they're leveraging mobile technology for sure, but they're not necessarily changing the fundamental technology. You're still getting into a car and going from point A to point B. Using media, using social media, they're able to redefine the experience for users and create new value and disrupt the market. Last but not least, let's talk about automobiles. Automobiles have had a century of stability where internal combustion engines have been the dominant technology, and we've had a fairly stable set of players who've been dominant within that industry. Now it's being disrupted by electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles. We're seeing entry by companies like Tesla, Google, Uber. We're seeing transformation of companies like BMW and Volvo who are being heavily invested in electric and autonomous vehicles. It's hard to say how this will play out, but the interesting thing is we know a lot about, in general, how these types of disruptions play out over time. So let me just end by saying here that in the World Economic Forum of 2016, they called this type of digital transformation the fourth industrial revolution. And what we see is that the rise of new next-generation digital technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, robotics, they are all promising to perhaps accelerate digital transformation even more. Now, while this transformation promises to be even more disruptive to existing business models and markets, this also creates an opportunity. Each disruption creates an opportunity for new business, for new markets, for new innovation, and those are available not only to upstarts and new entrants, but also for established businesses as well. So partly what we're going to do is think through how you as a business can survive and thrive in the face of these disruptions. Digital transformation has the potential to disrupt numerous markets and industries. But this disruption should not be surprising. Disruption is nothing new. In fact, disruption is arguably a natural product of market economies. Joseph Schumpeter, way back in the 1930s, referred to the gales of creative destruction. While other economists were talking about the efficiency benefits of markets, how demand and supply get balanced out in markets, Schumpeter was interested in the disruption potential of markets. In particular, he saw this disruption as a hallmark of market economies. It which leads to new innovations, to new technologies which better the quality of life for humans. It's this birth and renewal, he argued, that are really what's important for our market economies. So in this sense, disruption shouldn't be feared, but rather it should be embraced as a good thing, an opportunity for bringing in new ideas and new technology. Now, there are many different types of disruption out in the marketplace. Probably first and foremost, when people think about disruption, they think about technology. So think again about digital watches. Digital watches were a fundamentally, radically different technology than what came before it, which were mechanized wind-up watches. While one was based on minute workings with springs and gears, the latter was about electronics and dealing with quartz technology. Similar, digital cameras replaced film-based cameras. Film was really almost a chemical industry in terms of its roots in science. Digital cameras come along and they're more of an electronics industry. So once again, these are both examples of radical changes in the fundamental technology within an industry. Now, disruption doesn't have to be about changes in technology. Rebecca Henderson and Kim Clark at Harvard Business School have referred to what they call architectural innovations or architectural disruptions. Take the Sony Walkman as an example. The Sony Walkman came about not with any fundamentally different technology. They were really just utilizing existing technology that existed in different types of cassette players and the like. But they redefined the form by shrinking it and making it a portable player that you could wear on your side while you're walking around or going for a run. So while the underlying technology didn't change, the value proposition and the way they organized it did change very much. You might also think about what we sometimes call business model innovation or business model disruptions. Take Airbnb. Since the dawn of civilization, people have been renting out their homes or renting out for others to use their homes. Airbnb comes along and they leverage technology as a way to create market efficiencies in there. And as a result, redefine the market, redefine the value proposition, and create new opportunities for others to participate in those exchanges. Zipcar is another example of redefining a business model. Rather than a traditional rental car model where you go to the rental car agency and rent your car, they create a world in which you can walk on the street, put in a code, and enter a car and use it for a couple hours. Once again, leveraging technology, changing the business model. We might also think about disruption from the consumer side. There are high-end disruptions like the iPhone, which came in with a completely different set of features at the high end of the market, arguably 3-4 times the expense of some of the other phones that were on the market at the time. You can also imagine low-end disruption. One of my favorite examples of this is the Nintendo Wii. We had two dominant players leading up to that, in Microsoft with their Xbox and Sony with their PlayStation. Then comes the Wii. Both Sony and Microsoft were competing on the idea that the winner would be those who offered the most highly technical new gaming system, the one that had the most processing power, that allowed for the most sophisticated games. Nintendo came in with arguably a much, much technologically simpler machine, one that cost a fraction of the cost of the other players, but had an innovative game control that allowed them to do some creative things with games that resonated with the marketplace. So it entered in at the low end and then ended up disrupting the whole market, and in that generation became the market winner. You might think of Wikipedia along the same way. Wikipedia is arguably not of the quality of an Encyclopedia Britannica, but its new model of using crowdsourced information allowed them to have a very low cost entry, obviously a free entry for usage by individuals. While it didn't have necessarily the same quality, it still provided enough value that it could penetrate the market and take over large parts of the encyclopedia market. Many times when we think about disruption, we might think about new market disruptions. Once again, the word processor disrupting the typewriter industry, the automobile redefining transportation and putting harm to the horse-drawn carriage industry, smartphones redefining whole sets of different industries, including cameras, mapping, and maps, and the like. And last but not least, you might think about various types of value chain disruptions. One of my favorite examples of this is Craigslist. So Craigslist really innovated around classified advertising and how that's delivered. Yet this had a huge impact over the value chain to newspapers. Now, while Craigslist wasn't competing directly with newspapers, newspapers' primary income stream came from the selling of classified ads. So a disruption in one part of the value chain ended up impacting a whole nother industry and another part of the value chain. Digital transformation has the potential to be disruptive in many different ways. Dave Rogers of Columbia University talks about 5 domains that we should particularly pay attention to. The first is data. Data is now ubiquitous in a world of social media and mobile technology. We have huge amounts of data that are available to consumers but also to companies to leverage to advance the products that they offer. Take Waze, for example. Waze is an app that leverages people's cell phone data to determine when there are traffic jams, and also uses social media to allow users to express maybe the traffic jam is due to an accident or maybe it's due to some debris on the road. By leveraging that data, they're able to create unique value, and that we see across any number of different sectors. The second domain we want to think about is innovation. In a world of a digital economy, we're seeing the ability to do quick testing with innovation in ways we've never been able to see before. This is speeding the innovation cycle and allowing companies to run real-time experiments with their products and run prototypes in a very inexpensive way. Take Facebook, for example. They're able to offer new features and new offerings on their platform in a way that allows them to experiment and learn in real time. The third domain we want to think about is competition. One of the truisms of digital transformation is it often eases entry by other players within an industry. Because of that, we would expect increasing competition in any number of domains where digital transformation is having an impact. One of the things this does is it starts to blur the boundaries between different industries. Companies that were once partners are now increasingly rivals. One only need to look at Google and Apple and Amazon as they increasingly compete in various domains within the larger digital technology space. The fourth domain that gets impacted is ultimately the value that's created for customers. And what we're seeing are new ways to deliver value in creative ways leveraging digital technology. Take Uber, for example. Once again, leveraging social media and leveraging mobile technology to offer a new value proposition to customers looking for traditional livery services. Last domain, customers. The customers themselves are evolving. The ubiquity of information allows customers to be highly informed. It also seems to tend to allow them to be less loyal than they were in the past. Take Best Buy. Best Buy suffers from the fact that many customers will come to their stores, sample their various products, and then, even while in the store, pull out their cell phone, look on Amazon, and purchase the product then and there. So customers are becoming more sophisticated, and they're becoming less loyal to their home brands and products. What this means at the end of the day is that the old sources of competitive advantage are largely disappearing. Things like natural monopolies formed through resource scarcity, while they're still important today, and the old adage in real estate that location matters here is still true, but in many industries, place and space are becoming less important. The obvious example is retail. As retail goes online, those positional advantages, those geographic advantages become less and less important. Another area of traditional competitive advantage under threat is scale, or economies of scale. The idea that the more production you have, the lower your production costs, and that can provide you a competitive advantage. What we're seeing is that scaling in a digital environment can often be quite easy and quite costless to scale. Think about Facebook. Facebook went from 2 guys in their Harvard dorm room to $1 billion business in a matter of a couple of years. The ability to leverage digital platforms to scale your business and scale your technology are greater than they've ever have been before. A third area, which was a traditional source of competitive advantage, were learning curves. This idea that over time, as you learn to deal with a new technology, you improve your understanding of it, and that in and of itself can be an advantage over others. And while clearly learning curves still do exist, the ubiquity of information provided by the internet and other data sources is making those learning curves less and less pronounced and allowing others to catch up relatively quickly by having access to valuable information on how to deliver, let's say, a new product or service. The fourth thing that we want to think about is vertical integration. So historically, large industrial companies might vertically integrate as a way to create value, but also serve as a deterrent to others trying to compete with them in their marketplace. Well, digital technology is making it easier and easier for people to disintegrate the vertical supply chain and specialize in different components of it. So now you see things like contract manufacturers. Those are really interesting. To give an example from my experience at the Darden School, we see, for example, student entrepreneurs who historically, let's say, developing a new product, a new physical attribute, would have to figure out how to manufacture it, how to get access to distribution channels. There was a lot of capability development that was necessary for them to bring a product to market. Now they can go online, contract with a manufacturer in China, use online as a distribution channel, never actually touch the product that they're designing, yet still have massive distribution potential throughout global markets. And this really highlights a broader impact that digital is having, which is that as digital becomes more ubiquitous, transaction costs start to drop. So transaction costs are those costs incurred when you have parties selling goods and services. This is everything from contracting that needs to take place to even things like transportation of goods and services. 20 years ago, the biggest companies were largely in the same industry doing the same thing. Today, smaller players have the opportunity to disintermediate that value chain. Take the financial services industry. What you see is it's not being disrupted as a whole. It's not like someone is entering in and trying to compete head-to-head with Bank of America across all their different businesses. No, rather what you're seeing are companies like PayPal, Venmo, and Bitcoin, all entering in and taking various pieces of the overall financial services pie. This is what we call fintech, and fintech right now is really having a disruptive potential in the broader financial services industry. So we want to think about 4 underlying drivers that try to drive digital economies and have this disruptive potential. The first one are network externalities. Network externalities are very simply the idea that a good or service might improve in value as others consume that good or service. The classic example is the telephone. Having to be the first person to own a telephone is not very valuable. Who are you going to call? As others begin to buy telephones, the value to you of owning a telephone starts to go up. Let me give you a more recent example, Facebook. As more and more people use Facebook, the value to you goes up as a consumer who uses Facebook. We see similar dynamics, for example, in operating systems. As more and more people use the same operating system, it makes exchange easier, also makes it more likely to develop other apps and software for that operating system. And it's for this reason you see companies like Microsoft dominating in the personal computer industry and a battle going between Apple and Google in terms of mobile operating systems. And this leads to the second point, winner-take-all markets. These various network externalities that we tend to observe in digital economies tend to create winner-take-all markets where there might be one dominant player within an industry. Facebook, Google, Amazon, Apple have all in various ways leveraged network externalities to create, in essence, quasi-monopolies where they have advantages of a winner-take-all markets. Now what's interesting is these 4 players that I just named are also increasingly competing with one another. And this relates to my third driver of digital economies, which are platform technologies. The internet is the prime example here, an underlying technology that has great value across a wide number of sectors and allows different companies to plug in different ways. Mobile is very similar, cloud computing as well. All are examples of platform technologies. Now, of course, this isn't limited just to digital. If we think about the automobile and the advent of the automobile 100 plus years ago, it had a similar impact in the sense that a whole set of suppliers and services grew up around the automobile industry to support that. And it's interesting to think as the automobile industry goes through a disruption again through autonomous vehicles and electric vehicles, that we might see a similar kind of shift in the underlying platform technology that will give rise to a whole number of different players and business models in that space. The fourth thing we want to think about are complementary capabilities. Complementary capabilities are other ways of delivering value. In a world in which we have network externalities and winner-take-all markets and the emergence of these platform technologies, the way in which you might need to compete is by offering some specific capability that allows you to leverage these platforms to your advantage. Perhaps it's manufacturing capability or a great customer service that you provide. But you're going to need to find that specific way in which you can uniquely deliver value given these ubiquity of these different platforms and technologies. So in summary, when you think about digital transformation and potentially the disruption it might have on your industry, you want to think about these underlying drivers and how they might impact ultimately the way the industry evolves and how you might compete. Digital transformation can be scary, but the good news is we have seen and observed common patterns of how transformation and disruption impacts industry over time. This results into what we like to call the competitive life cycle. Competitive life cycles are similar to the idea of a product life cycle, but they're viewed at the industry level rather than the individual product level. The first observation we have with the competitive life cycle is what we call the S-curve. The S-curve refers to the common pattern in sales or revenues that we see over time. Early on, things are being figured out about a new technology or an emergent industry. Eventually, hopefully, you hit a sweet spot where the technology takes off, and that's the steep part of the S-curve. And then eventually, maybe you tap out the market, and that S-curve starts to curve off as you maybe hit a sustainable level of sales. So we think about cumulative revenues, we'll see this S-curve over time. We could break that S-curve up into a set of phases. That first phase, where people are still learning about the technology and it hasn't quite diffused yet, is the emergent phase. Sometimes the emergent phase can take decades to occur, as we're seeing, for example, in electric vehicles, which actually had existed even back at the earliest stages of the automobile industry. In other industries, the emergent phase can happen relatively quickly or quite quickly as a new hot technology comes into the market. The second phase is the growth phase, and this is the sweet spot of the S-curve, where we really see a lot of growth in sales. And then eventually we enter into a mature phase, where again, growth starts to decline, we reach a more stable level of sales and a lower level of growth within an industry. We can also think about three different phases that a technology goes through: annealing, shakeout, and disruption. So let's talk about annealing. Annealing is this idea that over time there'll be a coalescing around what we call the dominant design of the technology, and basically figuring out how will the technology look moving forward. Shakeout refers to what happens to the number of competitors within the industry. So let's look at that. If we turn our attention to the number of firms within an industry, we very often see the following pattern. Early on, a few intrepid entrepreneurs or incumbent firms enter into the industry. As the market starts to grow and take off, others come in as well, seeing a market opportunity. More often than not, we eventually get over-competition, too many players within the market, and we get a shakeout occur, in which we see firms either going out of business or firms merging and acquiring with one another, limiting the overall number of firms within the market. Now, one of the interesting questions is, how severe will this shakeout be? We've talked before about winner-take-all markets. In a winner-take-all market, obviously, we're left with one last standing firm. In other industries, they might support multiple firms within the market. So one of the things we want to think about is, what's the likely outcome of this competitive life cycle for this particular industry that we're interested in? Last but not least, we want to think about what happens with margins. Margins are probably the most questionable piece of this, in that there's a lot of variability. In many industries, early on, margins might actually be negative. In fact, there might be no profits being made within the industry. But hopefully, as the industry starts to grow, we'll see margins improve. But as we discussed before, we also see increased competition. And as that competition increases, it's often the case that margins might get compressed. Where they end up, well, once again, that's an open question, and there's lots of factors that we can discuss that will impact whether this is a profitable industry or not. So to give you an example, here we have some data on the automobile industry. And what you see here is that automobiles in the late 19th century begin as an industry to take off. And we see massive entry by hundreds of different competitors within the industry. Then over a roughly 20-year period, we have this competition ensuing that eventually leads to a shakeout. In the United States, we were left with what we called the big three auto manufacturers of General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler. And we saw similar patterns in other countries across the world as well. And then that structure dominated for decades after that. Here's some data on the beer industry. Very similar dynamics. In the mid-1880s, we start to see the emergence of mass-produced beer. That led to a massive entry by lots of different beer manufacturers, and then we see a competitive shakeout as well. And again, this was replicated in markets across the world. So overall, we have this idea of a competitive life cycle evolving over time as revenues increase and follow an S-curve, as we might see a shakeout, and then this open question about margins within the industry. So let me give you an example here. Think about the market for digital music players. We had in the mid-1990s an established industry of portable CD players led by Sony and a number of others in that marketplace. Now, many of you are probably familiar with the iPod, but the iPod in fact was not the first entrant for digital music players. That honor goes to a company called Rio, who was an entrepreneurial startup within the industry. There were then hundreds of others who offered products, including the Microsoft Zune, Dell, HP, many others who came into the market with their own digital music player offerings. The iPod was actually a relatively late entrant into the industry, but when it did enter, it established what we call the dominant design. It became the dominant form factor that we would see within the industry. Now, it's interesting to note that the iPod itself was effectively disrupted by the iPhone just a few years later, as many of those music functions were incorporated into our smartphones. And in fact, now the iPod is a very small part of Apple's overall sales. So the competitive life cycle is a common set of patterns that we see across many different industries, and understanding those patterns are going to be very important to try to understand how digital transformation might impact your industry. We've previously introduced the idea of the competitive life cycle. Let's take a deeper dive into how the competitive life cycle often unfolds. Early on in the competitive life cycle, we have what we might even refer to as the era of ferment. This is the idea that early on, things are largely exploratory. Innovation focuses on different product features and different underlying technology that might eventually become the dominant form within the industry. It's at this period we often see small entrepreneurial firms entering in the industry, in many cases pioneering the industry. And to the extent that profits are made, they're often made more through differentiation and niche placement than they are through, for example, a low-cost structure within the industry. So let's refer to the automobile, and particularly the automobile industry 100 years ago when it first emerged from the remnants of the carriage industry. When the automobile industry first appeared, we had lots of different competitors, hundreds of different competitors, in fact. We saw incumbents moving into the industry. Studebaker brothers, in fact, were the largest, most successful makers of horse-drawn carriages in the United States, having upwards of 60% market share in the United States. They saw this transformation occurring, and they made investments to make this transition into the automobile industry. We saw others come from examples like the bicycle industry. Many other just entrepreneurs who were interested and got into the industry. What was fascinating about the early phases of the automobile industry, there were lots of different drivetrains within the industry. We had the Stanley steamer using steam power. There were actually numerous electric vehicles early on in the automobile's history. There were kerosene-powered engines, and of course, there was the gasoline internal combustion engine, all competing to be the dominant technology within the industry. Now, over time, what we typically see is a dominant design start to emerge. We see not necessarily one technology, but in many cases, a limited number of technologies emerge that become the dominant form factor we see within the industry. Now, as we see this occur, innovation begins to shift from innovation and experimentation around different form factors to things like manufacturing, processing, delivery, service. And this is where a shakeout typically occurs, where we might be left with just a few large, efficient firms. And interestingly enough, many of the pioneering firms might actually wither away. Think again about digital music players and the Rio. So it's not guaranteed that being the first mover, the first entrant into this new technology or new industry is going to guarantee long-term success. So let's go back to the automobile again. So eventually, as we all know, the gasoline internal combustion engine becomes the dominant technology. It's interesting to note this might take a long time. In fact, even as late as the 1930s, 1940s, there were electric vehicles throughout different cities throughout the world. In New York City, they actually had a fairly significant market share for delivery vehicles. But over time, we eventually settled into the internal combustion engine being the dominant technology. It's interesting to note that it's not necessarily that the best technology wins. In fact, there's lots of factors that might drive why one technology dominates over another. In the case of the automobile industry in the United States, eventually companies like Ford would enter in and compete more on efficiency of production, for example, through the assembly line process, than it was necessarily through the innovations of the technology of the automobile itself. Eventually, we were left in the U.S. once again with the big three of General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler. General Motors in particular was interesting is that they in essence rolled up the industry through acquisitions. They bought up a lot of different players to create the General Motors company. All the while, other companies were going out of business. Studebaker Brothers made a good go for it for a couple of decades, but they eventually are now a footnote in history and have gone away. So when we think about this process, we eventually want to think about the renewal of this process through a new disruption. So once we reach that dominant design and the market matures, this actually creates the seeds for future disruption to occur. That disruption might be exogenous. It might be driven by a technology change, what we sometimes refer to as technology push. It could also be driven by the market itself as consumer preferences shift, what we often call demand pull. The same S-curve that we talk about in terms of cumulative revenue, we can also think about in terms of technology performance. And it's often the case that there are some potentially even physical limit to how well the technology can improve. So let's turn our attention now to the automobile example. We're in the midst of another disruption in the industry driven by electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles. This after nearly 100 years of stability within the industry. Why is this occurring now? Well, we can speculate. One is underlying advances in the technology push concept here. Some of it driven by digital transformation itself, making these technologies more viable. Some of it also is being driven by consumer demand. For example, consumers demanding low emissions vehicles, leading to the prevalence of electric vehicles in the market. We see obviously a lot of incumbent firms competing and offering vehicles along these lines, but we also see new entrants like Tesla making significant inroads. In fact, by 2017, Tesla actually had a higher market capitalization than General Motors, meaning basically that the market thinks that Tesla will be a larger, more significant player in the future. We see companies like Volvo, an established player in the market, pledging to go all electric by 2020. So once again, we don't know how this will exactly play off, but we have a pretty good idea. We'll probably see entry into the industry. We'll probably see competing designs here in terms of what the dominant design technology might look like. And we'll probably eventually see a shakeout and a coalescing around a common form factor for the industry in the somewhat near future. So again, diving into the details of the competitive life cycle gives us a greater understanding of how competition unfolds when we have these disruptions taking place. Innovation or technological change can be quite disruptive to the current competitive order. If we think back to our idea of S-curves, what you might see over time are interlapping S-curves as new technologies emerge. Often these new technologies might be worse at first, but as they improve, they will overtake existing technologies. Now, that's not guaranteed. In many cases, the technology fails to ever overtake the old, but in some cases it does. And what's interesting about this is in many cases when this occurs, older firms that can adapt are basically driven from the marketplace. So this raises an interesting question that if this type of change can be disruptive, does it have to be fatal? Why is it that so many incumbent firms struggle and some of them die when faced with a disruption? So let's start with the question of why do incumbent firms often fail when faced with these disruptions? The first argument is very simply, they're no better positioned than new entrants when a new innovation or technology comes along. In essence, the innovation renders existing capabilities valueless, either technologically, organizationally, or market-wise. We go back to Swiss watchmakers. They were really good working with small, mechanized devices. And now comes along a new technology, and that whole expertise they had was rendered useless in this new digital world. So as a result, they were no better positioned than new entrants, and lots of new entrants could come in and potentially do better than them. Second, they could actually be worse positioned than other entrants in the industry. Incumbent firms might actually fail to see the value of the new innovations and have a difficult time adopting. This is what is sometimes referred to as core rigidities. The idea being what made you successful in the past, what might have been your core capability, actually becomes a core rigidity as the industry shifts because you're unwilling to make the change. Think about Borders. Borders had made a huge sunk investment in terms of their physical brick and mortar stores that they had established throughout North America. Along comes online book sales. They might have falsely thought these sunk investments needed to prevent them from making a heavy investment in online. Take Kodak, for example. Kodak, once again, was very aware of the emergence of digital technology. Yet over the preceding decades, where they were trying to make this transformation, they always seemed to be just a step behind. Maybe one of the arguments for why they struggled was they were basically a chemical company. All of their talent, their resources were around chemical engineering and the like. And now they're making this transition. And that's very hard for a company who had such success to suddenly make a bold transition to a new technology or industry. Let me give you one last example. General Motors, back in the 1980s, tried to reinvigorate their ability to create small, energy-efficient cars, especially given the competition they were receiving from Japanese companies like Toyota and Honda. They created their first new car division in decades called Saturn. Saturn early on was very successful. They started from scratch. They did a whole number of innovative things. They got out of Detroit and built in Tennessee. They had new labor relationships with the unions. They even had an innovative way of selling cars that didn't rely on haggling. And early on, Saturn was a big success. But then, over the coming years, the Saturn vehicles really weren't improved at all. In fact, they were the same cars 10 years in as they were basically when you originally could buy a Saturn. What happened? Why did General Motors stop investing in their Saturn platform? At least the argument that some have made was that it was an internal political battle. Chevrolet and other divisions starved Saturn of resources that they were concerned were cannibalizing their products. Now, I'm not sure if this is exactly what happened with the Saturn case, but it's an example of how political infighting sometimes exists in large corporations, and once again could make them actually worse positioned than new entrants during a technology shift. The third thing we might want to think about is that in some cases, firms might simply select not to change. Maybe there's a fundamental trade-off between the long-run competencies they need and the short-term advantages that they have. Maybe they're worried about cannibalizing their existing products. Take Blockbuster, for example. Carl Icahn, the activist investor, argued that Blockbuster shouldn't try to make the transformation to be an online streaming business. They had no inherent capabilities there. And it was better for them to take their resources and basically milk the cash cow that they had, which was their retail stores, until they basically went out of business. Planned obsolescence. Now that's very hard for companies to do, but it can be the most logical response when you get disrupted. So let's flip this around. We just gave you a whole set of reasons why incumbent firms fail. Why do incumbent firms succeed? What is the ability of these firms to thrive when there is disruption? Well, first, innovation might require extensive capital and expertise. It might require R&D and the like that only a large incumbent firm with resources is able to handle. Maybe small or newly founded firms simply don't have the expertise that are necessary. Think about IBM and their Watson technology. They were able to pivot in the late 1980s into the early 1990s from basically becoming a hardware computer manufacturer to being more of a business analytics company leveraging higher level digital technology like artificial intelligence. They were able to take that inherent technology advantage they had, built up over decades of experience, and pivot into a more lucrative and more promising piece of the competitive marketplace than others would be able to do. Sometimes customers simply desire assurance from established firms when new markets are emerging. Maybe the customers are risk adverse. Maybe they're unwilling to try new things, or they just like the assurance of an established brand name when they move into a nascent market. It's going to be interesting to see in the electric vehicle market how BMW and Volvo do. Two well-established brands, well-respected brands, that are becoming more aggressive into the electric vehicles. Whether they'll have an advantage, perhaps over Tesla or other startups in space, is an interesting question to have. Even though these companies don't have the history, Tesla and the like, than these companies have. Third thing you might want to think about is that sometimes incumbent firms may leverage some type of complementary resource or capability to their advantage. Think about Nikon in the camera industry. Once again, they were able to make the transition to digital by emphasizing their lenses. They were able to use this technology and this advantage they had in understanding lenses to survive once this transition was taking place. In BMW's case, perhaps it's their manufacturing service capabilities that will allow them to survive and thrive in a world of autonomous vehicles and electric vehicles. Again, leveraging existing capabilities to succeed in a new marketplace. The fourth and last thing we might want to think about in terms of why do incumbent firms succeed is that perhaps the incumbent firm has somewhat what we might refer to as a dynamic capability. Basically, the ability to adjust to changing business conditions. Probably the prototypical example of this in recent years has been Apple. Apple was a pioneer not only in digital music players, but smartphones, and of course they have the iPad as well. They were a well-established firm, though, having roots all the way back to the 1970s. So under Steve Jobs, and especially the second tenure of Steve Jobs, they were able to create a dynamic ability to reinvent themselves in the face of changing market conditions. And in many ways, this is the golden ideal that many companies are trying to achieve when they think about their own innovative capabilities. How do we create the set of capabilities to allow us to be dynamic and responsive to changing market conditions as we might go through a digital transformation? How do we determine who will win in the battle for supremacy during a digital transition? Well, the first observation is those who invent or those who pioneer a market are not always the ones who win a digital transition. In fact, the ones who create innovative disruptive technology is not as important of who actually appropriates value from them. So let's discuss this in more detail. Consider the following pie. Imagine the area of the pie represents the total value created by the innovation. Now that value is shared by a number of different stakeholders. Of course, the innovator, but also hopefully their customers, creating new value for them, perhaps their suppliers upstream, and also, and very importantly, other imitators and competitors who might copy the innovation might also capture some of that value from that innovation. So the big question is, how big is the slice of the pie that each of these stakeholders end up capturing, especially the innovator? The reason this is important is because timing is everything. And there are different strategies that different firms might pursue based on their set of capabilities or the nature of the market. In some instances, being a first mover matters, being a pioneer to the market. Think about Amazon and online retail. Being an early mover allowed them to learn a lot about online retail, build up infrastructure associated with that, and become the juggernaut that they are today. In some instances, being a second mover can be advantageous. Basically, let others advance the technology and then come in as a quick imitator, advance the technology further, and dominate the marketplace. Microsoft over the years has been very successful with this type of strategy, in particular with their Office suite. They weren't the pioneer in terms of spreadsheets or word processing, but they were able to take advances and incorporate them into their own products and become the market leader. This brings to mind a classic debate in the innovation literature between exploitation and exploration. Exploitation refers to investing in research and development to incrementally improve existing products and services. Exploration, on the other hand, refers to investments to try to advance the technology significantly, bring about these disruptions that we've been talking about. And so a critical question for a lot of organizations is how much effort to spend on exploitation versus how much effort to spend on exploration. And it's a balancing act for many companies. You could imagine if you spend too much time just exploiting existing technology, you might miss a disruption and therefore find yourself disadvantaged as the market evolves. On the other hand, if you spend too much on exploration, you might not be able to be profitable in the existing world, and then you never survive to the new technologies you're trying to advance. So the question of exploration and exploitation is involved in part by the nature of the market conditions and also the nature of the specific company that you're talking about. So what are some things to think about in terms of who appropriates value? Well, two main areas I'd like to talk about. The first is the strength of intellectual property protection. This is, for example, the nature of the legal system. Do you have a patent on your technology or a copyright on something you've written? It could be more than that, though. It could be something about the underlying nature of the technology in the market. The reason this is so important is that if you have strong IP, strong intellectual property protection, this tends to favor innovators. If you have weak IP, this might favor others, these second movers, these fast imitators who can come in and be very successful. The second thing we're going to discuss are complementary assets. These are the other things necessary to exploit an innovation. Maybe it's marketing or distribution or some other supporting technology like hardware and software. So let's dive a little deeper into intellectual property protection. When is intellectual property protection strong? Well, the first obvious case is when you have these legal protections, patents, copyrights, trademarks. These might vary, by the way, over various countries and various geographies. Some countries are more strict in enforcing patents and copyrights than others. It's important to recognize that simply having a patent or a copyright does not necessarily mean you have unassailable rights to it. At the end of the day, you have to be able to fight for it in a court of law. There have been many entrepreneurial firms who've struggled when faced with a patent that they believe is giving them rights to produce something and it is infringed by others, but the person who is infringing has more resources to fight them in the court of law, and as a result, the entrepreneurial company cannot enforce their patent rights that they have. Another way intellectual property can be strong is if there's some form of first mover advantage. This could be things like learning curves. If you get out ahead of the technology, you're innovating it, you move down that learning curve, perhaps you're lowering costs, perhaps you're providing more quality or value. These are things that can, in some instances, provide substantial competitive advantage. Things like loyalty and branding also are examples where, in some cases, being an early mover into a new technology or industry can provide you an advantage that sustains itself moving forward. Not always the case, though, as I gave examples like the Apple iPod, which was a later adopter in the industry, yet was able to come to dominate the marketplace. A third thing to think about is standardization. This relates to some things we've talked about before about network externalities and winner-take-all markets. In some markets here, being the standard bearer, being the one who basically establishes the dominant design, can lock you in to being a strong competitor that makes it very hard for others to compete with you. This is, in essence, another form of intellectual property that gives you a competitive advantage. Fourth thing you want to think about: how easy is it for others to imitate you? If that imitation is slow, that is, in essence, another form of tight intellectual property protection. Many companies forgo patents and other types of public types of intellectual property and instead use things like trade secrets. Those trade secrets, to the extent they are hard for others to imitate, can be a source of competitive advantage here. Maybe it's because your technology is so complex that others just can't backward engineer it. Maybe it's socially complex, the way you put things together, that even when observed, others can't figure out how you did it. So these would be examples, again, where there might be not legal protection, but yet you're still able to defend an innovation that you have because others just can't figure out how to do that for themselves. Last but not least, in some markets, and this is fairly rare, diffusion among customers may be so fast that even if others can imitate you, you can still capture a large lucrative market and do quite well for yourself, even though you're likely to be imitated as an innovator. My favorite example of this was a fad during the mid-90s called the Big Mouth Belly Bass. This was a novelty product in which we had a plastic fish mounted on a board, and when you walked by it, it would turn and sing a song to you, the height of entertainment. The Big Mouth Belly Bass was easily imitated and was by many others. However, for whatever reason, being a fad, it diffused quite quickly, and the person who innovated the Big Mouth Belly Bass actually made quite a bit of money. So again, fast diffusion in a large lucrative early market may allow you to gain from being an early innovator within an industry. So once again, overall value appropriation, we want to think about the strength of the intellectual property protection. And then the second thing we want to think about is this idea again of controlling complementary assets. So let's talk about that in a little more detail. The first question we want to ask is, well, how important are these complementary assets? And the reason we would like to know that is because we want to know how tightly held they are. So what do we mean by this? For example, if it's a product, perhaps everyone needs manufacturing, but is there one company who is the best at manufacturing, or perhaps has the only certain manufacturing technology necessary to bring this product to market? That would provide them a competitive advantage that even if they're not the innovator, they still might capture a lot of value of that innovation. Maybe it's something about distribution or service that allows them to capture a lot of value from the innovation, even if they weren't the ones who innovated themselves. A classic example of this is the CAT scan market, the market for health indicators that use CAT scan technology. EMI was the pioneer of this technology and the first to market, and they had intellectual property protection around some pieces of this. However, it was General Electric, GE, who later entered the market, who ended up dominating it. Why was that so? Well, one of the things GE had as an advantage is that it was already a well-established seller of healthcare equipment and therefore had relationships with distributors and with hospitals that allowed them, once they entered, to do very well, despite not being the initial innovator within the technology. So again, they leveraged their complementary assets to succeed in a marketplace where they weren't the first innovator. So overall, when we think about these competing forces and when you time entry into a market, we want to think about these two forces, the strength of the intellectual property protection and the role of complementary assets, and reflect where we as a company have those various strengths or weaknesses, and that might determine how we might compete in a digital transformation. Given the importance of competitive life cycles to understanding digital transformation, I'd like to provide you with some tools, some ways of mapping competitive life cycles for your business. In my book, The Strategist Toolkit, I provide the following little diagram as a way to think through where you're positioned on various products within the competitive life cycle. Rather than represent it as a series of graphs, here we represent it as a circle, recognizing the fact that often we see renewal and the process begin again as new technologies and disruptions enter the marketplace here. We see our three phases: emergent phase, growth phase, and mature phase, and we see our transition points of annealing, shakeout, and disruption. And overall, we're really interested in how quickly does this process take? How speedy is this competitive life cycle for our particular industry? So let's give an example. Here we have Apple, in particular Apple circa 2011. In 2011, they had just recently offered the iPad. One could argue that the iPad was still in an emergent phase. Maybe we're still trying to figure out exactly what that form factor is going to look like. The iPhone had been offered a few years before. That was more in the growth phase. We really now started coalesced on what a smartphone looked like. We were in the high growth phase part of the market. We had the iPod, which was entering a more mature phase at this point here. Shakeout had occurred, dominant player in the iPod, but now growth was starting to decline and we were entering that mature phase of competition. And even more mature, we had the Mac product, one that had been around for decades and arguably towards the end of its life cycle as a form factor. Once again, we can now map out all four of these businesses simultaneously, get a sense of where they are. Some questions we'd want to ask. First, how long are each of these phases? Do we expect the mature phase to be decades long, or is this just going to be a matter of a few years? How long is that emergent phase? Is the iPad going to be something that will be emerging for a few years, or will be relatively quick? And again, we can work through each of these different phases. Overall, we might ask, is this a slowly evolving industry, one that might be relatively stable for decades? Or is this maybe on the other extreme, what we might refer to as a hyper-dynamic industry, where every 18 months or so, new things are coming to market and transforming the marketplace? We also want to think about the severity of each of these transitions. Are the disruptions more radical in nature or more incremental in nature? When we think about the annealing process here, do we imagine one single dominant design, or will there be potentially multiple competing designs that can still coexist within the marketplace? When we think of shakeout, is this a winner-take-all market? Is this one of these industries, again, where we're just going to see one single winner? Or is this something that's going to be maybe a duopoly or an oligopoly, a small number of competitors? Is this rather going to be a contested market where we have lots of different competitors working to try to be dominant within the marketplace? And overall, we want to think through these questions about, are there first mover advantages? Does timing matter here? Can we wait and be patient and have a second mover opportunity? So again, as we think through this competitive life cycle, it allows us to create a portfolio of understanding of the various products in the market. One could take Apple in 2011 and advance it to 2017. What would we see? Well, most of these technologies now would be moving into the mature phase. That could mean that new disruptions could be coming around the bend that Apple needs to be aware of and maybe investing in the next technology that will disrupt the marketplace. That brings us to the end of our module, and I hope you've taken away a number of different lessons. First and foremost, that innovation and technological change can disrupt industries, but disruption is not something new. In fact, we know quite a bit about how disruption typically affects markets and how we can use that to our advantage. We took a deeper dive into some of the underlying drivers and economics of innovation and technological change, including the notion of appropriability, intellectual property, and complementary capabilities. We discussed the possibility of first mover advantages and winner-take-all markets. Then we discussed the competitive life cycle and how competition typically unfolds when industries are periodically disrupted by new innovations and/or technology. We further discussed that these disruptions may in fact alter the existing competitive order. However, it doesn't have to be fatal for your company. Understanding these dynamics and underlying economic principles can help us navigate disruptive innovation and disruptions within or across industries. And this understanding can help you be the disruptor versus the disruptee. The next modules will further your understanding and your ability to navigate disruptions. In Module 3, we'll talk about some exciting digital trends, including the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and blockchain. These digital trends have quite a bit of potential to change and possibly disrupt many industries. In Module 4, we will provide you with a guide on how to start your very own digital transformation journey. I hope you've enjoyed this module, and we look forward to seeing you in the upcoming modules.
Welcome to Module 3, Digital Trends. In the first module, we have described the fundamental laws behind the recent progress in digital technologies, and we have seen how those laws have impacted individual, businesses, and whole industries. Then, in the previous module, Mike has done a deep dive in the underlying economics of a digital transformation, and you saw that the mechanics of disruption aren't new. In this module, we want to go deeper on a narrower set of technology trends we saw in the most recent years. We have selected 7 of them, the ones that we think have the strongest impact on the business environment. We will of course start with big data and see how it can create value for the businesses that use it right. Related to it, we'll discuss the shift to the cloud and opportunities for companies to outsource different parts of their technology stack or even their business processes. Then we'll introduce 2 other technologies that are changing our physical world. First, the Internet of Things with some interesting use cases it is enabling. Next, we'll take a closer look at additive manufacturing and the way it's changing the face of production. After that, we'll run through some scary cybersecurity scenario. Beyond scaring you, I want us to have a good appreciation of the threats we face every day and what businesses can and should do about it. We'll end with 2 more nascent trends. Artificial intelligence, where we will differentiate hype from reality. And last but not least, blockchain and the mix of hope and uncertainty associated with it. For each of those trends, we'll answer a set of questions. Why is this trend important? How can we define it and understand its building blocks? What is its actual or expected business impact?
And to conclude, what are the challenges it raises for us in the coming years as citizens and as business managers? Sonia and I will talk about each one of the trends individually. We'll wrap it up and show you how they build upon each other in popular applications like self-driving car, augmented reality, or the new generation of Industry 4.0 factories. Excited? Let's get started.
The way we interact with the world around us had changed dramatically over the last 20 years. In 1999, when I went to see the movie The Matrix, the first one, first of all, I learned about it from a theater billboard. I went there, I lined up, I bought the tickets cash, and for 2.5 hours, I watched the movie. I was disconnected from the rest of the world. What would this experience look like today? Well, I would have bought my tickets online. I would have taken a few pictures on the way or even in the theater, and I would have shared them on Facebook or Instagram. That is, if at all I decided to go to the theater instead of streaming the whole thing from home. With all this, we add to the amount of digital data in our world. But not only we as individuals generate data, a massive amount is also created across the value chain of any industry. During a manufacturing process, for example, factories are equipped with sensors that continuously assess or track the performance of every machine and track the parts which go through the assembly process. Due to this, the world's stock of information or data has been growing. Let's see how this growth looks like. In the 80s and 90s, the world's installed capacity of storage was growing steadily at around 20% per annum. Interestingly, at that time, more than 95% of stored information was analog, and only 5% digital. Analog is basically your audio cassettes, your photo negatives, or the theater movies at that time. But then something dramatic happened. Digital started to become the default storage format for information. In the year 2000, it already accounted for 25% of the total stored information, at around 55 exabytes. That's 55 trillion megabytes. And if you remember our 3 fundamental laws, you will be able to tell how this will unfold. Very quickly, by the year 2003, we'll live that magical moment where you had as much digital information as analog. In 2007, digital information exploded to reach 94% of the total world storage capacity. What's interesting here is the fact that this information is more and more likely to be stored on a laptop, a mobile phone, or a server with an IP address, globally connected in a network. This means that the ability to link different pieces of information, correlate them, build inferences becomes almost effortless. And this has a multiplier effect on the value you can extract from it. But let's first see how the amount of data has evolved since then. In 2007, as we said, we had 300 exabytes of data. Today, we have already exceeded 4,000 exabytes, and IDC expect this number to hit 40 zettabytes by the year 2020. That is 40,000 exabytes. You can pause this video for a minute and see how many hard drives, like the one you have at home, it will take you to store all this data. I don't know what hard drives you have, but I bet it will be very big. So, what is big data really? Big data is defined by what we call the 3 V's. Big data is big. So, first of all, it's defined by its volume. Every minute, 156 million emails and 452,000 tweets are sent worldwide. Remember, we're talking zettabytes of data. There are also multiple types of data. So, secondly, big data is defined by its variety. Data is not only collected during structured interactions, when you fill in an online form or you use your credit card. More and more, data is stored in unstructured, difficult-to-mine formats. Images, speeches in various languages, or videos like this one. Last but not least, big data is fast, so it is defined by its velocity. Do you remember the days when we wrote letters? How long it took to ship them overseas? Today, we communicate with our friends all across the world in near real time, by chat or even video call. So, big data means that there are zettabytes of data that come in unstructured format and that can be exchanged in real time, which then again contributes to the growth of the data and therefore to its volume. You're now able to recognize big data when you see it, at least technically, because when I put on my business hat, I see there is a fourth V missing. Just because a company has a bunch of servers where it dumps every single piece of data doesn't make it a big data business. A company needs to be able to translate that data into competitive advantage, to create value and business impact from it. Speaking of impact, you are probably familiar with Netflix, the streaming company. The competitive advantage of Netflix is not only making videos available online, it is improving the whole experience of discovering those videos in the first place. Actually, Netflix collects enormous amounts of data and analyzes customer watching habits to generate personalized recommendations and offerings. And they go even further. They analyze what people like to watch and why, and use this data as a basis to produce their own series. Netflix might be an extreme example. This whole business model is built on big data as a competitive advantage. But big data can also bring incremental improvement to existing businesses across different areas of application. Let me give you some examples of how big data is used in different industries. The most common use of big data is probably personalization of offering. Companies like Amazon are obvious examples, but brick and mortar companies also use big data to get to know their customers and offer customized solutions. You think you got those discount vouchers from your supermarkets by chance? Think again. Fraud reduction is another example of how big data can be used to create value. Credit card companies like Visa analyze billions of transactions to identify unusual patterns and therefore reduce fraud in real time. According to Visa, that saves them $2 billion each year. Big data can also be used for predictive maintenance. What does that mean? It means that a company can use the data it collects about operations to predict performance issues before they even happen. This is extremely valuable, especially in asset-intensive industries. An oil and gas client, for example, had hundreds of wells across 3 continents connected to an analytics platform, which integrates data from those facilities and generates insight. This generated savings of more than $200 million annually. And these are just selected examples. big data has many more application areas across all industries, all functions. We estimate that leaders in big data generate an average of 12% more revenue than those who do not maximize their use of analytics. Now, how do those leaders better manage to unlock value from big data? We will have a closer look at this in Module 4, but I want to start here by discussing with you an overlooked challenge. Here's an interesting story from 2012. You might have heard about it. It was a big scandal all over the news. The New York Times printed their article, "How Companies Learn Your Secrets." The journalist narrates the story of a man who went to his local grocery store complaining that his daughter, teenage daughter, was strangely receiving coupons for baby products. The store manager, of course, apologized, not sure why headquarters comes up with those recommendations. The store manager, a diligent man, called to apologize again a few days later, only to learn that the daughter is actually expecting. And there are more examples like this, in which companies have done fantastic analytics work, but ended up losing something much more valuable: customers' trust. And if you want your customer data to be your competitive advantage, trust is the one thing you don't want to lose. In fact, a BCG study found that customers' reaction to data misuse can cause them to reduce their spending with a company by about 1/3. This cannot be mitigated by even longer and more complex legal documents that you get your customers to sign. It can protect you in court, maybe, but not from a PR standpoint. If you are interested to hear more about this, check my conversation with John Rose, BCG senior partner and writer of multiple perspectives on the topic. So, let me summarize the most important takeaways from this lesson. The amount of stored data is increasing exponentially, with a strong shift from analog to digital. Big data can be defined as an enormous amount of unstructured, fast-moving data. It can be traced, connected, and analyzed to generate business value, and even to transform whole business models. Big data is not only a technology question. It is about earning and maintaining customers' trust. This will be the source of a long-lasting competitive advantage. Now that we have seen what big data is and how it is transforming industries, I want to double click on one of the things we have mentioned at the end of the last video: how trust is important to what companies can do with big data. And I'm very happy to have with us today John Rose. John Rose is a senior partner in our New York office. He has been working on the trust topic for the last 5 years, starting with his work with the World Economic Forum, then continuing in his fellowship with the Henderson Institute. John, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
So John, let me start with a very broad question, but I guess an important one to get right. How do you define trust?
Well, trust in a data and analytic sense as it applies to privacy and personally identifiable information, PII information, is really defined in two ways, and there are two definitions. And one of the issues is that the corporate world understands the first and is focused on the first, but not necessarily the second. The first definition is the one everybody looks at and spends time with, which is what are the legal and regulatory rules that define how an organization collects data, should store that data, steward that data, forget that data, and use that data in new ways, and what rules do they have to follow along those dimensions. The second definition of trust is the consumer sentiment definition of trust, which is, do I trust you to steward my data in ways that I find safe, effective, and careful? And that is a much more subtle and nuanced definition of trust because it's contextual and it has to do with consumer understanding and perceptions and has absolutely nothing to do with regulation.
And we know that a lot of businesses are still very bad at managing the second part of trust. Why is that? Why do they probably underestimate what it means for them and how important it is? What is the hardest thing to get right?
Well, I think it's a couple of things. Historically, when data has been stolen or when companies have used data in new ways, there has been no negative implications. And more fundamentally, it's only in the last few years that the combination of storage, data and analytic tools, and the cloud have enabled data that was formerly stuck and captured in legacy systems to be extracted and used in powerful ways. I could, just based on your name when we finish this, with about 5 minutes let you know what your social security number is, where you live, and a whole bunch of things that you'd be stunned that I could understand about you. And that's because data now flows, and in the past, data didn't. So the historic context in which companies could use data was for new uses was highly limited. All of the power in, whether you call it big data, data and analytics, performance marketing, is all about taking data that was collected in one context that the consumer understands, combining it with other data that was collected in other contexts which the consumer understands, and creating a stew that allows you to do something fundamentally different with that data than the purposes for which it was ever collected. And so this issue of repurposing data for fundamental new uses is a new issue. It's not a historic issue.
So we know why this is difficult, why the old way of doing things is not working. But how should companies think about it moving forward? How should a leader, a manager, having customer data, a customer database that's sensitive, of course, how should he think about maintaining that trust while using data for great outcomes?
So the biggest issue that needs to be addressed here is the understanding and notion that data misuse, in addition to its definition of crossing a legal and a regulatory boundary, has a second definition, which is unpleasantly surprising consumers about either what you know or about what you're doing with it. Technically in the industry, we call it the creep out factor. If consumers are surprised or creeped out, the second part is they actually act in ways that are brand destroying and revenue harmful. So the survey and analytic work that we've done on people who've experienced a data misuse suggests that in the first year of a data misuse, in today's level of understanding of what a data misuse is, meaning the percentage of the population who perceives, can create a 7-8% drop in revenue, which then in year 2 decays a bit to 3 to 4. First of all, that by itself is meaningful. But today, when there is a data misuse, only about 20% of the population perceives of it as one. So as those perceptions are increasing, and our research suggests they are increasing, if I go from 20% to 40%, my 7 to 8 is now 15 to, is now 14 to 16. So there is a very significant brand and revenue risk for triggering a perceived data misuse. And secondly, if I trust you more, and in fact you not only haven't you triggered data misuse in my perspective, but I understand how you are stewarding my data and I trust it, I am 7 to 10 times more likely to let you do new stuff with my data than if I'm not. So there is both a sustainable competitive advantage in being a trusted steward of data, and there's a serious brand and revenue hit risk of inadvertently crossing the line.
Can you give us one example, maybe to conclude this, of the wrong way to maintain trust with the customers, and one example of the right way of doing it?
Yeah, so let me start by where the issue comes from. Companies are, in general, focused on the legal and regulatory issues and they believe they're making good and safe decisions by being conservative about data usage and doing things that they are certain are not close to a trigger line in terms of what consumers would be afraid of. The reality is consumers have a much wider willingness to allow companies to do stuff with their data than companies believe. And then they're being very conservative. The reckless part of what we've termed recklessly conservative behavior is that they do not believe that it is important to actively engage their stakeholder community on what they're doing. They believe if the actions themselves are benign, the reactions will be benign, and that's where the mistake really comes from. So what companies are missing is the transition they have to make from creating the ability for consumers to have access. So there's many, many companies where if you log onto the website and you self-identify yourself, you can see the data they have on you. You can see the uses to which that data will be put, and even in some advanced cases, open up or restrict the ability to use that data. However, if you think of yourself as a consumer and you think the number of digital organizations you have touch points with, including your credit card company and your phone company and your cable company, not just Facebook, but all of these places that have data on you, it is an impossible task to be monitoring 30, 40, 50 companies worth of different activities, databases, and policies. So it's wonderful that they've created that ability to pull the information, but the reality is only a very small single-digit percentage of consumers do that with any single company, much less everyone. So the challenge and requirement is to make this shift from a pull-based model, where I as a consumer am pulling the information in, to a push-based model where I as a company I'm ensuring that you understand the data I have, the way I'm using it today, and when I do something materially different, the way I'm going to use it in the future, and give you some opportunity in the new use to engage in some manner. That doesn't mean that everything has to be an opt-in permission. There are lots of different ways of doing it, but I need to allow for some degree of engagement. And that's where the reckless part of conservatively reckless fit in, and the consequences of not doing that are horrendous. So for example, because you wanted an example, when O2 launched a totally benign retail service in which they took all of the wireless location data and all of the underlying attributes of age, sex, earnings, and created an anonymized database for retailers in Europe to be able to do things like plan store promotions, figure out what to put in their display windows, all based on the fact that at different hours of the day and at different days of the week, different types of people are walking by. There was a furor because they hadn't communicated that the data was anonymized. They hadn't communicated in advance of launching the service what the service was. They hadn't communicated that it was going to be protected and how it was going to be protected. And they didn't give any consumers any ability to engage in the am I comfortable or not. As a consequence, the press reports were O2 sells data, sells their consumer data to retailers. The Germans forced them to pull that service from the market, and the German regulators went on a one-year war to convince consumers to stop using O2 as a wireless provider and switch to wireless providers A, B, and C. So the big shift is understanding that this issue has real consequences and making the pivot from making information available to ensuring that all of the consumers, and I use the term stakeholders, the other relevant stakeholders, understand what you're doing, understand how you're doing it, are able to engage in new use cases, and then move forward on that. And that engagement and transparency is the place where the rubber will meet the road on, am I developing a brand as a data steward that people trust, or am I going to continuously run into adverse consumer reactions when I do new things?
And the key is to do that pivot indeed.
The key is that mental pivot from making information available to assuming the responsibility to ensure that all of your relevant stakeholders A, understand, and B, have some mechanism to engage.
Thank you, John. It was a fascinating conversation.
It's been a pleasure.
We have already seen that the amount of available data is growing exponentially. All of this data need to be stored, processed somewhere. And this is where the cloud comes into play. Every one of you are probably already in touch with the cloud through Google Cloud, iCloud, or Dropbox. Let's start with a question about your own computer. You're probably using it to edit your photos, run some data analytics, or compile some cool piece of code. So what would you prefer? Run all those operations on your own machine, or send them to a supercomputer who will run them in a fraction of the time, then send you back the results? Your answer will probably be, it depends. It depends on my upload, download speed, my machine processing power, the supercomputer processing power, and how much it will cost you. What I want to show you is that the economics of digital technology will make it better for you to process more and more information in the supercomputer, the cloud. To do that, let's go back to our 3 laws from Module 1. The exponential growth of processing power and communication speed made everything faster. Your computer, the supercomputer, and the connectivity between the two. Then 2 other things happened. First, investment in advanced processing power tends to flow more into the supercomputer versus your personal device. Second, communication speed doubled its growth rate when we entered the 21st century, whereas processing power has been growing roughly at the same rate. This means that it became relatively more efficient for you to waste a small amount of time transferring data to save a lot of processing time by using the supercomputer. This is the basis of what we call the shift to the cloud. In terms of revenue, the cloud services market is expected to grow at 19% per annum until 2020. That means it nearly doubles from 2016 to 2020. Therefore, in 2020, the cloud market is expected to be worth more than $150 billion. When we talk about the cloud, everyone has a vague idea of what it is, but what does it actually mean? What are cloud services actually comprised of? We are distinguishing 4 different layers of cloud services, depending on how deep the customer wants to be technically involved. Let's take an example to illustrate the 4 layers. We will follow Mia. Mia has just opened a web store selling karate equipment like kimonos, belts, gloves. Mia does not need to own the server storing all the product photos, descriptions, etc. She can outsource that type of infrastructure to a cloud service provider, such as Amazon Web Services. That is the first layer of cloud service, called Infrastructure as a Service, IaaS. Of course, Mia still needs to set up everything else on the web shop by herself. But at least the infrastructure, its security, and the backup solutions are taken care of. The second layer is called Platform as a Service, PaaS. As you can imagine, many of Mia customers would want to access her website on their mobile phone. So Mia decides to build an app. To do so, she can use Google App Engine as an example. To build the mobile backend that will host the code, manage the database, and even give her some analytics about app usage. The next layer is Software as a Service, SaaS. To manage a growing base of customers, Mia can buy a web-based customer relationship management software, like Salesforce, for example. Her customer data is managed centrally, synthesized into customer dashboards to help her decision making. Last but not least, the fourth layer is called business process as a service. For example, as Mia's business grows and she hires more and more employees, she might want to fully outsource the payroll management process, including payslip editing, the legal filings, the payment process, etc. Regardless of its size, a company can leverage cloud services in any of the four layers we just saw in Mia's story. Their choice will depend on business needs and the benefits of such a migration. There are three general benefits for companies using cloud services: performance, agility, and cost reduction. Let's look at these three benefits in more details. Performance. Cloud services can be more reliable, build in disaster recovery mechanisms that many businesses forget or underinvest in. They can also give access to peak capacity that would not be economically viable if built in-house. Agility. Not only can cloud services be set up quickly, they can also be scaled as the business grows. They allow seamless upgrade and are device agnostic. Cost reduction is a tricky one. In theory, we know that running a cloud service, especially on the lower layers, is a scale business. If we discard other migration and regulatory costs, you can derive two types of cost benefits from the cloud. First, using cloud services can reduce a company's upfront investments, the capital expenditure. This is especially important if there is high uncertainty on how much capacity is actually needed over time. Therefore, opting for a pay-per-use model can reduce the risk of over-investing at the start. Second, cloud services can reduce the total cost of ownership of your hardware or your software, and even the people needed to run the application. It is important here to look at the total cost. I have seen many times IT or procurement departments led to the wrong decision because they have forgotten the factor of maintenance or upgrade cost or any other type of hidden cost in comparing multiple solutions. Of course, the magnitude of cost reduction will vary widely depending on the business needs and the starting position. For a typical company, the cloud drives dramatically lower spending on a like-for-like basis. This can result in anywhere between 20 to 50% savings on IT cost. Now, what does a company need to keep in mind when using cloud services? We talked about the need to look closely at the economics and pay close attention to the total cost of ownership before triggering a migration. But from a technology perspective, hyperscalability is the key for successful cloud solution. Hyperscale is the definition of an architecture that can scale appropriately with increased demand. Why is this important? Let me tell you a story. One of our clients, a telecommunication company, was starting to outsource its customer relationship management system to a cloud service provider. Reliability, but also customization of the solution were extremely important. Therefore, they purchased a highly advanced, very personalized service. As our client acquired another company, they needed to scale up this solution very quickly in order to add new stores, However, they realized that scaling up their cloud was costly and took a long time due to the level of customization. This caused serious problems and delays in the post-merger integration. This is why hyperscalable solutions already make up 20% of data center market, and they're becoming more and more pervasive. Let's review the key takeaways from this lesson. The shift to the cloud is here to stay. It is driven by fundamental shift in technology economics. There are different possibilities to leverage cloud services, from infrastructure to platform to software, all the way to business processes as a service. A company should choose wisely, balancing the business benefits with the capability needs and the economics of any solution. Among all those benefits of using cloud services, cost reduction is the trickiest. Before any cloud migration, a company needs to carefully estimate its total cost of ownership, including maintenance, upgrades, and maybe even remigration. Hyperscalability is key. If you design an architecture with a limitation in mind, remember that you are more likely to underestimate than overestimate your future needs.
Take a look around you. How many devices do you see that are connected to the internet? Your cell phone, your computer, your TV, perhaps even your car or your fridge. More and more devices are becoming connected to the internet and to each other. I can now use my smartphone to monitor basically my whole house. The home temperature, potential intrusions, utility usage, from wherever I am in near real time. Not only can you monitor those things, they can also communicate with each other and adjust automatically. Also, outside of the home environment, objects of all types are becoming connected, from the traffic light to the power plant. This hyperconnectivity is becoming more and more relevant for industrial use also, for transportation, traffic management, or production. What is behind this connectivity? What is the Internet of Things? It is a network of connected objects that can build an aware, autonomous, and actionable system. Let's take the self-driving car as an example. The self-driving car is aware of its surroundings through a radar, a GPS system, and probably a few cameras. It is autonomous in analyzing its position and drawing a map of its surroundings. It can also communicate with other cars or with a central server to check the traffic conditions along its route. It is actionable when it decides from all those inputs when and where it will go next. And it can translate that into commands for the engine, the brakes, the steering wheel. This system as a whole can get pretty complex, with multiple components interacting with each other. Let us try to make it simple. Imagine there are 3 different layers interacting with each other all the time. One layer is the connected objects, the radar, the cameras, the intrusion detectors, but also your utility meter, your watch. All those devices need to interact with a central platform that can consolidate the data and decide what to do with it. That's the second layer. On the other side, as a third layer, you have few services that can understand the data aggregated by the platform and translate it into action. Between those layers, data is constantly exchanged using networks, which can be anything from Wi-Fi to satellite or fixed or mobile operator lines. So we have some processing, some transmission, and some storage. Does this sound familiar to you? Do you remember what we have discussed in the videos on big data and cloud services? The technology required for each component became more stable and cheaper to manufacture. It's now consuming less energy and space for higher capacity. This made it economically efficient to embed it in more and more objects, which has then driven the increase of IoT devices in recent years and will further fuel this growth. The number of connected objects is expected to increase by 30% per annum until 2025. This means by 2020, we will have between 50 to 75 billion connected objects. Just think about that for a second. It will be 7 to 10 devices per human being on the planet. This will translate into a total incremental spend of $250 billion across industries. All major players in the high-tech industry already offer Internet of Things solutions. But also traditional players do, the utility providers, for example. So what drives the adoption of IoT? This is what my colleagues Zia Yusuf, Michael Rissmann, and Nicholas Hunke have looked at in their recent study. One of their major findings is that IoT adoption is driven by specific use case scenarios rather than by industries. Some of those use cases do not only incrementally improve existing operations, but also create innovative products or even business models that were not possible before. The team has done a fantastic job identifying a wide range of IoT use cases. They've selected 10 use cases from a long list that have the highest spend potential and a time to maturity lower than 5 years. Let us have a look at those use cases. We will start with the closest to maturity: demand response. If you live in Europe or North America, you probably know that our energy production is under a lot of stress in peak periods during winter. Smart appliances can sync with the grid and figure out when is the right time for them to run, depending on the overall network supply and demand. Another use case building on this is distributed generation and storage. This is when a company can remotely decide when and where to access energy, and when it triggers additional capacity into the grid for its peak demand. Then we have smart meters to track and optimize your water or electricity consumption. Other use cases are fleet management, track and trace, automated inventory, predictive maintenance, self-optimizing production, and connected cars, of which we had just talked before. The last one of this list is patient monitoring, which is expected to still need up to 5 years to reach maturity. You will probably agree that this is already quite an extensive list of things to expect in the next 5 years. And there's more to come in the next 5 to 10 years. But as you have seen from these use cases, they are not equally distributed across industries. 50% of the expected IoT spending is generated by just 3 industries: discrete manufacturing, transportation and logistics, utilities. Overall, IoT is still in its early stages of maturity. Still, there is no one single IoT. Multiple players are trying to consolidate the use cases we've just talked about and win the platform war. The key questions that companies need to ask themselves are on operability. Will the platform they are using today be interoperable with others tomorrow? Will we see the days of full interoperability between devices, services, and platforms? This reminds me of the journey the Internet as we know it today went through. You might not remember it, but there was a time where it was entirely possible that we will end up with multiple connected networks that don't connect with each other globally. This was before people like Van Jacobson standardized the TCP/IP protocol, a protocol which guarantees a single, fully scalable Internet as it is today. IoT is not there yet. We have a number of platform service providers. We counted more than 400 this year. The reality is only a few will survive. And they will do so if they are able to federate a large and loyal community of application developers around them. Open source might be one path to full interoperability. In the meantime, what do I advise my clients when they are looking for a platform provider? Obviously, a technology offer that's compatible with the company's system, a modular architecture, and easy-to-use APIs that can prepare the company for future integrations with other IoT ecosystems, other application or service providers. Let's recap the key messages of the last few minutes. A complete IoT system will have functions of sensing, processing, and action. It's aware, autonomous, and actionable. By 2020, we will have 7 to 10 IoT devices per human being on the planet. This is driven by further technological advancement in processing, transmission, and storage. We are not yet in the era of the one Internet of Things. We need to think industry by industry, company by company. What is the specific use case scenario a company wants to pursue? With whom should it partner? Whatever a company chooses, it should keep in mind that it needs to factor in the challenge of interoperability. The more modular the solution architecture is, the more likely it is to be durable. Have you heard the term additive manufacturing? If you haven't, you've probably heard of its brother, 3D printing. Generally speaking, both terms mean the same. Additive manufacturing is more often used in industrial context, whereas the general public refers to 3D printing. Additive manufacturing, or AM, is one of the main digital trends for sure. But unlike most of the other trends we have discussed so far, it has a very tangible effect on our physical world. It is about creating real physical products that you can see and touch. Let me give you some examples of AM breakthroughs in different industries. In 2014, for example, surgeons in Wales used a 3D printer to reconstruct the facial bones of a man injured in a motorcycle accident. That was the start of the 3D printing rise in medtech. In 2015, the FDA has approved Spritram as the first 3D printed drug. It is used to reduce seizures for epileptic patients. The 3D printing technology allows the pill to disintegrate in the mouth with just a little bit of water, which helps to swallow the pill. In 2017, Reebok announced to 3D print its next line of shoes by their new Liquid F factory method. And there are many more examples like this. Let's first take a look on how AM actually works. In traditional manufacturing, also called subtractive manufacturing, shapes are cut out of blocks of material. Additive manufacturing is basically the opposite. Usually, the process has 3 key phases. First, a digital representation of the object is built, either by building it in a design software or by scanning a real-life object. Second, the digital model is sliced into multiple layers of less than 100 micrometers each. And then third, the sliced model is sent to a 3D printer that is creating a 3-dimensional object through successive adding of layers of material. That material can be plastics, ceramics, or even metals. In reality, there are many variations of this process, using different technological solutions. From FDM, fused deposition modeling, to SLA for stereolithography, to SLS, selective laser sintering. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to go into detail here, but check those out on YouTube. It's really impressive. You can see additive manufacturing is a reality already. And although it is still an emerging technology, it has seen strong growth in the last few years. Since 2012, companies in the private sector have invested more than $1 billion in AM-related R&D facilities, centers of excellence, and pilot production plants. In 2015, the overall 3D printing market totaled $5 billion, and is projected to triple by 2020 and to reach $350 billion by 2035. This growth is fueled by multiple technological advancement that make 3D printing more and more mainstream. First, 3D printers are becoming affordable. While the entry price a few years ago was $5,000, you can now buy a decent one at $500. So, a few years from now, having a 3D printer in your house will not be uncommon anymore. But let's talk about this a little later. Similar to the price for the printer itself, the required materials are becoming less and less expensive and more diverse. And last but not least, new 3D printers can now print parts in minutes instead of hours, or 25 to 100 times faster than previous printers. For GE's CEO, Jeff Immelt, for example, additive manufacturing is a key part of GE's evolution into a digital company. They have invested heavily in R&D in-house, but have also acquired AM suppliers. By 2017, they succeeded in 3D printing 50% of the parts of a helicopter engine, making it 40% lighter and 60% cheaper. There are multiple benefits in additive manufacturing, not only for GE, but for companies across industries. AM does not require a lot of customized setup costs before going into production, giving a company greater flexibility in terms of production volume, timing, and even location. It can also be more precise than many traditional methods in building complex objects. And it generates less waste, as the object is not cut out of a block of material, like in traditional subtractive manufacturing. As a result, companies can consider different opportunities to evolve their current manufacturing process. The first is in the prototyping phase. Traditionally, prototyping required to either build the prototype manually or to adjust the whole production line. Obviously, that costs a lot of time and money. With additive manufacturing, however, it is possible to develop a prototype without any setup costs, without the need to disturb the functioning of the production line. During the production phase, one main application area of additive manufacturing is personalization. We discussed the ability of creating tailored prosthetics for patients in the beginning of the video. But this can also include innovative products that we were not able to build before, such as bionic, lightweight, and hollow structures, like fast-dissolving pills. However, additive manufacturing is not expected to fully substitute the conventional, well-tested processes, especially for high-volume production. Why is that? Remember, one key advantage of additive manufacturing is the close to zero setup cost. When you have a high volume production, setup cost is anyway insignificant in the bigger scheme of things. And when no personalization is required, the scale effect of a mega factory makes the economics work just fine. Still, for many industries, additive manufacturing will have profound implications on the whole value chain. Let me give you an example about the company in the aircraft maintenance business. Let's call it AirMag. If AirMag is covering the Asia-Pacific region, it will probably have a warehouse, for example in Singapore, where it can store parts, let's say for the GE engine. It will import 100 different parts from the US-based plant, store them, and then distribute them on demand to Asian clients. What would be the implications for Air Mac and for GE if those parts could be 3D printed? For Air Mac, does it make more sense to store duplicates of each part or just have a universal 3D printer with all the models loaded into it? Should GE continue to manufacture and sell the parts, or close the factory and license the 3D models, essentially becoming a design powerhouse? And if this is the case, how could they guarantee that those designs will not be published, downloadable for anyone? Many of those questions will gradually be answered as the additive manufacturing process is perfected and the adoption increases. But we know for sure that this technology will have a broader impact on our world. Let me show you an example of how this is already happening. In 2013, Cody Wilson has published a blueprint for a 3D printable gun. This blueprint is now probably available on the internet somewhere. We can debate whether it's a matter of years or months, but what is the ultimate scenario of it? With a personal 3D printer, someone could download the Cody Wilson's file from the internet and simply print a gun in any country, anytime. If you replace the gun in the example by any other physical product, you will still see that additive manufacturing raises a lot of questions and challenges, from regulations to border control to intellectual property protection and even taxation. So what are the main takeaways from this video? Additive manufacturing is already a reality, leveraged by simple consumers as well as industrial conglomerates. Additive manufacturing will not substitute but complement traditional manufacturing whenever more personalized, complex products at small scales are needed. For many industries, increased adoption of additive manufacturing will reshape the value distribution among the players and dictate new ways of organizing the global supply chain. Geopolitical implications need to be taken into account, and new regulatory frameworks will need to be thought of as a consequence of blurring boundaries between the flow of physical goods and the flow of information.
Has your computer ever been hacked or infected with a virus? If it has, then you know that this is not only annoying, but it's also costing a lot of money and time. And if it hasn't, let me ask you, are you sure? Not only individuals, but also companies, public institutions, and even governments are victims of cybercrime. And for those, the consequences can be even more severe. In spring 2017, a program called WannaCry infiltrated companies and organizations in 150 countries. It locked access to the files on any infected computer and asked the user to pay a certain amount of money to get the unlocking keys. This is what we call a ransomware. Among its victims was NHS, the National Health Service in the UK. For many British patients, this meant that their consultation or surgery was cancelled and they were sent back home. On a larger scale, the economic losses from this cyber attack were estimated to be around $4 billion. This is only one example of a cybersecurity breach. In reality, there is a variety of approaches that attackers use to affect computers and even servers. Let's have a look at the most common ones. We will start with a relatively low-tech attack called phishing. This is a fake email, text message, or website created to look like they're from a legitimate source. Some have the purpose of acquiring information, so they will ask you to enter your credit card details or confirm your password. Others will install malwares on your computer once you open an attachment. And there are some that pretend to be emails from your boss or your friend, asking you to transfer a certain amount of money. This is a very easy to build attack. I remember that in college, after my very first HTML course, one of my classmates sent an email that appeared to be coming from the university head. You would never fall for this, right? Don't be so sure. A study from a German university found that actually 78% of tested people claim to be aware of the risk of an unknown email. However, 45% of participants will still click a link in such an email. Interestingly, when they are asked, only half of those confirm that they have clicked through. But this is a different story. Another type of attack is what we call malware. It's a software downloaded either from a phishing email or by clicking on a link from an advertising website or even directly from a USB stick. Such software is designed to get access in an unauthorized way to your system. It can alter, delete, or steal information from your device. It can also potentially spread to other users on your home or company network. There are multiple subcategories under this wide umbrella of malware: viruses, spyware, or ransomware, like the WannaCry example. It is obvious that this does not only harm individuals, but is more likely to affect companies which have valuable data to protect. A third type is known by its acronym, DDoS, for Distributed Denial of Service. In this attack, a server is targeted by an overwhelming amount of requests, with the goal of ultimately shutting it down. This would cause any website hosted on that server or any system relying on it to become non-operational. This is a relatively more sophisticated attack because it usually involves the hacker having access to many infected devices, then directing them to send the requests simultaneously to a single targeted server. I only said relatively more sophisticated because if you remember our discussion in the IoT video, the number of connected cameras, meters, cars is increasing, and many of them are not protected well enough. This is how a massive coordinated attack crippled one of the internet service providers here in Singapore in 2016. This is the kind of thing that can do a lot of harm to a country. If you are asking yourself, how can someone crack that many devices, many of which come with a password, then you should hear about the brute force attack. This is done by a software that tests millions of different combinations of letters and numbers to crack the password and therefore get access to the device. But not only this, similar programs can be used to crack encrypted messages or financial data. The last type of attack we will describe is probably the most obvious, the physical breach. In the simplest case, the intruder walks in during lunch break, sits on an unlocked computer, installs a malware, steals data, or sends an email, then walks away. Simple, but incredibly dangerous. And these are just selected examples. The types of attack and the targets are fragmented, change over time, and they are usually used in combinations. It is difficult to rely on a robust counting of incidents. Many organizations consolidate and share the number of attacks they have been able to identify. But of course, we don't know what we don't know. In any case, the consistent conclusion across the reports published in the last couple of years is that the attacks are growing in numbers. Dell estimated that the global number of malware attacks nearly doubled between 2015 and 2016. Symantec detected that the number of attacks against their honeypot increased by 80% during 2016. Those attacks are increasingly targeting the end-user devices as their entry point instead of the server. What we call end-user device can be your laptop, your mobile phone, or your connected object, like the one we have described in the IoT video. If you are wondering which industries are most impacted, I would say all. Although financial services and public sector are usually in the list of the most targeted ones. This also has to do with what motivates the attackers. In a report by Verizon, 70 to 80% of attackers are motivated by financial gain. 10 to 20% are acts of espionage. Only a very small fraction is promoting an ideology or perpetrated by a hacker having fun in his garage. I hope that by now you realize that in the best of cases, a cyber attack is annoying. In the worst of cases, it can totally disrupt the way governments and companies run their day-to-day operations. Overall, cybersecurity is estimated to be a $50 billion problem. And some predict that this figure could rise to $6 trillion by 2021. Not surprisingly, companies invest more and more money in cybersecurity solutions. Therefore, the IT security market is growing at 10% per annum. But this is not keeping up with the number of threats that is roughly doubling each year. This is again a typical mismatch between an exponential growth of technology and a linear growth of our business reaction. Businesses always underestimate the risks. I hear many times answers like, I don't have any high value data that will attract hackers, or I don't rely that much on IT. To help get us all out of this illusion, let me share with you an interesting story, the story of Stuxnet. Stuxnet was a malware designed to access computers in a nuclear plant. It had the ability to replicate itself in any device that it infects and any devices connected to it. Nuclear plants have rather a well-isolated system. But the bit was that someday, somewhere, some employee will unplug his USB stick from his infected home computer and use it inside the plant, which ended up happening around 2010. The malware then gained access to the plant machinery and compromised the functioning of uranium enrichment process. So, if you meet a business owner that tells you cybersecurity is not a worry for his business, you know what to say. This last example also reveals one of the forgotten sides of cybersecurity. This was not a pure technology failure. We can safely assume that a nuclear plant has a sophisticated cybersecurity software in place. But it probably didn't account for an employee using the wrong USB stick in the wrong place. And this is something that is seen across industries. Although inadequate technology accounts only for 28% of data losses, many organizations would focus on it and neglect the people part, the diligent implementation, the awareness of risky behaviors, the auditing process, the governance. This has to do with the fact that in many organizations, top executives and board members still believe the cybersecurity is an IT issue. Sustainably addressing cyber risk requires an organization-wide approach, probably even coordinations with the broader ecosystem. boards and senior management need to be aware of the risk and prepare for it, because it's likely not a question of if, but when the company will be target for cybercrime. So, what are the main takeaways from this lesson? There are many different types of cybersecurity breaches. They are fragmented, change over time, and are often used in combination. Cyber attacks are fast-growing risk for individuals, businesses, and governments, causing both financial and reputation harm. Spending on cybersecurity is growing 10 times slower than the number of attacks, leaving many targets more vulnerable to the new, more sophisticated attacks. To build cyber resilience, getting the people part is critical. Remember, having the wrong technology tools only account for 28% of the breaches. Do you remember AI, the American science fiction drama directed by Steven Spielberg? The movie played in the late 22nd century and featured the story of David, a childlike android programmed with the ability to love. We are not yet in the 22nd century, but it is undeniable that machines are beginning to build human-like capabilities. And frankly speaking, AI has already proven to be better than humans in many aspects. I still remember in 1997, IBM's Deep Blue defeated chess champion Garry Kasparov. At the time, it was some sort of comfort to me when I couldn't beat my computer in a chess game. How did it work? The main algorithm used by Deep Blue was very simple. It was actually a variation of an approach described by the mathematician Claude Shannon in 1950. From a given position, the computer evaluates all the possible moves. Then, for each possible move, it evaluates the possible responses from the opponent, and so on and so forth. And it continues doing this evaluation for as many rounds as it can, depending on the processing speed and the time available. Once this is done, the computer simply chooses the move with the best prospects. So, the kind of artificial intelligence displayed by Deep Blue was possible thanks to the massive increase in processing power. And that's why Kasparov actually won against Deep Blue in 1996, but lost in 1997 when the machine doubled its processing power. The continuous increase in processing power naturally led to capabilities beyond chess play. In any case, processing power alone is not enough to build an AI. We need at least two other ingredients. First, we need a way to capture and accumulate inputs from the world that the artificial intelligence is interacting with. Second, we need to find the right algorithms and techniques to process this input in order to build the right outcome. This last point is a tricky one, and before tackling it, let's make sure we have a clear understanding of what we mean by artificial intelligence. Let's try a simple definition for a start. AI is a system that is able to exhibit traits of human intelligence, like reasoning, learning from experience, or interacting with humans in natural language. This definition feels intuitive, but it is a bit ambiguous, mainly because what we can consider intelligent changes over time. Is it intelligent to calculate the square root of pi in few milliseconds? Is it intelligent to play chess like Deep Blue did? Is it intelligent to speak like Siri? The answers to those questions are subjective and are not the same today compared to 20 years ago. To make it slightly more objective, we can distinguish two types of AI: general AI and narrow AI. General AI is typically what you see in the movies, a complete system that is undistinguishable from a human. It knows or can learn anything humans can learn, has emotions, even has purpose in life. Narrow AI is less ambitious. It is when a system exhibits human-like intelligence traits on a specific field or task. AlphaGo knows how to play the game, but can't write a cake recipe. Watson can answer general knowledge questions and has even trained to detect cancer, but it can't tell you how he feels about your daughter's drawing. Not yet, at least. As I said, today we don't know how to build general AI, but we became very good at building narrow AI. This is because the individual ingredients of narrow AI, as we described them earlier, were ready. Sufficient processing power, lots of available data, and last but not least, the right set of techniques and algorithms. Now, what are those algorithms that allow us to build intelligent machines? First of all, we know it should not be an explicit procedure. For example, one that describes all the criteria to recognize a bird in a picture. Try to write such a list. You'll see how difficult it is. So on the contrary, we need to write algorithms capable of looking at thousands of bird pictures and inferring from that some implicit way to recognize a bird. It doesn't need to be explainable, as long as it works when tested on new sets of pictures. This is what we call machine learning. One popular way of writing such machine learning algorithms today was inspired by the way our brains work. It is appropriately called neural networks. To describe it in a very simple way, the algorithm takes the input data, let's say a picture, feeds it into artificial neurons that work together to recognize, for example, that there is a shama bird in the picture. Neural networks are a scalable technology. You can combine many layers of neurons in what we call deep learning algorithms, and that to achieve more complex functions. For example, to estimate arrival time for millions of Uber rides based on city traffic history, or come up with accurate sentence translation by learning from all the web pages out there that are available in multiple languages. This field of research is a promising one. We don't know if it will take us from narrow AI to general AI, but we have already reached a point where machines can interact through decent natural language processing, where they can decode human face and understand their emotion, and even write a script or a piece of music. This should help you realize that the capability of AI are vast, and not all business possibilities have been explored yet. This is why most, if not all, technology players are heavily investing in AI, with Google buying AI startup DeepMind in 2014 for $400 million US. Microsoft Ventures investing in AI startups Agolo and Bonsai, and Amazon even building their own Amazon AI entity, with Amazon Echo being their first mainstream product. And this is not a game for technology giants only. Global investments in AI went from $0.6 million in 2012 to approximately $5 billion in 2016. and is estimated to reach 12.5 billion in 2017. So more than 50% increase in only 1 year. This growth is expected to continue throughout 2020, when revenues will be close to 50 billion US dollars. More than 60% of executives in a joint MIT and BCG survey believe AI will have a large effect on businesses in the next 5 years, with industries like telecommunications and financial services probably leading the way. What does this mean for businesses? It means that if you are a business owner and you're not using AI, it is time to start experimenting. And mainly start understanding what are the potential applications for you. So how do you do that? If you remember, we have decomposed AI into 3 fundamental elements: computing power, learning algorithms, and training data. Let's look at each one separately. Computing power. Computing power is becoming more and more a commodity. So unless you are in a very specialized industry, you won't be competing there. And you are likely to use off-the-shelf computing infrastructure, potentially on a pay-per-use basis. Algorithms are everything but a commodity. They are a lively field of research, and the limitation factor here is finding the right talent to keep up with this evolution. And I would argue that it's not only about data science or machine learning talent. It's also about upskilling the whole workforce to work in an AI-enabled environment. Last but not least, the training data. It is more often than not a competitive advantage, and businesses tend to keep it proprietary. The key thing to understand here is that no algorithm can make up for missing or low quality data. Remember this very simple rule about AI: garbage in, garbage out. This also points us to one of the key challenges we face with AI. Even if we excel in all the 3 fundamental capabilities, phenomenal computing power, best-in-class talent to keep up with advances in AI algorithms, and very high-quality data. To illustrate the challenge, let me share with you this philosophical riddle. If a self-driving car has the choice between 2 courses of action, one where it will kill 1 pedestrian, and one where it will kill 5, which one should it choose? If you're like most people, you would want it to save the 5 and sacrifice the 1. Now, what if the 1 is not a pedestrian, but the car owner in the front seat? Should the car sacrifice the owner for the greater good? If you say yes, then you are coherent. But then, would you personally buy this car? If you are like most people again, you would not. And this is in case we can understand explicitly what choices the AI is making, which in most cases is unlikely. The most sophisticated AI algorithms are black boxes that learn from experience to make their choices, but no one is able to explicitly identify which input variable or which past experience led to which choice. This has serious ethical and sometimes legal implications. In 2015, for example, a study has demonstrated that AI algorithms can develop discrimination biases based on race or on gender. Let's say, for example, that you want to train an AI to help you select the best candidate for a given job description. If you base the training on the results of previous recruiting campaigns, you will likely be replicating the same biases that human recruiters might have against certain minorities. Or the algorithm might learn, for example, that female offers should be lower than males because that is still, unfortunately, the case in many companies today. Some of those dilemmas will likely be solved with improved understanding or better control of AI algorithms, but some others will need policy and regulatory changes. So, what should you take away from this lesson? The rise of AI in the business world is powered by a combination of processing speed, learning algorithms, and availability of data. You should distinguish between general and narrow AI. All AI you have seen so far is narrow AI, except maybe in the movies. AI revenue is expected to grow more than 50% per annum throughout 2020. Early adopters that are able to upskill their talent pool and enforce data governance best practices will keep a competitive edge there. Even in the short and medium term, AI raises ethical questions that still require policy and regulatory answers. Of all the trends we have discussed by now, blockchain is probably the most complex and the least understood, but potentially it is one of the most impactful. Remember that in the first module, Philip Evans has drawn a parallel between this technology and what internet was to communication in 1994, or what personal computers were to computing even before that. First of all, let us try to understand in what context blockchain technology can be useful. To avoid confusion, we will take an example that is not linked to digital money or cryptocurrencies. Imagine that you want to buy a house in the countryside. You found one advertised in a forum with a short description and nice photos posted by the owner. Would you trust what you see? Probably not. You want to make sure first that the apparent owner is really the owner. And ideally, you want to have an objective record of what happened to the house. When was it built? How big is it? Was it renovated recently? Does it fulfill certain standards and regulations and so on? Traditionally, this information would be stored in a ledger, a bookkeeping that includes all the asset history. The ledger would typically be stored centrally at a title authority, basically an intermediary that you should be able to trust and that therefore facilitates the transaction between you and the owner of the house. This intermediary authority will guarantee that you are buying the right asset from the right owner. It will also be the one that will keep records of your purchase, and you will refer to it later when you need to prove your ownership. Also, it probably takes some time to update and consult the ledger. And the title authority will charge you a fee for that. But it's the best you can get until blockchain came to play. So, how does blockchain make buying a house different? To answer this question, let us spend some time discussing what blockchain really is. Given the time limitation, we will focus on the general idea of blockchain and not go into technical implementation details like the exact role of cryptography or the consensus building rules. Simply speaking, blockchain is a ledger. A ledger built in a way that allows you to trust its information without needing an intermediary authority. In our example, it will include all records on the house you want to buy. But this digital ledger is fundamentally different from the one we described before. And there are two characteristics that make it different. Firstly, it is open. And secondly, it is distributed. What does open mean? It means that anyone can have access to it and either read from it or write new transactions into it. This fact makes it a bit problematic to maintain trust in the ledger content. So in the ledger, you need to have a protocol which accepts only the transactions that make sense. For example, you can only transfer the ownership of a house if you yourself happen to own it. To verify this transfer, every record or transaction that is written in the ledger includes a digital signature that uniquely identifies who has written it. The combination of few transactions and their signatures is what we call a block. If the transactions within the block are allowed by the ledger protocol, the block is then signed by a unique key that validates the records. When the next transaction is created, a reference to the first block is included at the start of the second block to guarantee that the sequence of transactions is respected. Then the same validation process starts again and again. Through this process, dependencies between the records are created, like in a chain. That's why we call it blockchain. If at any point in time, someone wants to change the content of a block, he needs to change its key. Then change the keys in all the following blocks. And if you make it hard enough for a key to be generated for a block using cryptography, then tampering with the ledger becomes very difficult, even impossible. So this is how an open ledger works. Now let's see how to make it distributed. First of all, the reason you want to make it distributed is precisely to get rid of the intermediary authority. If everyone has a copy of the ledger, then you don't need the intermediary to store it. By the way, it is interesting to note here how memory inefficient this will become. Instead of storing it once, you are basically duplicating the ledger in every laptop, every computer. You can think which one of the three fundamental laws we have talked about in the previous video makes this possible. In a distributed ledger, whenever someone wants to add a record, he or she would need to announce it to the full network. All copies of the ledger are then updated accordingly. In practice, though, it is not that simple. To validate a transaction, you make the network members compete to solve a difficult random mathematical problem requiring a lot of computation. For each block, the winner of the competition validates the transactions, signs the block, and adds it to the chain. In this construct, if a single person wants to insert fraudulent transactions in the blockchain, he needs to have more computing power than the rest of the network combined. This is how blockchain as a distributed open ledger got a lot of traction. Not simply because it stores information, but because it creates trust without the need of any third-party intermediation. This also explains why the natural start of blockchain was in the financial industry, a system that relies on a lot of trust in its institutions. In 2008, Satoshi Nakamoto, not his real name, wrote a paper describing a protocol to transfer digital cash between individuals without the need of a bank intermediation. You have certainly heard about it. It's called Bitcoin. Before going any further, let me kill a popular myth. Bitcoin and blockchain are not the same thing. Blockchain as a technology has many other application areas beyond creating digital currencies. We will discuss this in more detail soon. Nevertheless, Bitcoin generated a lot of interest from investors in the overall technology. An investment in blockchain startups peaked in the first quarter of 2015 at almost $300 million. The volatility of Bitcoin, however, as a cryptocurrency, and few other incidents that happened over time, brought the investment amount down over the years. But it also prompted tech entrepreneurs to build new blockchain or blockchain-based applications. Their objective was to completely disintermediate established players. To fully understand this, let's go back to our example of buying a house. What if all records of all houses in your city were in a secured, trusted, publicly available blockchain? Would you still need the title company? No. The job of the title company will probably be replaced by an app that can check the ledger in a user-friendly manner for a minimal cost per transaction, or even for free if you manage to subsidize it with a couple of advertising banners. Cutting out the middleman is not only saving users money, but it is fundamentally changing where business value can be created. Let's look at a few other examples. We have talked about Bitcoin, which is probably the most popular example of blockchain disintermediation. As you can understand by now, Bitcoin relies on 1,000 and 1,000 of computers storing and exchanging replicas of an open ledger using a specific blockchain protocol. To manage your Bitcoins in a user-friendly manner, you would have a digital wallet managing your interactions with the ledger. The app will manage to record your transactions. Alice earned 50 new Bitcoins, or Alice paid Bob 10 Bitcoins. Transferring Bitcoins from Alice to Bob is a matter of adding a transaction in the open ledger. To do the same, a typical bank will charge you 5% of the amount you are about to transfer. And the transfer will take a few days at best. For now, let's compare this to Bitcoin. Transaction will happen freely, at least for now, and it will maybe take a couple of hours to be effective. Not surprisingly, banks have started their own blockchain ventures. More than 70 banks around the world have founded the consortium R3 to develop what they call a new operating system for financial markets, and that using their own distributed ledger platform called Corda. This is a typical move from incumbents to protect their competitive advantage by adopting the technology or even by shaping it. Now, instead of storing Bitcoin transaction value, you can also store information about a diamond or a vote. You are building a totally new application that way, for tracking diamonds, for example, or for monitoring election results. Nothing less by transforming democracy. Very ambitious plans. Blockchain has also the ambition to disintermediate certain platform-based businesses in what you might think of as the next wave of digital disruption. You probably see Airbnb being described as the digital disruptor of the hotel industry. Now, imagine that instead of advertising your property on a platform that takes a cut from your rent, you publish it on an Ethereum open ledger with price tags and time windows. Ethereum is a blockchain that is built specifically to allow the creation of smart contracts. Those are little pieces of code that can execute an action on the blockchain if certain events happen. For example, pay Alice $50 if her account goes below $10. So, you publish your property on Ethereum. And if another member of the network is interested, you set up a smart contract that will pay you the agreed amount, take the deposit, then release it once the house is returned in perfect condition. All of that can be automated. No need for intermediaries. This last application, though, assumes that you have some sort of high-reach blockchain, a network that can map all individuals, their houses, maybe their bank accounts, etc. When you think about such a wide network, the problem of trust becomes non-trivial. We said that blockchain generates trust, but it generates trust only in the transactions that happen within the network. You will need another way to guarantee what we call peripheral trust, trust at the edge of the network. This can be some form of identity proof to guarantee that you are who you say you are, and that the house represented in the network has a physical presence in the real world. Let me share with you an interesting perspective Philip Evans and colleagues have described in a paper titled Thinking Outside of the Blocks. It basically draws a parallel with the theory of the firm. The bigger is the network, the more expensive it will be to guarantee trust in every single network node. And at the same time, the bigger is the network, the cheaper you hope it will be to transact. So, if you take those two costs into account, you know that the optimal size of a blockchain network might land somewhere in the middle. So, not a single blockchain that covers all use cases at once, but maybe one for each group of use cases. Of course, the specifics of the model will be defined by how blockchain adapts to a variety of unsolved questions. How can money be made from blockchain? And who will capture most of its value? More the application layer or the protocol layer? What should be the regulatory framework around blockchain? How to handle the capacity limitations of 10 to 30 transactions per second, with a typical credit card system, for example, handling 2,500 transactions per second. Those are still open questions, but few takeaways that you should keep in mind. Blockchain is a protocol to implement a distributed, open ledger that securely keeps record without the need of a trusted third party. Although blockchain is at the beginning of its journey, it has already applications in financial services, asset traceability, contract management, and many other domains. There are still multiple challenges associated with blockchain, from technology difficulties to questions about the business model and the regulatory framework. However, if blockchain makes its way, it can completely disintermediate established platform players in today's business ecosystem. We're reaching the end of the module. We have looked at many technologies, but probably the one that has a lot of uncertainties around it is blockchain. Now today, I'm happy to have with me Nicolas Arlet. Nicolas is our senior partner in BCG Paris office. He's also our expert on blockchain. Nicolas, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Aman. It's a pleasure.
So Nicolas, blockchain is one of those technologies that we hear a lot about recently. Can you tell us how can we differentiate the reality from the hype?
Reality means understanding what blockchain is. It's a very specific ledger with very specific properties. So this ledger, again, is a ledger that is distributed, chronological, cannot be violated, and cannot be amended. And those four specific points need to be understood. The hype is Bitcoin. Hype around Bitcoin and hype around the startups that raised more than 1 billion of VC money to create fuzzy things. The hype is also about people doing, or companies, doing marketing experiments willing to use blockchain as a solution without understanding what the problem is. And when a solution solves a problem, it's a wrong way of looking at it.
I love that. I think it's definitely about a problem looking for a solution. But can you give us an example of a good problem that took blockchain as a good solution for it in any industry that you would think of?
I would look at the three key use cases of blockchain: identity, asset tracking, and smart contract. In asset tracking, if you want to understand if a pork comes from the right farm, from the farm to the consumer, you could use the blockchain protocol, the decentralized ledger that will trace the fact that the pork is going to be slaughtered in this specific slaughterhouse, is going to be cut by this specific butcher, is going to be transported by this specific van where the cooling system is going to occur properly, and then is going to be sold during 3 days, no more than 3 days, in this specific shop. And this kind of traceability can be handled leveraging this distributed ledger technology.
So if I'm not a newcomer, a startup, and I'm an industrial player with a lot of legacy, a system that has been here for decades, what can I do with blockchain? Some of them, as you said, are starting to use blockchain as a marketing stunt, right? But what can an incumbent do with blockchain to really have value delivered?
So first, the incumbent needs to be educated about blockchain. It's complex. You have words like miners, you have oracles, keys, a lot of uncertainty about the protocol that is winning. So education is vital, observing and educating. Second, understanding the pain point in a value chain. What are the pain points around identity, asset tracking, and smart contract that I have in my value chain? It can be pain points within the value chain, or it can be value-added things that I could add in my value chain. And then you have to assess whether blockchain is a relevant answer. So it's a very thorough process, education, looking at the problem, and looking if blockchain is the answer to this problem. Because very often a good SQL database can be better than a blockchain protocol. And as an illustration of that, Paymian, which is one of the French players proposing Bitcoin to pay transactions, is having its client database on an SQL server. So even blockchain startups do not put everything on blockchain. And so it's very important to have this view, this thorough process at the right level in the organization to avoid to follow in this solution problem trap that I alluded earlier.
Starting from the problem, not from the solution, which is the blockchain. One of the things that we have also highlighted in the blockchain presentation is that it is not only individual players influencing the faith of blockchain. There's an ecosystem around it that has states, regulators, and people from different industries advocating or opposing certain evolution. If we look at the broader ecosystem beyond the startups and the individual companies, what do you think regulators or other state players should do to either promote blockchain or help use it in the right way?
Regulators should do as corporate. They should get educated about it in order to anticipate the trend that is progressing. This technology can be either nothing or an evolution or a revolution. And the point is, we don't know, but over the years, we are quite confident that it's between evolution and revolution. So that's point one. So if it's an evolution and a revolution, regulators need to be educated. Second, they need to look at what some states are doing. Estonia is very advanced. Dubai has a very strong ambition. Singapore is favoring it. Some states in the US allow blockchain protocol for smart contract and legalized smart contracts on blockchain. The Chicago Mercantile Exchange is going to provide liquidity on Bitcoin. So things are moving, and some regulators are advancing more than others, and some states have blockchain ambitions. Australia, Singapore, Poland, beyond Estonia, are fairly ambitious about it. So regulators in some countries have understood that they need to embrace the understanding and the way they are going to regulate. And in some geographies, mainly in Europe, some players hesitate to move there because if they move there, they are not sure that they can reverse back and exit blockchain if they make a move to put their ledger, that is usually centralized, into a decentralized ledger. So this debate is very important. And this debate for notably the banking industry is very critical. It already occurred in some geographies, it needs to occur. And I know that the EU is thinking about it. I know that the UK regulator is thinking about it. The French regulator made some tests. So it's moving. And regulators are really contemplating blockchain, mainly with the banking point of view. And regulators now need to shift outside banking because what is occurring outside banking is starting to be greater.
Yes, and I love the fact that you highlighted we need to live with that uncertainty and we need to work within that uncertainty framework, starting with the education part. And hopefully you guys have checked this first element of education with our video and our conversation with you, Nicolas. Thanks a lot for helping us here.
Thank you.
In the previous videos, my colleagues and I have presented 7 major digital trends. Some of those trends are pretty mature already, and companies are exploring their value, like big data, for example. Others, like AI or blockchain, are still at the beginning of their journey. We will see over the next few years how they will unfold. Perhaps you are also missing a digital trend from our list. Obviously, the list is not exhaustive. We have picked the trends that are most relevant and impactful for the business environment. If you want to draw a list of all digital trends, it is much longer and will probably grow even longer over the next few years. While we have been discussing definition, business impact, and challenges of trends individually in the previous video, we now want to take a broader view at how they combine and supplement each other. Let us look at some applications that draw a lot of attention recently. Example 1, autonomous driving. One thing that you have probably heard a lot about is the self-driving car. It is a great example of a combination of multiple capabilities. Big data and advanced analytics, Internet of Things, shift to the cloud, and artificial intelligence. While design details varies, most self-driving systems create and maintain an internal map of their surrounding based on a wide array of sensors. Uber's self-driving prototype used 64 laser beams along with other sensors to construct their internal map. Google's prototype have, at various stages, used laser, radar, high-powered camera, and even sonar. Software then processes those input, plots a path, and sends instruction to the vehicle's actuator, which controls acceleration, braking, and steering. After having watched our video on Internet of Things, you can easily tell that the characteristic that I have just talked about fulfills the definition of Internet of Things. The system is aware, autonomous, and actionable. Cloud services often enable communication between the car and other cars or next-generation traffic lights. Those traffic rules are mostly hard-coded, but narrow AI is what allows predictive modeling and smart object discrimination. That means knowing the difference between a bicycle and a motorcycle. While most humans only need a few driving lessons until they can drive well enough, an autonomous car needs thousands of hours and millions of data points to learn it, which is enabled by big data. You can see autonomous driving is a combination of multiple digital trends, and with this, it will most likely transform not only the way we use cars, but also the way we think about transportation and logistics more broadly. You probably realize that we haven't talked much about drones. Whereas drones by themselves are not fundamentally relying on a single piece of digital technologies, they can be an amazing vehicle to many of the trends we have mentioned. Drone Grid, for example, is a company that uses drones to access accurate aerial information. This information on construction site, agriculture, or commercial solar sites can transform how maintenance operations are planned. The drones are equipped with high-resolution cameras and include intelligent software. They are programmed to fly autonomously over, for example, a large field of solar cells. The drones take pictures that can then be processed in batches to predict where anomalies have been spotted and help direct corrective actions.
Virtual and augmented reality. Those are other examples of technology combinations. Sensing capabilities, big data, and strong processing power are needed. It was long considered relevant for consumer entertainment mainly. However, the mainstream shift toward AR has enabled new business applications in logistics, in maintenance, and product design. DHL, for example, has improved warehouse operations through an AR system. Their pick and staff uses wearable AR devices that offer digital navigation to figure out the right route and pick the right items more efficiently. This is saving time and reducing the number of picking errors by 40%. And you can imagine expanding this to maintenance of industrial equipment, as an example, getting a non-trade operator to follow a step-by-step AR guide. He sees where to go, he sees which parts are missing, he sees how to assemble spares together, and he just needs to follow the step-by-step. Industry 4.0 is another trend. You have probably heard about it a lot. It is also referred to as the fourth industrial revolution. It is the perfect example of how all trends that we have discussed are linked together. When you bring them all together, it gives you a surprising picture of what a state-of-the-art production factory should look like. A fully integrated, automated, and optimized system. Well, rather than describe it, we will take you on a tour in BCG's Innovation Center for Operation, a model factory that we have opened in Paris in 2016. Other pilots that we have run in Germany and in China have shown a 5 to 8% productivity improvement versus traditional factories.
Obviously, not all trends are equally important for every industry or companies. Netflix is likely not going to be massively impacted by advances in additive manufacturing, for example. But it might be impacted by AI or even blockchain as a way to trade digital products. Any given company needs to pick and combine the trends that are relevant for it, with two caveats that we should remember. 1. Watch out for second-order spillover effect from adjacent industry. What does that mean? For example, it is obvious that autonomous cars are relevant for the automotive industry, and for software or tech startup that experiment with AI like Uber and Google. However, intelligent self-driving vehicle can also change how we run operations in more traditional industry like construction or mining. 2, think of those trends as not only as threats, but also as opportunity to grow your core or explore new growth options, even if you are an incumbent. Originally, the shift to the cloud for Amazon was about their own infrastructure and operations. It then led to the launch of Amazon Web Services in 2006, which is now a $12 billion business.
What are the takeaways I want you to keep in mind? The list of digital trends is long, and many of the technologies that we know are combinations of multiple smaller fundamental building blocks. Autonomous driving or augmented reality or Industry 4.0 are good examples of applications that came from combining multiple technologies to deliver business value add. Not all trends are created equal. They're not all the same for all industries and companies. Explore your own options and be aware of second-order spillover effects, especially from adjacencies. We have promised you a visit to our ICO in Paris, and here we are. I am with Régis Pajon, who is our site director, and he will take us through this fascinating experience here. So, Régis, thanks for having us.
You're welcome.
What is an ICO?
So an ICO is a real factory with real production invested by the BCG and created by the BCG to show to our clients, to our industrials, how the new technology could be a lever to improve the performance of the production.
Okay, very clear. We have looked at different technologies in our course videos, and I'm looking forward to seeing how those technologies work in the real world.
Yeah, so this is the goal, in fact, of the ICO, is to show the technology in action during real production. So I will just explain you on this first station, that is in fact the quality inspection station. So we have implemented 3 main technologies. So the first one is the MES. In fact, this is the manufacturing execution system that will do the link between the order of the clients and the production. For the scheduling, for example, also you will see to guide the operator on each operation they have to do. Okay, so you could see the tablet. And the operator will open an order of production, and you will see display on the screen also that you could have many information concerning the product we have to insert in the line with some indication about the serial number, the different variances, for example, the due date, the tag time, and so on, and an information concerning the operation he has to do with 3D models, with video, text, anything you want, in fact, to explain to the operator what he has to do. So after the MES, in fact, we'll send directly to the augmented reality the right checklist according to the product we have at the station. Okay, so I will just change to show you the augmented reality. So,
and that can adapt to both the scooter, because I know that's what we're seeing right now, the scooter production, but also to other products.
Yeah, sure. In fact, the goal is to guide the operator to save time in training first, and also to manage the diversity, because the operator is limited by his memory. And now the memory is in the systems. So it allows you to manage more and more variances without having to retrain the new operator or retrain the operator in case of introduction of a new product, for example. So you will manage more and more diversity.
Okay.
Okay. So with the augmented reality, you can see the real chassis. Okay. And you can see the 3D model of the part we have to check. So the use case that is presented here is a check by vision or by touching, but it could also mix with other devices to make the check being automatically done by complex devices as a 3D camera for the measurement if you want, or anything else. But first, for the operator, it's just to select the part, okay, check if the part is okay, and fill the form. If the part is missing, you will see the 3D model that will change the color, or perhaps this part is not confirmed, or this part is confirmed, and do the same for the second part, and so on and so on and so on.
Okay, so augmented reality basically guides the operator really step by step on what he needs to do. So he looks, he validates, and that all flows back into a data aggregation system that then gives you the status of your scooter.
Yeah, exactly. The goal, in fact, once again, is to guide the operator and avoid the mistakes that can be done by the operator, because we are paperless. So the operator searching in papers, in files that are perhaps not updated, or in files that he has to, in fact, to find the right procedure, so to recognize the right product, find the right procedure, and could do mistake. So this is the system that will guide to avoid all the mistakes and save times.
Okay, excellent. And then where does the scooter go from here?
So the scooter, in fact, before the transfer, we will use a third technology, connected also with the augmented reality and the MES, and we are using, in fact, the RFID. So the radio frequency, through this antenna, we will write in this memory the characteristic of the scooter in order to be read at each station. And once again, when at the first station we will read this information, we will be able to display on the tablet the right work instruction according to the product we have at this station. So once again, no papers, okay, and no possibility for the operators to do mistakes.
So that's an element of Internet of Things where you have every element in the factory here has an identifier that knows if that's a scooter or a drying machine.
Exactly. So it could be a scooter, it could be a drying machine, but you could also have all the options, all the variances. For the same scooters, you could have different variances with mirrors, no mirrors, colors different, part difference, design, what you want. And all is written in this tag.
Okay.
So once the control is okay and we have written all the characteristics in this memory, we will transfer the chassis directly on this automated guided vehicle. It is autonomous and allows to remove the non-added value to move one part from one station to another with a forklift driver, for example, and so on. So this kind of robot is very autonomous and is flexible for you to change the different flows of production if you want with a very easy programming.
Okay, so let's go to the next station then.
Let's go. So now I would love to show you the first station where we will assemble the wheel of the scooter. So the weight of the wheel is 15 kilograms, so it's quite difficult for the operator to lift this kind of load all the day. So we have decided to implement a collaborative robot. So a collaborative robot is in fact a classical one, but equipped with different sensors that will detect the contact with an obstacle or with the operator and stop immediately the motion. So it allows you to work very closely in a collaborative mode with the operator and the robot. So first, during the introduction of the chassis, the robot will automatically pick a wheel and approach the wheel close to the chassis, and the operator will take manually the robot and adjust the position.
Okay.
Okay.
So the first part is completely autonomous, and then the operator is coming here only to adjust the last final details.
Yes, exactly. So what is very interesting with the collaborative robot in general is that due to this functionality to stop the motion in case of contact, you will be able to place a robot without having to implement fencing and safety cell. So it allows you to implement those kind of robots on an existing plant without having to redesign the plant, and also to work together with the operator.
And again, you told me that this is a programmable robot, so you can program it to take the wheel, but you can also program it to work with a dryer machine rather than a scooter.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, you can see at the first station we have the scooter, and the robot will help the operator to assemble the wheel. But at the second station, if we have a tumble dryer, the robot will take the sides of the tumble dryers because the robot is connected to the PLC and connected to the MES and will receive the order of production. So
Okay.
it knows exactly what is the kind of product we have at this station. So what is also very interesting is that with the collaborative robot, not only this one, but all the other models also, the interface are very user-friendly, and you don't have to be an expert in robotics to program them. So you just have to move the robot and press the button to teach the position, move the robot again in the second position, and so on and so on, and the robot will repeat the motion. So the operator can do the program by himself.
Okay, I like it a lot. And I like this idea of how training is also transformed with different technologies, right? And I want to take us to the next station where training operators becomes also much faster than how we usually used to do it in plants.
Yes.
Shall we go there?
Yeah. So now I will show you a sub-assembly station. So, because we have to train our operators, we need to have a tool to guide them once again. And we will show you how this new technology could help to train the operator. So you will have all the work instruction directly projected in the table. That is not touch sensitive, but the system will recognize my finger and allows me to change the step.
Okay.
Okay? So you could have some hints with different lights that show you where to place the part, how pick the parts directly with the lights, with the pick two lights, and place the part at this position. So you can click next. So you have a control on this part about the electronic components. Click next, see the arrow to place the part. Okay, next. You could do an inspection just by pressing the foot pedal. We will take a picture, and if the assemble is okay, I could go to the next step. If the assemble is not okay, I will be blocked in this step, in fact. Okay? So this is the way you have to train your operators and save time for the training, because you will just train the operator to use the technology. Your trainer will not stay with the group of trainees all the day. The trainer will train how to use the technology and go to another group, for example.
Yeah. Okay. And I liked when you told me that this is not really augmented reality, it's projected reality.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Because we will not add a virtual element on the real view. This is quite different.
Yes. And Régis, there is one last thing that I would like to show here in the ICO, which is additive manufacturing.
Yeah.
We have talked about it in the course, and I'd love to see what you're doing with it in here.
Okay, let's go. So now we will see the additive manufacturing. In fact, this is the 3D printing. The first use is, in fact, the fast prototyping. You could also, it allows you to make different designs that are not possible to do with the classical machine, for example, or to create spare parts for the tools or for the product and so on. So you have a multiple, in fact, usage.
So the idea here is that we're having the scooter, but we're not going to build all the spare parts with the scooter when it's first manufactured.
Yeah.
We're going to build them once they are needed.
Yeah, sure. You can produce on demand.
Fantastic. I love it. So Régis, thanks a lot for having us in here in our Paris ICO, and I'm looking forward to coming back for a longer, more extensive visit.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. So I hope you guys have enjoyed the ICO visit. I'm now with Mundir Rashidi. Mundir is our leader for the ICO project. So Mundir, maybe let me ask with a simple question. Why do we need an ICO?
ICO is at the core of something very important happening in the world, which is the fourth industrial revolution. And it's not science fiction, it's happening today. Why is it a revolution? Because it's bringing huge impact for companies. Impacts in productivity and cost, of levels of 15 to 20% reduction, which is huge, and it's changing a lot the competitiveness shape. But also something very important, these technologies are bringing new ways of doing production because it can help to do flexibility. We can manage in the same operations, with the same operations, much more complexity than before. So we had also to change our way of doing, because this revolution, it's bringing a lot of impact, but it's complex. It's complex why? Because the revolution is not one single technology. It's not augmented reality or 3D printing or big data and analytics. It's the link of these technologies. So it's very complex. And it's also new jobs. Data scientists, cybersecurity experts, robot managers. So how you do when you are in industrial? You need to test, you need to train, you need to learn, and you need to be inspired and to want to do it, to have your teams willing to do it. ICO, this is the target of the ICO. This is why we wanted to change our way of doing consultancy by having new ways of doing slides, and our new way of doing slides is production lines, where we implement these technologies, we see what is the impact, we test them, we see what are the hurdles, what are the conditions for success, and what is the impact on people, because more than ever, people are at the core of this revolution.
And if I think about it in a context of an industrial that has a legacy plan, that has been using a set of technologies in the last 30, 40, 50 years, where do I start that change? Where should I start implementing some of those technologies?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's a very important one. Indeed, first, this revolution, it's a revolution because it's happening. These technologies can be implemented in existing operations. It's not necessarily new. And this is why it's revolution. It's like the previous revolutions. When we introduced electricity or computers, we introduced them on existing operations. We didn't need new ones. Of course, you can have new plants or new oil rigs or construction fields, but also it's in existing one. It's the same for this revolution. So where to start? It's like any revolution, I would say. You need to start from the basics, from where is the improvements. And there are two types of improvements. First, when you're in an industrial company, you have usually a lot of pain points that you don't solve, that your teams are struggling with. Now, you need to prioritize or reprioritize those pain points, and the technologies might be able to help you to help your teams to execute faster. So this is the first thing, is solving the pain points. The second thing, you might have as an industrial areas where the performance is stagnating since many years. Also, you need to wonder if these technologies can open new frontiers to you in an easy way. And this is how to start. And perhaps there is a third one, not to be neglected. These technologies can help you simplify your daily life, your administrative tasks, all the non-value add that are disturbing your teams in the industrial world, that are preventing them from doing problem solving and continuous improvement.
And I know that you have worked with so many clients, visitors of the ICO. When you see what's their journey, where they are starting right now, and when you see their ambition, what do you think is the hardest thing to do? You mentioned talent, you mentioned analytics, you mentioned changing the way you think about technology, combine it. What is the hardest thing?
It's again like for the previous revolutions. The blocking point is often people. People are the opportunity, but people are also a bit sometimes the blocking point. And they're the blocking points often with the mindset, because sometimes people think that these technologies, they don't know them that much, or there might be sometimes in some cases, or some countries might be a bit afraid from these technologies. So the first thing is not to be afraid. You need to test. Don't be afraid. It's like in the past. We were all afraid with electricity, with engines, with computers. But is there any operations that is surviving today that doesn't have electricity or that doesn't have computers? No. Did the world progress after these revolutions? Of course. The world, never than before, more educated people, people living better. This technology will help to improve these things. But of course, something very important, people need to be a bit open-minded and to test these things. One important thing to make this work well is that the top management need to consider this as a strategic move And this industrial 4.0 revolution is not something only for geeks or for technology people. This is something impacting, again, the shape of competitiveness. Therefore, it needs to be integrated in the strategies of the companies, and this is why it's a CEO topic.
So Mundir, I loved how you linked it all back to the human element, to the CEO, to the last employee being aligned to what needs to be done, and daring to change things and try new ways of doing it. In our next module, we're actually going to talk about that, how a company should organize at all levels to get started. Thanks a lot for having us for the ICO, and thanks for that great
Welcome,
talk.
with pleasure.
This is already the end of this module. I hope you have enjoyed our discussion on digital trends. I know the variety we have put in this module can be overwhelming. So let me recap the key insight you should keep in mind. First of all the digital technologies we have discussed exhibit an exponential growth trend. This should remind you of a notion we have introduced in Module 1. Things are moving faster than we can intuitively comprehend. So hopefully you have now a good appreciation of where we are today and at what speed we are heading into the future. All the trends we have selected either already have or are projected to have high business impact. Whether it is in the short term with big data, for example, in the medium term with most application of Internet of Things, or even those that are associated with some question marks and will need a longer time to materialize, like general AI or blockchain. Companies can create value from combining multiple digital trends into application, like the self-driving car and autonomous next-generation factories. But getting there is hard. Each trend comes with challenges, trade-offs that needs to be uncovered and managed. In the next final module, we will take a different perspective and discuss how companies can tackle those trends and unfold the company's full digital potential. We will introduce a way to initiate and execute a successful digital transformation. I hope you have enjoyed this module. See you in Module 4. Welcome to Module 4, the last but probably most important module of this digital transformation course that BCG and Darden School of Business have jointly developed. In the first module, you have learned about 3 fundamental exponential trends and how those have driven the evolution of technology and therefore have influenced our world. In Module 2, Mike has discussed the underlying economics of a digital transformation. And in the third module, we have introduced a set of digital trends that have a strong impact on businesses today and in the future. As already announced earlier, in this, the fourth module, we'll talk about the how. How companies can tackle the challenges of a digital transformation. We'll start by sharing a comprehensive framework to see all the building blocks businesses should tackle in such a high-stakes program. Then Aman, Sonia, and I will walk you through each building blocks of the framework. These videos are enriched by a set of different expert interviews and application examples. Here's the framework first. It starts with something that should define a company's overall approach, not just towards digital, but to where and how it should operate to maximize value creation. It's strategy. We will discuss how business strategy as a discipline was deeply transformed by, among other things, the recent technology evolution. We will then outline a practical approach for companies to define their strategies depending on the business environment they're operating in. The second layer of our framework has a fundamental duality that companies need to manage under the broader umbrella of a digital transformation. Digitizing the core on one side, creating new digital growth on the other. We'll give you a comprehensive guide to how digitization effort should be carried out, not as process automation, but a more end-to-end customer experience design. After looking at the company's core, we will take a look further out to what defines a company's future value creation. Its growth. How can a company find those new adjacencies? And how should it manage the resource allocation tension with the core business? Lastly, we'll look at the enablers, and there are 4 of them. First, people and organization. This is not only about structure, it's about culture, governance, and adopting the way of working. What should it be in the digital age? And how can it be scaled to a full company? Another prerequisite that we have touched upon in the previous module is data and analytics. Despite big data and advanced analytics being commonly used terms in business, they still trigger misconception in many managers' mind. We will go through the most common ones and help you see how it works with the practical examples from the transportation industry. The third enabler is technology, the backbone of the transformation. We will, of course, talk about how the tech function can be digital ready, but we will also address the common tension, the legacy system that any incumbent business will face at some point. Are you already beginning to wonder how can a company manage all those building blocks by itself? Well, it doesn't need to. That's why there's a 4th enabler, the ecosystem. So the question becomes, who in the company's ecosystem can help? And how to build the right partnership framework. Sounds exciting? Let's get started. In the 4th module, we'll focus on BCG's framework for digital transformation program. To do that, we have the pleasure of having Tom Reichert here with us. Tom is our senior partner from the New York office. He is our global practice area chair, and he also heads up our global digital and analytics agenda. In his role, Tom, together with his team, have created the digital transformation framework, where it consists of a few key building blocks for company to be successful in digital transformation. Tom, very happy to have you here with us today.
Thank you, Ching Fong.
Maybe to start off our conversation, can you please describe the key building blocks in our digital transformation framework?
The framework has 4 major components. The first component asks how digital is changing the business strategy of companies. It looks at major trends in digital and analytics technologies and how these trends allow companies to fundamentally change the strategic direction and the business model that is supporting this direction. The second component looks at how companies digitize the core. All steps of the value chain, from the customer interface through the supply chain and to the shared functions. The third component looks at opportunities companies have for new growth. It asks where companies have assets that could be taken out of the company and commercialized broader across the industries. And the fourth component looks at all the components that companies have to put in place to be successful in digital transformations. All the way from recruiting, training, ways of working, to underlying technology, data and analytics capabilities, and how companies will engage in a more open architecture world with other participants in the industry.
Well, it sounds like a very comprehensive framework. So maybe let us take it through layer by layer. Starting with the strategic layer, how do you think the company needs to think about strategy in this digital world versus previously?
We believe that companies have to think in an integrated way. There is a business strategy, but there's not really a digital strategy for most companies in the future anymore. It will all become one. So therefore, we are most interested in identifying the key trends on the digital side. And what I mean by that is, how can information, for example, change the way companies interact with their customers? How can automation change the way supply chains operate? How can more digital products be created? And then to translate how these trends enable a more comprehensive evolution of the strategy of the company, which then will have to translate into the overall operating model.
Okay, so once they have figured out the strategy, it's time now to make something happen. And you have highlighted there are two paths they can do. One is digitizing the core. The other one is seeking new growth opportunity. How does one company balance between the two?
We find that companies very often have opportunities in both components. They certainly have many opportunities in digitizing the core, and they usually have very interesting assets that allow plays on new digital growth. At the end of the day, the choice between these two components depends on two questions. The first one is, what value creation can be achieved in each component? And the second question is, how many operational, organizational, people capabilities do you have in place to pursue a broader portfolio of initiatives?
I see. Then when it comes to actually doing it successfully, I would imagine the company need the enablers that you talk about, right? Ranging from people and organization, the ways of working, data analysis, and ecosystem. It sounds like a lot of items for a company to juggle, right? What are the typical challenges companies will face in creating all these enablers? And what are some of the ways that they can do to overcome such challenges?
It is a comprehensive perspective, as you say, Ching Fong, but that is what is needed to fundamentally transform companies in the digital age. In terms of importance, they all have their place. We find that many companies are thinking a lot about the people challenges in that time. We know that we are recruiting for different talent. You will need some more technical skills. You will need some skills of people who work in a more agile way. We know we need people, for example, in marketing departments that understand digital marketing versus traditional marketing. So the components around the people agenda, how the workforce changes, how the ways of work is changing, is a very critical part of the agenda. Equally, many companies will have to transform their underlying technology environment, and that relates to the middle two boxes. Firstly, in order to be able to allow for more real-time interactions between customer interaction points and very often product systems. And secondly, new data architectures have to be built. Data lakes, real-time progressing of information across the technology environment has to be done. And then the block that you see in the ecosystems is becoming a more and more important space. We do not believe that companies no matter how capable they have been in the past, have all the assets to play in the new world. It is often a faster, more effective, more creative way to interact with other players in the ecosystem and to bundle, partner, or even acquire different assets to create the business model for the future.
Okay. So now let's bring this comprehensive framework to life. From your experience, how does one company apply this framework to start their journey on digital transformation? How long does it take? What are typically the first few steps they have to do to undertake the digital transformation?
We find that companies come at this in different ways. But let me highlight 3 paths that I think are very promising. Some companies work their way throughout the framework in the way we've just walked through it. They start with a strategic look at the future of their business model. They very often do that either in executive committee strategy sessions, in board sessions, or in more open environment with other partners, be that academic environments or consultants or investment bankers. And then out of that agenda, they create a portfolio of opportunities, work their way through the execution, and deal with the enabling questions in the lower part of the framework to support the execution of that program. Another path that we have seen is that companies start with a very customer-centric view. They say the customer is really at the heart of our value delivery framework, and we want to create experiences from customers backwards throughout the organization that are seamless and very powerful. This is the approach that is very often called a customer journey-led approach. Companies create anywhere between 20 and 40 customer journeys, start with the customer experience and work all the way through everything that is required to adapt those customer journeys in the digital age. Be that on a sale of a product, be that on a servicing interaction, you name it. The third path that we see is a more bottom-up approach. Companies gain advantage, have very good initiatives in individual parts of their business. And as they learn, they expand those initiatives further. For example, they start working in an agile way in one business unit. And as that matures, they're rolling their agile activities across the organization. They do digital marketing in one part of the organization, and then, very similarly, take it further across the full company.
Well, great, Tom. It seems like there are many paths towards this whole digital transformation framework, but what is clear is for companies to be successfully transform themselves to be digital, they need to touch on almost all of the elements of the framework.
That is correct, Ching Fong. All companies will have to at least look at all components of the framework and answer themselves what will be required for a winning position to sustain and evolve our competitive advantage, and therefore what is our journey and our trajectory throughout the changes that digital provides.
Great, Tom. Thank you very much for the insightful sharing and also for the very comprehensive digital transformation framework. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Ching Fong.
Yeah.
Technology has definitely changed business strategy. We have seen in Module 1 how digital technology has completely deconstructed the business architecture of many industries. Mike has also described in Module 2 how it has enabled newcomers to disrupt established market leaders. And you can certainly infer from the previous module, Module 3, that this trend is likely to continue for a while. As a consequence, many businesses find it harder and harder to build their strategy in such new environments. The traditional sources of competitive advantage are becoming fragile. For example, what we call positional advantage, the advantage that you have by being the share leader of your market, is not sustainable anymore. Today, only 7% of companies that are market share leaders are also profit share leaders, down from 25% in the 1960s. This raises a legitimate question about what does it mean to do strategy in the digital age. Some business leaders have at some point even suggested that strategy is dead. Let me be clear first. Strategy is not dead. It was not dead when Netflix made the decision to reallocate resources to a nascent distribution channel in the early 2000s. And it is definitely not dead today when taxi companies are attempting to shift their business model under the pressure of Uber, Lyft, or Grab. What is dead, however, is the one-size-fits-all approach to strategy, if that was ever useful. So, what is the right approach to strategy in a world of digital disruption? My colleague Martin Reeves and his team have done extensive research to characterize different approaches to strategy in their book, Your Strategy Needs a Strategy. Let's start by looking at the classical approach first, the one many of us have learned in business school. This is where the strategist would start by analyzing his business environment, his starting and target position, the gap between the two. Then he would plan how to bridge that gap with a sequence of programs, initiatives, actions. Next, he would go into execution mode, reallocating resources and controlling the outcomes versus competition. In reality, this approach works in business environments that are satisfying two conditions. They are highly predictable and non-malleable. Predictability means that by having enough understanding of the different market variables, you can know with certainty how the market will evolve in the future. This is why planning makes sense. The lack of malleability, on the other hand, means that you can only influence your own business trajectory, not other players, definitely not your competitors against whom you are racing. Although markets satisfying those two conditions are becoming rare, they do exist. The candy industry is an example. For decades, players like Mars have emphasized planning and efficiency in a very stable and predictable environment. Unfortunately, I see many business or government leaders still thinking their strategy through the classical lens, independently from the environment. Why is that? Partly because sometimes leaders fail to fully grasp the level of uncertainty in their industries. This is especially true when technology-led disruptions are in play. You remember from Module 1 how we tend to always underestimate the exponential progress and think of it as linear and slow. This is the same phenomenon. The reality today is that fewer environments remain purely classical. So we need to expand what Martin and his colleagues call our strategy palette. The strategy palette describes the other approaches to strategy beyond classical in environments that are unpredictable or malleable or both. Let's take a market where unpredictability becomes high, but still with a low level of malleability. Here, long-term planning doesn't work anymore, and strategists need to have a more adaptive approach, an approach with constant goal refinement, much shorter iteration cycles based on experimentation. Basically, a trial and error approach. When a new idea, new product, new business model doesn't work, stop it quickly. When it does, scale it up and then go to the next idea. Telenor, a Norwegian telco, as an example, funds innovations through a similar logic before integrating them back to the broader business. The company closely manages its experimentation engine with measures such as cost for experimentation, time to market, percentage of sales coming from new products, etc. This is how you should act when technological evolutions are not predictable. You experiment with different variations, select the useful one, scale it up, and repeat. On the opposite side, in environments that are predictable and malleable, a different approach is needed. These are often markets at early stages of their maturity, where existing value proposition is weak, where you have very little competition and limited regulation. In this malleable environment, a single firm can change the status quo by bringing a bold vision at the right moment, and as a result, create the future with some degree of predictability. This is what we call a visionary strategy. A visionary strategy takes effort, resources, and a lot of persistence. Effort first, to see what others have missed, an unmet customer need that nobody has addressed, or the opportunity to disrupt an existing process with new technology. Then it takes resources to build those products or services. As the vision is, by definition, starting in the early stages of the adoption cycle, you will need to fund the business for some time before it reaches the economically viable stage. Lastly, it needs persistence, waiting for the inflection point. UPS, the package delivery company, for example, anticipated already in 1994 a change in their industry towards e-commerce parcel delivery, and spotted the opportunity of becoming the enabler for global e-commerce. They needed to be persistent, and for quite some time, they invested $1 billion per year in the required IT system until their persistence finally paid off. In 2000, UPS had 60% market share of the total US e-commerce shipping market. We are left with a fourth type of environment, both unpredictable and malleable. With the evolution of digital technology, we will probably see more of those. Think blockchain for money transfer, for example, or artificial intelligence for managing customer interactions. The difference with the visionary environment is that a single player won't be able to control all the environment and steer it predictably. This is where companies need a shaping strategy. A strategy where they work with a whole ecosystem of suppliers, customers, competitors, policymakers to gradually build the end vision. This is what Apple did with its iPhone ecosystem, or Google with its Android equivalent. We have also described in Module 3 the challenges facing blockchain or AI startups. Those are typically challenges that they should tackle by engaging their ecosystem, orchestrating it to sustain their competitive advantage, and evolving their role depending on how the ecosystem as a whole reacts. Let me give you a non-digital example of how this could look like. Novo Nordisk, a pharmaceutical company, entered China in the early 1990s, when diabetes awareness and prevalence were low. However, with more than 80 million Chinese expected to suffer from the chronic disease by 2025, Novo saw an unexploited opportunity to shape the industry. Novo's shaping strategy began with establishing partnerships with the Chinese Ministry of Health and the World Diabetes Foundation, and investing heavily in physicians' education about the diabetes threat and potential treatments. By 2010, there was a strong community of physicians and patients who saw Novo's commitment over the years. Novo ended up with about 60% of the diabetes healthcare market in China. In addition to those four approaches to strategy, there is a fifth and last one, the renewal strategy. It is needed in harsh environments when a company suffers from severe underperformance in growth, margin, or free cash flow, in a way that even threatens its survival. This is typically what incumbents will go through in a digital disruption like what Mike has described in Module 2. This is Nokia versus Apple a few years ago, or the taxi companies versus Uber in many cities today. Here, a renewal strategy requires the company to proceed in two steps: conserve resources to ensure its survival, and then choose a new approach to rejuvenate growth. This can sometimes mean abandoning the core business and going to somewhere less crowded. So, one approach does not fit all. A company needs to carefully monitor its business environment and choose the right approach to craft its strategy. To be accurate, it needs to choose the right combination of approaches. Because any given company is likely to operate in different environments with different business lines, geographies, products. For example, if I am using the stack terminology from Module 1, a company can run a legacy infrastructure business in the classical environment, together with an asset-light platform business in the shaping or visionary environment. This is also dramatically changing over time. A legacy infrastructure business can be shaken by a substitution technology, like what banks face with blockchain today. This can create uncertainty on customer response, on transaction risk, on regulation. So instead of a classical strategy, you need to switch to an adaptive, maybe even a shaping strategy. The role of a business leader is to recognize which combination of environments he is operating in and orchestrate different approaches simultaneously. We refer to this ability as strategic ambidexterity. This is, of course, not an easy thing to achieve, especially in large-scale organizations. But we will discuss later in one of the videos how this links to exploration versus exploitation dilemma that Mike has introduced in Module 2. But let me first summarize the most important takeaways from this video. The classical linear approach to strategy, although still relevant in some cases, is not sufficient anymore to guarantee a sustainable competitive advantage. Businesses need to adopt new approaches depending on the level of uncertainty or malleability of their environments, adaptive, visionary, shaping, or renewal strategies. Business leaders need to permanently choose the combination of approaches their businesses need and run them simultaneously.
A few months ago, I flew to attend a client meeting in New Delhi. I must say, it was an interesting experience. When I purchased my ticket online, it took me quite a while to enter all the required information. My contact details, my passport information, my credit card details, all re-entered for multiple times. I finally got my ticket, but I couldn't believe that I actually have to print it out and take the hard copy with me. At the airport, I saw at the departure board that my plane was delayed. So I tried to find out if I will still reach my connection. Nobody knew. So I ended up standing in line at one of the counters to ask. The assistant told me that there will not be a problem to reach the connection since the other plane is also delayed. Finally, I took my flight. After landing, I asked the flight assistant how I can reach my connecting flight, only to learn that my other plane has already left the airport without me. I ended up missing my connecting flight and the important meeting I was supposed to go to. I don't know about you, but I get unhappy if a product or a service isn't working the way I expect it to work. I sense that my level of tolerance to bumpy customer experience has decreased. Why is this? Because we are accustomed to seamless interaction with digital innovation, the Amazon, Netflix, Ubers of the world. We expect everything to work smoothly, integrated, and intuitively as switching to a new iPhone. What does that mean for companies? When I talk to some of my clients about what they do in terms of digitization, I sometimes get answers like, we're making all processes paperless, or we have a whole department for digitization. The first thing I ask them is, why? Digitization needs to fulfill a business purpose, not because it's fashionable. This purpose can be efficiency, getting to the operational excellence. The current economic environment in many parts of the world puts more and more pressures on companies to become leaner. And digitization can help with that. However, I would argue that this must go hand in hand with enhancing customer experience. In fact, a study from the MIT Sloan School of Management found that companies that increases both digital operational excellence and customer experience outperform industry average net margin by up to 16 percentage points. The study also shows that enhancing customer experience alone doesn't get you to the industry average profitability. But focusing on operational excellence doesn't make you an industry overperformer neither. It is doing the two together. However, only 25% of companies manage to excel in both dimensions. It is hard, but rewarding. This is why it's critical to have an end-to-end approach to digitization, one that isn't limited to automating existing processes, but completely rethinking how value is delivered to the end user. To help you see the difference clearly, let me give you an example from the last century. In the early days of car adoption, drivers used to use their hands to indicate that they're about to turn left or turn right. This was the ancestor of the turn light. But before getting where we are now, the first step was a pure automation of the human gesture. Cars have mechanical arms in the back, one on the left and one on the right. And they move to indicate where the drivers intend to go. So, when a business wants to digitize its subscription process, for example, the elegant solution is not to put that form on an iPad to go paperless. It should rethink the whole process from the lens of what today's customer expect. To achieve this, I invite my clients to shift their mindset from thinking about a process to thinking about a customer journey. What is customer journey? It is the step-by-step experience a customer goes through to use a service or product. It can go from the first inquiry to the after-sales service. And it is not just about one journey. Every business would typically manage dozens of different customer journeys through different channels for different products and services. For a bank, for example, there's one customer journey for opening a deposit account, one for applying a loan, and another one for transferring money. And there is a different set of journeys if you do all those as a business owner versus individual consumer. Throughout the journey, the customer is at the center of the universe. And whatever change or automation, you want to make sure the processes should be triggered and assessed from the lens of that consumer. Let's go back to my flight and see what I would have loved it to look like. When I searched for the tickets online, I could already select different options. Not only which flight and connection I want to take, but also meals, carry-on luggage options. my payment details were already pre-filled from my last purchase instead of filling them every time again. And with just one click, I bought the ticket and downloaded it to my iPhone wallet instead of printing it out. Also, my Outlook calendar was updated automatically with the flight details. On that day, I received a push message that there is a lot of traffic on the way to the airport and that I therefore should leave 20 minutes earlier. The app also informed me about gate changes, delay, chances to reach my connecting flight, and alternative connection if I don't. Even though my initial flight was still delayed, I was able to reach Delhi on time through an alternative connection. And I would have my successful meeting. So how do companies develop great digital end-to-end customer journey as just described? Design thinking provides a compelling framework to reimagine customer journey with the customer at the center of attention. Let me explain what this means. In essence, the design thinking process is iterative, is flexible, and focus on collaboration between designer and user. It consists of 5 steps. The first stage aims to give the designer team an empathic understanding of the problem they are trying to solve. What is the customer looking for? What are the so-called moments of truth? What really bothers him or her? Is it a complicated online purchase process for the airline ticket? Or is it the missing information on the flight delay? Or both? In the next stage, the team analyzes its observation from the first stage and synthesizes them. They might need to reframe the problem in human-centric way or even define a new unmet needs that should be tackled. In this example of my flight, it is the lack of transparency on gate changes, on delay, and on alternative connection. In the third stage, the ideating stage, the team members start to identify new solutions to the problem. How could you create transparency? By providing push messages on the smartphone? How could the airline go further? Anticipate customer questions? In the fourth, the prototyping stage, the team produces a number of inexpensive, scaled-down versions of the product or services feature they want to change. It is an experimental phase, and the aim is to allow rapid improvement on the initial solution. The app I use to buy my tickets and get notification might have just been a draft version, a minimum viable product. It doesn't need to look fancy, but it incorporated the key features that are important to the customer. In the fifth stage, the testing phase, the team tests the prototype in real-life condition to see how it impacts the customer experience along the whole journey. That is basically a trial and error process. The successful features will be rolled out at scale. The failed ones should direct the team back to the drawing board, talk to the customer again, rethink new solution, prototype them, testing them, and so on. This 5-step approach is carried out in a very flexible, non-linear fashion, meaning you can always jump back to an earlier step, or different groups within the design team may work at different stages depending on their respective features. I want to stress that this approach is equally relevant for products and service innovation, for back-end operations for go-to-market, and even rethinking support function. The difference is that if we are talking about HR, for example, the end-to-end digital journey is the internal employee's experience during recruiting, onboarding, skills development, etc. If you want to hear more about the different type, have a look at our conversation with Antoine, our senior partner from our Paris office, who will walk us through some real-life example. Few things to keep in mind from this video. When companies embark on a digitization agenda, they need to aim for both higher operational efficiency and better customer experience. This is how companies maximize the value they can generate versus industry peers. The right lens to rethink value delivery is to shift from focusing on process automation to what they mean for key moments in the end-to-end customer journey. To redesign a customer journey, digitization teams can follow a 5-step iterative process centered on the customer needs and feedback.
We're still exploring the early steps of how a company can embark into a digital transformation journey. And to discuss this in more details, we are fortunate to have with us today Antoine Gourevitch. Antoine is a senior partner in BCG Paris office. He has run multiple digitization projects, and he's actually now our global practice area leader for data and digital platforms. Antoine, welcome.
Thank you for having me there.
So Antoine, in the course, we have described how managers should rethink their customer journeys, how they should run that new redesign process. But when we step back and we think of incumbent companies who have a legacy business to run, who need to continue running that while thinking of how they digitize different journeys and different core processes, how should they organize? Where should they start?
I think that's a very good question. And as we know, it's much easier to create a startup than to run a company that has a huge legacy. I guess the customer journey and starting with the client is probably a very good start. And there, you should start with, how do I increase my loyalty? How do I increase my conquest? And choose really a few, not pilots, because I guess for me, the main, I would say, trap would be to go into pilots. And in every company today, you have dozens of pilots, but bringing absolutely no money. What is very important is to choose a few areas where you're going to go at scale and really get money and value. So for example, if you decide to go and increase your share of wallets, for example, in after sales, by mixing data from different sources, then you should deploy that in all countries at once to really go to tens of millions of value. And I would say companies should begin to go to think big, choose specific areas of value, and definitely avoid what I call the pilots or proof of concept trap.
And when you talk about scale, what makes it difficult to get to scale? Because you're right, actually a lot of companies just go into the infinite pilot phase. What is difficult in getting things to scale?
So what is difficult for scale is the fact that when you do a pilot, you are taking data and cleaning the data, for example, from different sources, I would say in a very artisanal way. And it's extremely difficult to replicate to everywhere else. For example, we did a pilot for one of the automakers in Belgium, and we took the data from the finance department, the after-sales departments, from the sales companies. We put them together, and so we were able to increase market share by 4 points. Now, the question was, how do you do the same in Brazil, in Russia, in China, in US? And if you have not thought before about, where is the data, what industrial platform are you going to build to put the data in place, you need to replicate country by country, which is an extremely costly process. So you need to do both things, innovation to prove that it can work, and think beforehand into how will you industrialize that. And today it's easy to do it, for example, in the data space with the cloud, with cloud-based platform, but it's not a magic solution, so you need to go into the legacy systems. But I would say, for me, the difference between companies that successfully digitize and the other are the people who are both breaking the compromise between innovation and industrialization. And it all starts with a data platform. I mean, you know, the companies like Uber, Amazon, Google, Facebook, they have natively built a digital platform, so it's kind of easy, and they can organize the world around data. For example, Amazon is updating its price 25,000 times a day. And you can do that only if you have a very clean and very, I would say, efficient data platform. If you go into banking or into energy or into automotive, nobody has a data platform that can do that. So you have to build the data platform, which is a bit contradictory to what people think, is that digitization is about changing the front office and building, you know, mobile apps, which is very easy, and true, that takes a few weeks. But you still have to work on the legacy. Now, the other trap is, if you listen to some IT people who are a bit old style, they will tell you, okay, let's do a transformation of the legacy for 3 years, which is also not the answer. So between 3 weeks and 3 years, you have to find the good middle ground where we say, okay, how do we decouple the mobile application to be extremely simple and provocative, the data and the legacy to make them all work. And this is, for me, how you can really industrialize and change. And what is fascinating in this is that when you speak to a CEO today, he will speak with you about technology and data. I mean, like, you know, that's something that would never have happened before. I was working in a bank, and actually we were doing a project for them, and then we had a CEO meeting where the CEO said, tell me what options I will not be able to exert if my architecture is going this direction. So that's a new type of question. Another discussion that you can have with CEO today is when they go to China and meet, for example, with Jack Ma of Alibaba, you know, the guy said, I've put all my IT into the cloud, by the way, it's the Alibaba cloud, and then I'm not speaking to any IT people anymore. I'm just concentrating on, you know, sales people. So the CEO who came back to US or to Europe are, you know, asking us the question, should I put all my IT into the cloud and do the same thing? Which, of course, is a good idea, but it's a bit more complex to put in place. But anyway, I would say the key is to really have in mind the fact that you will need to be much more fast in the way you are delivering your applications to both internet, mobile, and everything, so the multi-channels. And the way to deliver it for clients is, you know, like every month or every 2 or 3 months, but also do that on a solid foundation. And companies who will win, and I believe, by the way, that companies will win over startups. I think that companies who are able to digitize will be much better than startups because they have the data, they have the assets, they have the capabilities, will really break the compromise and win the game.
And one core idea in here is, how do you manage to run at 2 different speeds? I like a lot your idea of 2-speed IT that you have introduced, actually in one MOOC that you guys should check out at some point. How do you manage that? How do you manage the 2 speeds if you have a big legacy that you need to run while creating the new platform?
Yeah, so 2-speed IT is of course needed, but should not last for too long. Because of course in the beginning you have I would say your legacy, which is evolving at a certain speed, and we know the speed of the legacy is very, you know, difficult. One of my you know, favorite CEO said, whenever in the banking industry, he said, whenever I open, you know, the hood to change my legacy system, it cost me 1 million, and it just takes 3 months to understand the impact before I can do any coding. So with this type of legacy, you have a speed which is, you know, more in a year time frame. Of course, when you are building a digital, you know, data platform to be able, for example, to increase market share by understanding better, you know, the customer moment of truth. For example, you know, if you want to understand if the customer likes the product or where they buy the product, and so you want to adjust that, you should be in the weeks or months. So you have 2 speeds, and so you need to adjust. But the key is to decouple the legacy to the front office so that at least you can go at the same speed, and then, you know, suddenly you can start to do things. So the way to do it is to take out the data that is in the legacy, put it into a data platform, which is going to be an industrial data platform, could be in the cloud, could be not in the cloud, and then I would say the modern application will tap into the data and will make the legacy work only on the traditional functions. So by doing that, you can have an evolution of over, let's say, 5-10 years to simplify the legacy, but you will be building your digital platform based on a data platform which enable you to break the compromise. So I would say modern companies, very old company, use this modern approach, which is working extremely well. And It's not rocket science, but the key to that is to have the capabilities to be able to do it. So you need to have software engineers, you need to have architects who understand deeply the new technology and deeply the old legacy architecture. And so we're able to do that. It's extremely difficult today when you have lost the architecture, I would say, capabilities, which happen in some places, especially in industrial goods, in energy, a bit less so in banking, because in banking you have less software package.
All right, that's a fascinating talk, Antoine. Thank you very much for taking that time to share with us all that knowledge.
Thank you very much.
How does a company create value? I want us to take a minute and think about this fundamental business question. Let's imagine that you have some money on the side and you would like to invest it. You think hard and you come up with a product idea that you believe will serve an unmet need in your city. You convince a friend to lend you some more funds and you create your own company to build and sell this ingenious product. Let's assume that at the start, your business is worth $1 million. By this I mean, if you want to sell your company, an investor would be happy to pay that amount of money to own it. Fast forward 5 years. Your business has grown to be worth $10 million. Here's my question. Where do you think this additional value is coming from? Well, there's a variety of sources. Maybe your business has some real estate that appreciated over time. Maybe it quickly became profitable at some point in time and that profit was kept in the company. Maybe you grew from your city to covering the country to maybe a global player. If you are like the largest 125 S&P 500 companies in 2004, those growth prospects would be fueling 78% of your market capitalization. However, this source of growth has an inherent limitation. You will reach a plateau in the adoption curve that Mike has described in Module 2. Once you have gone from the city to the country to the globe, where else do you want to go? This is the point where you will need to look for new sources of growth. And in fact, this has become harder and harder over time. If you look at the period between 2004 and 2014, growth options contribution to market capitalization has dropped to 68%, 10 percentage points lower than 2004. One of the reasons is that technology has deconstructed established industries and lowered significantly the barriers for entry, especially for new digital attackers. New startups, in fact, became very good at capturing value from market leaders, especially those that felt a bit too comfortable in their stable, slow-growing plateau. So, if we go back to your business, as a business leader, instead of trying to cope with disruption when it happens, you might want to anticipate it by proactively looking for self-disruption. That is, finding new digital growth, sometimes at the expense of your legacy business. This is actually not trivial when we talk about incumbent, established industry players. They should be efficient at managing the legacy business, which is still the predominant source of value, and at the same time build new ventures that might make the legacy business obsolete. In other terms, run exploitation of their core and exploration of adjacencies at the same time. This ability is an example of what we have called ambidexterity, and large organizations are not good at it. In fact, only 11% of firms manage to achieve ambidexterity. What typically happens is, once a company pursues innovation, it loses efficiency. Once it is exploring, it neglects exploitation. Like 3M, for example. In the early 2000s, they have deployed Six Sigma teams throughout the organization to increase operational excellence. Surely enough, operating profits as a percentage of sales went up. But they neglected innovation during that time. The new product vitality index, that is the percentage of sales from products that are less than 5 years in the market, went down. In 2005, Sir George W. Buckley was appointed CEO, and he shifted gears towards innovation. The new product vitality index went up, but operating income went down. If you want to intuitively feel why it is hard to do both, let's do an experiment. I want you to start by crossing your arms. Feel comfortable? Now, I want you to shift your lower arm to the top. How does that feel? Awkward, right? Organizations also are like that. When they find a way of doing something, they are uncomfortable changing it. So they fall into one of two common traps: the success trap or the perpetual search trap. Nokia has been victim to the former. They underestimated the migration to touch screens and continued a bit too long with the feature phone. BCG research shows that over a 10-year period, explorers grew 6 percentage points faster than exploiters and delivered 2.4 percentage points higher total shareholder returns. The other extreme, pure exploration, or what we have called the perpetual search trap, is not risk-free neither. Xerox is a good example here. They invested heavily in innovation, especially at the end of the last century. Engineers in Xerox PARC were the first ones to create an early prototype of the modern PC with a graphical user interface, a mouse, even before Apple's Macintosh in 1984. They have invented laser printers, invented Ethernet, but they have failed to monetize them. So, how can a company avoid those traps? How can a large, complex organization achieve strategic ambidexterity? Let me walk you through 3 very practical ways to balance exploration and exploitation. The first intuitive answer is to encourage switching. By that I mean to proactively take a team from exploitation stage to exploration stage. Typically, a manager would do that at the end of a product adoption cycle and the early stages of a substitution technology. Coring is a great example here. Since 1960, they have been experimenting with chemically strengthened glass, which was used, for example, in cars or in the aviation industry. But the lack of demand led to a series of failures that in turn led to the company hitting their lowest share price in 2002. They then revived experimentation to see if their glass know-how could be leveraged in consumer electronics. And once approached by Apple, Corning rapidly focused on its so-called Gorilla Glass product, now found in more than 5 billion mobile devices worldwide. Switching is very hard in practice because it relies on getting the timing right in a very narrow window of opportunity. A different way is to create separate units to serve separate objectives. This usually leads to the formation of a small team of explorers on the fringes of the organization with atypical profiles, more digital natives, people whose background is different from the legacy business. Their mandate is not to deliver immediate revenue target, but to help think about alternative sources of growth in the long run. In one of my clients, we call them growth hackers. Last but not least, a company can rely on its ecosystem. Sourcing ideas externally is a pragmatic approach for businesses that are unable to manage ambidexterity with internal resources. In practice, this can be executed in a variety of forms: acquisitions, partnerships, incubation, or other more informal exchanges of ideas. Google's acquisition of DeepMind or BNP Paribas Open Innovation FinTech Incubator are great examples of this approach. In all those three variations, orchestrations is what defines success from failure. I will take an example to illustrate what I mean. Let's go back to your $10 million company that we have built in the beginning of this video. You now know that you need to channel your resources in two different ways. A portion will go to exploitation, and another will go to exploration. You can, for example, choose to do so through a model of separation, where the new growth hacking team will get X% of the budget, and the rest is used to run the cash cow. So my question is this: what is X? Defining X is a key strategic decision, and as such, the way you should think about it will depend on your business environment, as we have described in the strategy approach video. For example, although a classical stable environment allows you to set your allocation for resources to, let's say, 10% for the medium long term, in an adaptive uncertain environment, which is most likely the case, you need a lot more iteration. What you will do in practice is build a feedback loop that constantly monitors the outcomes of your allocation and calibrate it up or down depending on how the environment evolves. If your growth hackers come up with a lot of disruption, a lot of ideas, great business potential, you might want to go from 10% to 12 or 15%, so that they can have bigger teams and develop prototypes faster. If the prototypes fail in market testing, then you might want to go back to 10% or even lower, 8, 7%. This is what I mean by orchestration: the continuous adjustment of resource allocation to guarantee the exploration-exploitation balance. So, let me summarize what you should keep in mind when looking for new digital growth. Disruption is a matter of when, not if. It will happen, and leading companies should strive to disrupt themselves before others do. The goal is to achieve ambidexterity, the balance between exploitation and exploration, avoiding both the success trap and the perpetual search trap. Whether a company builds ambidexterity through a separation, switching, or an ecosystem approach, it needs to continuously adjust it, allocating resources depending on the business environment and its evolution.
Innovation is the result of much more than just an aha moment. Let's take some time to talk about the innovation process and the approaches you might take to support innovators along the way. My name is David Tuvey, and I'm the director of the iLab here at the University of Virginia Darden School of Business. We work with innovators every day of the week. Real and truly disruptive innovation requires hard work with uncertain outcomes along the way. And so the use of frameworks and guiding principles can help support innovators along this uncertain path. Furthermore, since any innovation will be used by someone or something in some way, the needs and wants and motivations of that end user, the someone or something that benefits from the product or service, become paramount to the impact of an opportunity for that innovation. When any new product idea hits the sorts of buttons that suggest a dramatic innovation, something we have not experienced before, our ability to gather reliable feedback on that impact and usefulness decreases significantly without being able to place the product in someone's hands or provide the service in person. Given these three challenges, we at the iLab, like many innovation labs, focus at the very least upon three core capabilities when supporting innovators and the challenges inherent to innovation. First, structuring the innovation process to combine the benefits of creativity, curiosity, ingenuity, science, and even chance. Second, understanding the end user, their challenges, needs, and wants, alongside the resulting impacts of any innovation. Third, engaging these end users and other potential stakeholders as directly as possible with some version of the product or service, however basic that version may be, to get tangible feedback along the way. Given the innovation process requires hard work with uncertain outcomes far beyond an aha moment, there is good reason to provide innovators with not only underlying frames and principles to structure the process, but also milestones to support that process. Design thinking is one of those frames. At its highest level, and as described by Tim Brown, the CEO of IDEO, design thinking is a human-centered approach drawing from the toolkit of designers to connect the complex dynamics of people, technology, and commerce, or simply life. This iterative and organic process, while perhaps the norm among experienced designers, can stand in stark contrast to the more linear, institutional process adopted and even expected for corporate planning. In that corporate context, simply shifting people to this design-oriented frame can offer clear advantages. General principles, such as personas, jobs to be done, or effectuation, also help to structure the innovation challenge. The former two principles, personas and jobs to be done, focus upon the experiences of, underlying motivations for, and outcomes desired from a new product or service. As a result of this user-centered priority, any hopeful innovator is forced to take a few steps back from a unitary focus upon the technical details or business context of the product or service. Ultimately, the purpose of this exercise is to help people do what they need to do. The latter set of principles, those of effectuation, which we will not be able to describe in great detail here, play a helpful and dynamic role as any innovation begins to interact not only with end users, but also with other actors in the market context. Central to the effectual approach is the inclusion of a wider set of stakeholders in the development process, reducing the overall risk by way of this inclusion, while also creating a network of connections through which a product or service might be further refined and introduced to the market. Effectuation can be thought of as simply heading in a rather general direction with what you have, and who you know at the ready, then permitting this network of connections, knowledge, and resources to guide the process far more directly than your initial hunch or intent. It's cooking with what you have in the cupboards rather than deciding upon a meal and a recipe only to find out you don't have what you need. Alongside these frames and principles, the infusion of milestones along the way can help innovators convert what seems like a daunting, undoable challenge into a series of doable tasks, deliverable and measurable outputs, and even deniable tests. Why deniable tests? Because it's a myth that talented designers are gurus with the indwelled and infallible capacity to intuit what people really want. Ultimately, any new product or service idea is a hypothesis, a hunch, that assumes something about how the world works or what the world wants. Introducing milestones along the way forces hopeful innovators to identify and define their hypotheses and to test those hypotheses, leading to confirmation or denial of the initial assumptions. As a result of this hypothesis-driven approach to milestones, innovators can fail quickly, limiting committed resources to only those required to test the next assumption. Failure in this context is far more affordable and even convertible to new and better informed ideas. Perhaps the secret sauce to approaches such as design thinking are the ways in which these frames weave both understanding and engaging potential end users into an intertwined and iterative process. Human-centered approaches place extremely high value upon empathy rather than sympathy for the impacted users, a concern that can translate to a clearly defined, real problem with a root cause worth the commitment of time and uncertainty that will be required to develop a compelling solution. However, rather than convert this empathy to an immediate conclusion and a single solution, the next step in this process requires the ideation of multiple, different solutions, followed by capturing general insights from potential users on all of these prospective solutions. Essentially, for any invention to truly address a real problem or opportunity, that invention needs to match the various dimensions of the experienced need or opportunity as closely as possible. While guessing the right dimensions can be a successful tactic, guessing is also an approach that is likely to fail far more often than it succeeds. And so the development of a range of early guesses provides a convenient hack. Only one of a great many of these ideas needs to be headed in the right direction. We just don't know which one. We increase our chances of discovering this one by creating and getting feedback on a wide range of ideas. This feedback is then taken into account toward the development of an initial prototype, perhaps very low in fidelity. The purpose of this early prototype is to gather even more direct and realistic feedback from potential users. Low fidelity prototypes are simply those that can be built quickly and with a limited set of features and quality, perhaps even more limited than what seems like a minimal viable product. Focused as clearly as possible upon a single problem to be addressed. The emphasis of this part of the process being interactions with and inclusion of end users, not the production of the coolest prototype ever imagined or some endeavor to address all of the user's needs. This sequence of prototype and feedback then passes through a series of iterations, each stop along the way further refining the innovation in waiting before any final product decision is made. As a result, the challenge of understanding the end user is intertwined with the effort to engage that end user in the early and ongoing stages through which the product or service is being developed. Failure in this context is, ironically, an absolutely necessary part of the process. Each no, the supposed failure, sends an innovator in search of a yes, and each yes leads to a deeper refinement of the overall idea. Hopefully that was a helpful, albeit brief, introduction to the innovation process, how we might structure the process, understand the end user, and engage them. These are the approaches we take at the iLab to support innovators through the process.
How can my organization become digital ready? This is a question that I frequently hear from clients. But why is it so hard for them? Because becoming digital ready requires a massive change in how an organization thinks and how it functions. You have seen in the previous videos that executing a digitization agenda or exploring new digital disruption require a whole new set of capabilities. An ambidextrous leadership, fast execution, experimental mindset, trial and error approach. These are qualities you see a lot in small companies, in startups with a strong entrepreneurial spirit. But as Mike has discussed in Module 2, this is also something that older or larger companies lose over time. Maybe with some exceptions. Zappos, the online retailer acquired by Amazon for more than $1 billion. Or you all know Spotify with their 1,600 employees. These are examples that we can learn from. But before we go there, let's look at traditional ways to organize for digital transformation. Well, there are many different models, but here are the 3 common archetypes. In the decentralized archetype, digital activities are integrated in each of the existing business units. Each BU has its own digital team. With this model, companies can develop BU-specific digital strategies and execute them more or less independently. In the centralized archetype, companies create a separate digital entity, maybe headed by a chief digital officer, to lead the transformation. This center of excellence defines the priorities, steers the allocation of resources, and executes the digital transformation programs in collaboration with the BUs. Then there's the excubator model, where the digital activities run in parallel, sometimes in competition with other business units. In this configuration, the CEO ensures the orchestration and potential arbitrages needed between the traditional business and the new ventures. In reality, companies often choose to run hybrid models. Having both a central unit as well as a separate incubation lab, or both business unit teams and a center of excellence for support. Depending on the company's priorities and starting point, those structural solutions can help put the right emphasis on digital and support the transformation agenda. However, this doesn't fully change the legacy processes that are crippling many large organizations today. Beyond structural change, those organizations need to adopt a whole new way of working suited to the needs of the digital age. A way similar to how Zappos and Spotify have worked to maintain the competitive edge despite strong headwinds. This is what we call agile at scale. At the moment, agile is probably one of the most used words in business context. The part that everybody agrees on is a set of 4 principles that define the philosophy behind agile. You should check them out in our reading sections. Beyond that, there are different interpretations, tools, and methodologies that different thought leaders have developed to manage complex projects. Agile at scale, for us at BCG, refers to the ability to expand the agile philosophy from a team or project to a whole organization. But first of all, let me introduce 2 core concepts that agile at scale is trying to reconcile. Alignment on the one side, autonomy on the other. Traditional organizations ensure alignment through a hierarchical structure, a vertical line of command, probably a heritage from military strategy. But this doesn't allow much autonomy to the troops and makes movement slow. This is not what you need when you want to keep up with exponential growth. To allow for more autonomy, agile at scale relies on small execution units. Spotify, for example, calls them squads. Squads are fully autonomous, multidisciplinary teams, usually 10 to 15 people. They are fully responsible to deliver a certain product, for example, on building a new Spotify app feature. They are empowered to take the decisions required to ensure their delivery meets the end objective: make customers happy. But you don't want to have a collection of squads, each running in different directions. This destroys alignment, and it becomes anarchy. Many squads working on related topics can coordinate as part of the same tribe. And people with the same expertise, for example, the iOS app developers, can align on standards in so-called chapters. To ensure all those entities remain aligned over time, they need to be comfortable with another fundamental characteristics of the agile way of working: the iterative delivery of value. Here's an example from a totally different domain: painting. Imagine you want to create Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa. In a traditional approach, often called the waterfall, you would go through a linear process of analysis, design, and execution. Means you would understand exactly how the painting is composed, gather a team by the colors, and then start painting, perhaps from the bottom, and then stepwise create the whole picture. If all goes well, then great. But what if not? If you realize that something went wrong midway, it's hard to reverse. In an iterative approach, on the other hand, you do things repeatedly in short iterations until you get them right. These short iterations are often referred to as sprints and enable you to change direction and react quickly as needed. In our Mona Lisa example, this means that you would start with a rough sketch, then add color, then perhaps contours, and finally higher resolution. In each of the steps, you have a minimum viable product, MVP. That is a draft that you can share at any early stage to collect and incorporate feedback. This is how you ensure alignment in an agile organization, by iteratively checking the broader environment and adjusting to the changes you see. What are the benefits of that? From working with clients that have implemented Agile at scale, I see multiple benefits. Let me just name a few. Through many iterations and constant feedback loops, the risk of taking the organization in the wrong direction decreases quickly. The focus on MVPs at every stage keeps high visibility on what value every team is creating. This allows for adjustments at any point in time. It also keeps the organization adaptive over time, in case an unforeseen disruptor or new opportunity arises. And last but not least, business impact can be realized much earlier, with early releases and faster time to market. In fact, our clients who have adopted an agile organization increase their time to market by 2 to 4 times and workforce productivity by 20 to 30%. And there's more. In the long run, working in an agile environment improves employee engagement and helps to attract and retain superior digital talent. After all you've heard, implementing agile at scale, that means transforming a whole organization, sounds like a huge challenge. And it certainly is. Incorporating the agile mindset and ways of working does not only mean having the IT department running more feedback loops. It means changing all dimensions of a company's operating model in a multi-year journey. Unfortunately, we won't have time to go into details here. But let me quickly give you an overview of the key components you need to build for such a transformation. You need a business purpose that gets the balance between alignment and autonomy. You need to translate it to governance and funding principles. Then you need to build supporting mechanisms based on 3 pillars. A new structure, defining the squads, the tribes, the chapters. New processes, less linear, more iterative, more empowering. And new behaviors, how you hire employees, how you reward them, develop them, promote them. And last but not least, you need a measurement framework and technology platform that allow fast iteration, testing, and measurement. Are you interested to hear more? Then check out our conversation with Martin Danuesastro, who gives further insights and real-life examples on how to change a company's operating model. But before that, let me quickly recap what we've discussed in this video. Agile at scale is a way to balance alignment and autonomy for digital-ready organizations by establishing new ways of working. It relies on autonomous, multidisciplinary squads that drive end-to-end delivery of a product or a service in an iterative fashion. Agile increases time to market, productivity, and employee engagement. And last but not least, implementing Agile at scale is a multi-year journey that requires a complete transformation of a company's operating model.
Hi, we have talked about Agile, we have talked about new ways of working, and today I'm happy to have with us Martin Danuesastro. So Martin is a senior partner in our Amsterdam office. He is one of our global topic leaders for Agile at scale in BCG, and I'm very happy to welcome you, Martin, to this discussion.
Thank you.
So Martin, we have talked about what Agile is, at least the theory part of it, but why is it important now to talk about Agile at scale? What are the benefits that a company will perceive in today's world compared to 10, 20 years ago?
All right, so this concept of Agile has been around for decades already. And as you probably know, it started in software engineering. And so therefore, originally, it was mostly confined to large tech companies and startups, really. But over the past 5 years or so, we see Agile ways of working making their way to more traditional companies as well. And the reason for that ultimately is the fact that the world around us is changing so rapidly, and a lot of that change is driven by technology. So when we discuss Agile with our clients, it very often comes down to the following. They want to become better and faster in responding to changing customer requirements. They want to increase effectiveness and efficiency by breaking down internal silos and taking out bureaucracy. And they want to increase employee engagement to be able to attract and to retain the talent that they need in a digital world. So Agile really is not a goal in itself, it is a means to an end.
And when you want to implement Agile at scale, especially if you are a legacy company, What are the trade-offs you need to think of? What are the ways you should be thinking of implementing it in the long run?
Yeah, so, I mean, to a large extent, it depends on the starting position and on in how far the top leadership team is already convinced and committed of the need to change. And so, broadly speaking, we would see two different approaches that companies take to implementing Agile at scale. Sometimes you have a top team, a CEO and a top team that is completely convinced that continuing the way we used to do things is not going to be good enough, and we actually have to change our culture, our way of working, to be able to survive in our industry. And in those instances, it's very often a top-down, CEO-led transformation, with all the characteristics of a traditional transformation, but doing it in an agile way. So you need full leadership team commitment, they need to be willing to embrace change, and they need to drive the change as the leaders of the organization. In other instances, we see companies that say, well, we realize that we have to change our way of working, but we're not completely convinced yet of Agile. And so what they often do is they would start with pilots and they would build a few first lighthouse projects in Agile. They will see that this works well, and they might scale that up to the level of an Agile portfolio. So think about, for example, doing all your digital work in an Agile portfolio. And then when this is working well, you add more portfolios. Of course, at some stage, you will come to a tipping point where you would say, instead of trying to manage these Agile portfolios as an exception in our organization, by now we're actually, A, we're convinced, and B, we realize that things will even become easier if we would go beyond that tipping point and really change the organization into an Agile organization. So those would basically be the two approaches we see.
And wherever you embark, whether with the gradual or the more transformational approach, there is a need to change the whole operating model of a company. It's not about implementing one or two new processes or one or two coordination mechanisms. It's really changing the whole operating model. Can you walk us through the key building blocks when you want to achieve such an ambitious target?
Yes. So first of all, I think the three foundational elements of building an Agile organization are, first, the actual Agile and iterative way of working. And so in Agile, you have many ceremonies and artifacts. Think of breaking the work down into small chunks, which we call minimum viable products. The teams work in short sprints, they have daily stand-up meetings, they have retrospectives, and all of that is really geared towards the value that Agile brings by focusing the team on the value delivery, by focusing the team on delivering value for customers, by increasing transparency and by increasing adaptability. So that's the actual Agile way of working. But to build an Agile organization, there's two other elements that you need to get in place. First of all, in Agile, the teams work in small, multidisciplinary, persistent teams. Think of these teams like mini startups. And so having a mini startup and an iterative way of working is actually relatively easy for one team. But the real challenge comes when you try to scale this across hundreds of teams and thousands of people. And that is where the real challenges of scaling come in. And to do that properly, you actually have to adapt all elements of the operating model. And it starts with leadership, right? So if you want to be able to have empowered and autonomous teams, you can only do that if you have super strong alignment as well. So leaders need to focus on overall company purpose, overall company strategy, and the overall company priorities, and then be able to let the teams figure out how to do things. So it starts with leadership behavior as a change. But at the same time, you will have to address things like governance and funding, because in the old world, you would be allocating, let's say, funding to projects, right? So you would have a discussion on change budgets. In the new world, you would be allocating capacity, Agile squads or Agile teams, to business outcomes. So it's a whole different way of thinking about funding. You would have to rethink the structures and the roles in the organization, because you actually move away from functional silos to small multidisciplinary teams. The role of managers might change. But in essence, you actually have to change almost all elements of the HR models around it. So the way you do recruiting, the way you do performance management, the way you like thinking about new career paths for experts in the organization. And as the essence of Agile is trying to put the multidisciplinary teams together, ideally they are co-located. So that means rethinking the location strategies. If you have people, part of the organization is very often outsourced or even offshored, so it also requires rethinking some of the sourcing strategies. And whenever Agile is applied in a software environment, you also have to think about the underlying IT enablers. So think about modular IT architecture using APIs, or think about automating the IT processes, continuous delivery, automated testing. And so all of that would actually have to go in parallel to changing the organization into an agile way of working as well. And lastly, agile organizations are very data-driven. So you also have to make sure that you have the data, metrics, and tools in place to actually be able to do that. So with that, I really think implementing agile at scale does require to address all elements of that operating model.
So Martin, those are a lot of components to get right to scale up agile. Do you have an example of a company that did it successfully in the last few years?
Yeah, so interestingly, I think the industry that we saw going into adapting agile ways of working first, after the large tech companies and the startups, was banking. And we have banks, particularly first in the Netherlands, but also in Australia and in the US, we see banks taking on agile ways of working. And one of the reasons for this might be that banking is, to a large extent, becoming a technology industry. And banks feel the heat of these fintechs all around them. So they were one of the first who really felt the pressure. And on top of that, banks happened to be probably one of the more traditional and siloed organizations we had. So to them, taking out bureaucracy and breaking down silos was absolute must to be able to survive in banking. Now, more recently, we see agile also making its way beyond banking to many other industries. So these days, we work with companies in consumer goods, in telcos, in insurance, in public sector, in industrial goods, and they're all adapting these agile ways of working.
Great. Thanks a lot, Martin, for all that insight. And great to have you with us in the course.
Thank you. My pleasure.
In this video, I want to talk about data and analytics. Yes, data again. You have probably heard the expression, data is the new oil. Well, the analogy has its limitations, but it strikes a point. Whatever digital product or service you are building today, it is ultimately relying on data. In Module 3, we have defined big data and discussed the areas of applications it has, and even some of its challenges. In this video, I want to focus on how a company can actually use the data to create value. What capabilities does it need? What technology? Where should it start? And this is often the hardest part. Last year, I was discussing with the head of a customer analytics department. She was very excited that they were investing in a huge, brand new data and analytics infrastructure. The first question that I had was, what would you do in the first couple of months with this infrastructure to have a full payback on your investment? From what I have seen, it is not the technology infrastructure that makes or breaks data and analytics capabilities. Yes, a company needs technology and needs know-how to collect, store, and analyze data, but this can be scaled up gradually or even be outsourced relatively easily. The key is to start with a clear business objective, a clear vision of what the company wants to achieve. This is actually the first of 4 domains you need to think about when building data and analytics capabilities. The second one is data usage. How is the ambition translated into tangible use cases? The next domain to tackle is data engine. What capabilities does a company need in order to implement those use cases? And last but not least, a company needs to take into account its full data ecosystem. Who beyond the company itself can support the development of those capabilities? Let me walk you through those 4 domains in a bit more details. The way I would like to do this is the following. For each domain, I will share with you some popular myths, the ones I have heard from clients, friends, or the press. and then I'll tell you my view on each of them. All right, let's start. The first myth is deeply anchored in many companies. Big data is a technology question. And that's not true. In the last few years, I have gathered numerous horror stories about lost investments in Hadoop platforms or data lakes. Hundreds of millions, actually sometimes north of $1 billion, invested without a business objective in mind. As a result, all thrown out and restarted from scratch. So, if you see that a company's data and analytics vision is about getting the latest and greatest technology in town, you know the risks. The vision doesn't need to be as ambitious as Google's organizing the world's data, but it needs to resonate with your business objective, your business outcome. Let's now move to data usage myths. The first one is what I would call the myth of gut feel. This is one of the cultural hurdles to using data as a decision-making tool. Let me be clear, I don't deny that sometimes business leaders can have strong intuition or be visionary figures in their markets. There's even some interesting neuroscience research behind this. But you can't run all departments and take all decisions based on everyone's intuition. And you certainly shouldn't do it when it's a critical decision. Let me give you another horror story. Ron Johnson, former senior vice president of retail operations at Apple, he became CEO of JCPenney in 2011. He very quickly implemented a no discount strategy based on his gut feel. His colleagues suggested to test it in few stores before rolling it out, but it didn't happen. It turned out his gut feel was fundamentally wrong, and JCPenney shares have declined 51%. To create the right use cases for data usage, it is necessary to promote a data-driven culture in the first place. The second usage myth is one we have discussed with John Rose in Module 3. It's about trust. And it's a myth you can hear in large companies, in startups, and in the media. Data privacy is a problem for the old generation. Well, privacy is actually a key issue for all generations. And it's not because a teenager is more comfortable posting photos on Instagram that he doesn't care how those photos are being used. And when we look at multiple surveys across different countries, we see that there is less variation between generations than types of data. People are more sensitive to privacy of their healthcare records than they are to their buying habits. Overall, companies who want to be able to collect and use their customers' data should protect against misuse, regardless of which generation or which group of people they are targeting. Let's now talk about the data engine, about technology solutions, data gathering, skills required, and the link to business processes. Data and analytics technology has seen the rise of many buzzwords in the last few years. Hadoop platforms or in-memory analytics became so trendy that some managers started thinking that they will replace all existing infrastructure. Well, planes didn't replace cars because they both answer different trade-offs. Hadoop or data lakes will not replace data warehouses because the latter are still effective for structured data where parallel processing is not needed. And in general, we shouldn't be looking at technology solutions from the novelty lens. Newness and lack of maturity, if anything, come with certain risks. What is important is the trade-off between the functionalities you need and the cost you're willing to pay. On the data side, I often hear statements like, I have a B2B business or I am in support function, I'm not as lucky as those businesses with tons of end customer data. This is clearly a myth. Big data has numerous applications, valuable applications in operation analytics, like procurement optimization, predictive maintenance, logistics optimizations, or others. A couple of years ago, we did a warehouse network optimization for a procurement department in Southeast Asia. It led to 20% savings on their logistics operations with no additional CapEx investment. The third myth in data engine is about people. I like to call it the perpetual search of data scientist unicorns. That one person that will combine deep IT know-how, superior analytics skills, great business expertise, and a strong ability to influence decision-making. I can tell you those people are very rare. So don't build all your hopes on them. Setting up a strong team, including all different skills is the way to make up for missing unicorns. Especially if close collaboration within the team is ensured through an agile way of working. You have heard about that from Sonia in the previous video. There's one last myth on data engine that I want to share with you. It goes something like this. Once you see the value of data and analytics, change will happen. The reality is, although proof of value is a critical component, it is not sufficient to make change happen. I remember when we helped a telecommunication company build a data-driven channel optimization capability, the proof of value took a couple of months. Sales growth actually increased by 20 percentage points. But to make this impact sustainable, it took a few more months to create the new central team to ensure that it has the right interfaces with stores operation teams and reseller management teams, and to integrate the new approach to the company's decision-making process. And this was the key. Data and analytics should not live in silos. They should be embedded in the daily business operations. There are two more myths I want to share with you on the fourth domain, the data ecosystem. The first is about this tendency to only trust what is homemade. The belief that a company should do everything by itself. The truth is, it's much more efficient to rely on a wider data ecosystem for both data exchanges and analytics support. There's a great story here from NASA, the space agency. They wanted to develop an accurate prediction model for solar particle events, SPEs. And they have tried for more than 40 years with limited success. In 2010, they had the brilliant idea to crowdsource a better predictive model. They found a solution within 3 months. And that solution was 50% better than their existing model at a cost of $30,000. NASA is not the only one. Netflix did the same thing a few years ago to improve their recommender system. Now, the last myth I want to discuss says that it is hard to openly share data beyond your organization boundaries. Okay, well, this is not fully a myth, not yet at least. It is hard to build the right relationship framework that allows seamless sharing of data. We know it creates disproportionately more value when you can correlate different sources of data to find new and useful patterns. This has encouraged many governments to adopt this open data culture. But if the data is part of your business competitive advantage, when you are building an AI capability, for example, then it is very hard to defend full openness. Companies willing to mutually share data are usually getting around this hurdle by creating joint ventures, as an example. There are also some ongoing initiatives in Singapore, for example, to build data marketplaces, platforms to facilitate discovery and exchange of data sources between industry players. What should you take away from all those real-life stories? A company needs to start its data and analytics journey with a clear vision, closely linked to its business priorities. The vision needs to translate into tangible use cases that can serve as a compelling proof of value. Big data does not need magical capabilities. Teams can be created with the right combination of skills to replace a data scientist unicorn, for example. Businesses shouldn't feel obliged to do everything in-house. They should partner with their ecosystem to enrich both data sources and analytics capabilities.
Hi, my name is Yael Grushka-Kakane. I'm an associate professor at the Darden School of Business, one of Mike's colleagues. I'm here to tell you about a big data transformation study that I conducted with a team of co-authors with Heathrow Airport and Eurocontrol. Eurocontrol is the body in charge of the European airspace, similar to the FAA in the US. Over the years, Eurocontrol have had quite a big challenge on their hands. All the different systems in Europe related to the airspace are quite fragmented. Different countries have different airports and airlines that operate in different languages and use different systems. Eurocontrol has a vision. Their vision is for a single European sky for 2025. They are trying to improve the efficiency, the safety, and the flexibility of the system across the entire airspace. In order to do that, one of their initiatives is to work with the airports to form what's called an operations center, or the acronym is an Airport Operations Center, or APOC. The vision is that if each airport positioned all of the different stakeholders in one big room, having all of their screens and their data in one central location, and the key decision makers all in that room, there could be huge efficiency gains to the airport and to all the different stakeholders and players in the airspace. One of the first APOCs, one of the first operation centers that were set up in Europe was in Heathrow Airport. Heathrow Airport, just southwest of London, is one of the busiest airports in Europe and in the world in general. It has over 75 million passengers a year, 5 terminals, 2 runways, and flying to 250 destinations. 24 million of those passengers, transferring passengers, passengers that land at Heathrow but then fly out of Heathrow to a different destination. The vision that Eurocontrol had, which they approached myself and my team, was a vision around how big data got used in the APOC, in this center, with all the different stakeholders. Their vision for the big data was that we could use the data that got stored in all the different systems, the systems that the security managers had, the systems that the airlines, that the baggage control systems had. If I could coordinate and look at all the different data, and we could look at it at real time, could there be efficiency gains for how the stakeholders interacted and how decision making was made? Ultimately, the goal of Eurocontrol and of Heathrow specifically was happier passengers that all find their bags, that arrive and depart on time. And the big question in the vision was, could we use the data and big data to achieve that? Once we got on board and we started to have these conversations, we knew that in order to nail it down and to actually get to something that we could implement, we needed to identify how data got used. What was the usage of the data across the organization, across the entire airport? Well, data gets used in many different ways at Heathrow. Data gets used to help with baggage flow. Data gets used to help allocate airplanes to different stands, depending on when they arrive, where they're coming from, and where they're headed towards. Data gets used to help with passengers flow across the organization in the airport. Specifically, we were curious to see how we could use data to better anticipate and better forecast the connection journey or the connecting journey of transferring passengers. Could we use data from the various systems to understand how many passengers are going to be connecting at a given moment, how much time it's going to take them to flow through the airport, will they miss their connecting flights, and are we going to have problems at the security lines with big number of passengers arriving at the same time? And so we focused our usage and our attention for this project on how data gets used and how data can transform the actual connecting journey of passengers at Heathrow Airport. Once we identified that that was the usage we were focusing on, we then started to break down the different components of the engines. What are the capabilities that we need to identify? Where does the technology lie? What technology gets used? What data gets stored? And is it this data that can be useful in thinking about these transferring passengers? Who are the people and the decision makers and the organizations involved along the process? For instance, some of the people could be the people in charge of the security lines related to immigration. Some of the people involved and the organizations involved were all those related to the transportation within the airport, such as buses and the different trolleys that sometimes help you nip around the airport if you're really in a hurry. We had to identify the processes. In this case, it was the actual passenger journey from A to B. What does a passenger do when they land all the way to the next gate as they're transferring through Heathrow Airport? What are the different checkpoints that they hit? And could we identify opportunities for improvement and opportunities for improved flow at each one of those points throughout the process? That was the engine. While we did this, and this was the bulk of our time and the bulk of this project, was really breaking it down and identifying that there are actually some struggles and some non-trivial components to this engine. Data gets stored in many different systems. Over 6 or 7 different databases house pieces of the information that we needed to track a passenger from when it's still in the air on an airplane approaching the airport to when it gets to its final gate and about to board for its destination. Tracking a passenger throughout the process and making sure that they actually arrive where they need to be on time was a hugely hard task. And we realized that the systems had different information that didn't always either agree, meaning inconsistencies, or we didn't always have the information in real time the way that we needed it on the spot to make decisions. It turned out that the key or the secret to our success and the key to helping us crack this project was actually in the baggage information. The baggage detail and the data that got stored in the baggage handling system related an individual passenger to a seat on an inbound flight and told us something about their destination and helped us track the progress and translate the different information from one system to the next. We used the information, we used over 3.7 million records of passengers coming into Heathrow, and we came up with a model that told us something new about what predicts and what influences a transferring passenger's connection time. For instance, and some of you may know this actually intuitively, it turns out that where you sit on an airplane, what class your ticket is, and how close you are to the front affects how long it will take you to get through the process. It also makes a difference what kind of airplane you're on, if it's a small or a wide airplane. Where you get to stand in the airport. How often have you actually been on an airplane, you see that you're running low on time, and you tell yourself, oh, with my luck, my airplane is going to get to the furthest gate and I'm going to have to run all the way to the other end of the airport. Well, we can prove, and we proved with our model, that this is true and that where the airplane gets, what stand it gets, what gate it gets allocated to, where it's coming from, where the passenger is seated, if a passenger is traveling on their own or with a group, all of these are factors that affect the connection time. Using all of this information, we can build models, we can build different profiles for passengers and put them into a big engine that allow the decision makers to come up with predictions as to how many passengers are going to hit different key points within the airport. As we step back, and we did some testing, we did some live trials, and we recognized and we proved to ourselves that our system is fairly good at coming up with predictive distributions and telling us something about those connection times. We stepped back and we reflected and we told ourselves what is required from the entire APOC, and more than that, the entire ecosystem around the airport activity. What is required for this data to be utilized on a regular basis? What kind of data ecosystem are we looking for, are we in need for, in order for this system and our model to be used on a regular basis and for decisions to be improved and for the decisions to rely on this data on a regular basis? The ecosystem had to do with the different stakeholders. We had to go back to the airlines. We had to talk with them about their processes around real-time data sharing. We had to encourage them to be more transparent with each other, to go back even to the airplane manufacturers to come up with software systems that would support this type of real-time communication, to store the data better, and to be open and transparent with all the different stakeholders in the APOC, and to coordinate upfront as to how the data is going to get recorded in order for us to feed it into our model and then use it on a regular basis. What I saw that day at Heathrow and what I've been seeing since and throughout my conversations with them is there's a lot of hope and a lot of belief that this use of data will transform the way that they operate and communicate with each other. No longer do they see themselves as a fragmented set of stakeholders that are being forced to share a single room. They are actually under the impression, and they believe that they are now operating as one, with the idea that data gets tracked throughout the process and they as stakeholders can follow it and track it throughout. And who will benefit from this? Everybody, from the passenger to the airlines, the airports, and globally, the entire airspace.
More than a decade ago, writer Nicholas Carr caused a stir with a Harvard Business Review article titled, "IT Doesn't Matter." He argued that as cost falls for infrastructural technology such as the computer and the internet, the technologies would become widely available commodities, just like railroads, electricity, and telephone. Once a technology is ubiquitous and available to all, when it is neither scarce nor proprietary, it no longer confers a lasting competitive advantage. Although we can debate when technology by itself is a competitive advantage and for how long it would remain, I would argue that it has now become a critical part of many companies' competitive advantage. Just look at companies like Airbnb, Amazon, or Alibaba. Their success is to a large extent enabled by their technology platform that can be quickly scaled up or down, that is highly efficient, and that can deliver new products or services in very short cycles. To keep up with those digital innovators, companies continue to invest in technology platforms. In fact, in most industries, the growth of IT investment has surpassed sales growth. And if you put together the worldwide corporate IT spending, including for hardware, software, data centers, networks, and staff, it is nearly $6 trillion per year. But despite those high investments, I've seen so many companies fail in implementing IT projects. A health services company, for example, invested $500 million in a data warehousing solution for patients' data. At the end, they were not able to operationalize the system due to a mismatch between the IT capabilities and the regulatory constraint. Another European retail energy provider even spent $1.5 billion on an integrated business intelligence, CRM, product management, and billing system, but failed to implement it as the whole migration project was too complex and too large to execute without disrupting the business continuity. Often, those failures are due to one major reason, something that we have already discussed in the previous video on data analytics. Do you remember? Companies starting with a technology rather than with a business question. What do I want to achieve? What is the business purpose behind the investment? In my years of experience, I've seen the technology function go through ups and downs. Today, given its criticality for the business, the Chief Information Officer, CIO, is likely to be on the CEO's speed dial. He or she is the backbone of any digital transformation program. So, what is a digital-ready tech function? You would ideally want an IT team that partners with the business, that can link the investment needed to revenue opportunity or increase efficiency. But probably most importantly, a team that can deliver at a much higher speed than usual. One that allows you to launch software updates every couple of weeks rather than twice a year in the old ways. This sounds obvious in theory. However, many companies are constrained by their existing environment and face legacy challenges that make it hard to adopt the digital speed. Let me give you first a practical answer here. If you want to make it work, managing your legacy as well as building new digital capabilities, you need to run a two-speed IT. What is a two-speed IT? It refers to two different types of IT teams: the industrial speed team and the digital speed team. These two IT teams coexist within the company, but with a different focus area. The industrial speed team focuses on mature operations within the core of the business. This would be like the ERP that manages the logistic operations, or the core banking system for a financial institution, or OSS, BSS for a telecommunication company. The digital speed team deals with emergent, short lifetime projects building on fast-changing technologies. It enables and drives a company's digital agenda. It includes building customer-facing apps or experimenting with less mature technologies like blockchain or artificial intelligence. So now, let us take a closer look at how the two teams work. The industrial speed team is basically working like the typical traditional IT department. It typically follows the waterfall approach, where development flows sequentially from conception to testing, with separate teams taking over at each phase. It usually builds on technology with long life cycle. In terms of people, industrial speed work requires specialized experts that have narrow and clear tasks. A business analyst to define the requirements, a developer for the technical implementation, etc., etc. Within the organization, industrial speed type work is generally siloed, but it works well for a relatively predictable needs and stable technology environment. The digital speed team, on the other hand, works in an agile manner through short interactions. In terms of people, here, you need a mixed variety of profile, not only from technical background, but also from business, customer research, and from design background. This collaboration enables quick response to change, fast integration of customer feedback, response to competitors' move, or to an evolving regulatory system. You might be thinking, why not encourage everyone to go at digital speed all at once? Well, again, I don't disagree with the ambition, but this is a pragmatic response for most incumbent players to start the journey. The goal is a full agile at scale, like we have described in the previous videos. Most incumbents have a legacy technology platform built over multiple years, as work was still highly predictable and teams functionally organized. This is what makes an immediate technology big bang unrealistic. Having two-speed provide a second gear, which help businesses get started, but this also comes with its own challenges. Who would you rather work for? The industrial team or the digital team? Many talented individuals have a preference for the faster speed. This makes it harder and harder for the industrial team to attract and retain talent, which further widens the gap between both the speeds. Also, I've often seen the slowest common denominator ends up driving cycle time when both ITs need to work together. Therefore, the ultimate goal for a company is to drive convergence to the higher speed. A technology function that is aligned with the business need at any time, that is flexible, efficient, and that can deliver in very short agile cycle. So when I discuss the move from purely industrial speed to digital speed with my clients, they want to know, how can we get there? How can we get our technology agenda to be agile? My answer is to think beyond the tech function from the start. If you want to effectively change the IT team's way of working, start by blending it with the business. And make agile at scale a company-wide agenda where everyone needs to shift their mindset. To go deeper on this, check out our conversation with Martin, our senior partner from BCG Amsterdam office, on the 7 core elements you need to succeed in such a large-scale transformation. What should you take away from this video? A digital-ready technology function is required to keep up with new customer expectation and fast product delivery cycle of digital innovators. As many companies have to continue managing their legacy system, a second gear might be required to drive a separate digital speed execution in parallel. The ultimate goal is to converge both execution speed in the technology function together with the business side into a single unified operating model. That is what Agile at Scale allows.
We are getting deeper and deeper into our digital transformation framework building blocks. And we've talked about technology, a very important function. Today, I'm very happy to have with us Stefan Mohr. Stefan is a senior partner in our Sydney office. He's also the head of our Technology Advantage office in Asia Pacific. Stefan, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So Stefan, let me ask you a first question that's probably something that people wonder about quite a lot those last couple of years. We talk about digital transformation a lot. What is the role of the technology function in such a digital transformation?
In 2003, an article made the rounds in the IT community and created a big stir. The main point of the article was IT doesn't matter. Go forward 15 years, and I would say technology and data matters more than ever. What is probably true is that a lot of IT has been commoditized. And many of the basic services, take processing services, storage services, transmission services, are more of a utility today. However, when you think about other parts of technology and data, they are really playing a value-adding role. A value-adding role to the business, to the point where when you listen to company leaders, regardless of industry, they often think and talk about themselves as a technology company. And therefore, for me, the corollary of that really then is that the technology function plays an enormously important role. And when we think about technology and the role, and data and the role it plays to change our products and services, often they have technology and data embedded in them, or they are an add-on that creates real value, or the role of technology and data to streamline our processes, make them simpler, more convenient for customers, and cheaper as well. So in a nutshell, I think the technology function is really important in today's companies.
So how does a tech function organize to fulfill that new role in the new business world?
I think in many ways, structure actually doesn't matter as much. What I think is really more important is the mindset. It's the capabilities. It's the ways of working. Let me highlight sort of 3 points that I think are critical as we move forward. One is really business alignment. Business alignment is the role of the technology function in helping business leaders think what existing technologies and technologies that are on the horizon can do for them. It's not something that business leaders will know about themselves. It's something where technology will help them reimagine their products and services, help them think about how they can reinvent processes through the use of technology and data. But it's not only at these initial stages when we inform strategies, when we inform investment priorities. It's also business alignment in the way we deliver, because we need to have a much closer integration between business and IT. It always sends down shivers down my back when I hear we are writing a business requirements document, we give it to IT, and then IT goes away and delivers it. In today's world, we need to work, hand in hand. We need to work very closely together to really evolve these priorities more incrementally. So what we deliver in the end will really meet the business need. The second point is, which is related, is around being more agile. We need to move at speed in an environment that is less predictable than it used to be. So some of the traditional ways of working, which were more the waterfall model, they are not right anymore today. We need to have a second gear, a much faster speed. And that means the way we organize ourselves in integrated teams, the way we deliver these projects in incremental sort of test and learn approaches, that is really essential today. And the last point around the IT function really is around providing equal emphasis on technology and data. I would still observe there is more emphasis on technology, and data is the forgotten asset. But as we move forward, data will become more and more important, and we need to think, how do we build the capabilities necessary to take really advantage of that asset? One structural point I want to make, however, given the importance of technology, what I think is really important that IT is represented at the top tables, that we do have a voice at the executive level, whether it's at the group level, but also in each of the business units. Because only then will we be able to have these types of conversations, to have the right engagement between technology and the business.
And Stefan, I know you have been leading in the last few years a reorganization to a technology function in one of our mining clients. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you ran this and what were the critical steps, the critical elements to get it to a success?
Sure. I work actually with quite a few companies on helping IT functions get ready for the digital age. One observation I would have is when you look at services industries, financial services, telecommunications, etc., they have made some of the changes earlier than manufacturing companies because the forces of digital disruptions were on them a lot earlier. But manufacturing companies are catching up very, very quickly as well. And the mining company you mentioned that I've been working with, they had done a really good job in terms of setting up the basic IT infrastructure. It's a global company. They globalized services. They made them more robust, a lot cheaper. And it was all the traditional IT infrastructure services plus having a very strong global ERP system to look after functions such as finance and HR, etc. But where they were struggling with were how do we now take that next step? How do we make technology a business enabler? And when you listen to the business, it was, we want more from IT. For example, how do we use data a lot better to do predictive maintenance in our various business units? The second challenge they were facing was being a manufacturing company. You not only have IT, you also have operations technology. And a lot of the operations technology is now becoming IT enabled. And all of a sudden, these pieces of equipment are exposed to the same vulnerabilities, cybersecurity risks as IT systems. But the disciplines within the operations technology functions were not the same. So how could we bring some of those really good disciplines into this part of the business? And the third challenge, and again related to it, was really around data. Especially being a manufacturing company, some of the equipment being IT enabled, there's a lot more machine data that you can leverage. But that data was not being used at all. Like, we did a great job having storage solutions, but we didn't address data as an asset. And the business was really screaming for how can we get more value from it. So what did we do? There's still work in progress, things are going on. But when you want more technology or business value from technology, as I mentioned before, we needed to put IT at the top table with the business to have these types of conversations. So we installed the CIO in each of the business units at the executive leadership level. We then rethought how technology contributed to the strategic planning process. They were traditionally a recipient of strategic priorities, but now they are much more engaged up front to help the business think through how they can take advantage of some of these technology opportunities. We also helped to share some of the great examples of projects that were created in one business unit and leverage them across business units. That wasn't visible before at all. And just by being able to say, look, what we do here might also be applicable over there, how can we share that a lot more? A very simple thing, but a very effective thing. The second on IT and OT, we created much tighter integration between IT and OT. And one specific recommendation was to make the IT cybersecurity function also responsible for OT cybersecurity. And lastly, on the data side, as I mentioned, it was not really treated as an asset. And when you looked around the organization, you couldn't find a lot of people that really understood how to create value from data. Because here it was a massive upskilling program, recruiting external talent, but also building some of the internal skills. So that helped them really to make one step further towards technology creating business value. As I said, it's still work in progress, but I'm very hopeful they will move further ahead and really being able to leverage technology and data a lot better.
Thank you, Stefan. And if anything is a rebuttal for the IT doesn't matter motto, this one is definitely one of them. Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you very much.
Why did the iPhone win over BlackBerry? When I started my career, BlackBerry was still the default phone for business use. It was secure, had a large screen, a full keyboard, all what a young associate can dream of. In fact, until 2010, BlackBerry still had around 20% market share. But as you know, it collapsed very quickly to become almost negligible today. So the question again is, why? Of course, like any complex enough business phenomena, this has multiple reasons. Technological, BlackBerry didn't shift fast enough to touch screen. Commercial, maybe, BlackBerry was too complacent at the start when Apple was not interested in the professionals market. But there was one reason more strategic in nature. RIM, the manufacturer behind the BlackBerry, was still competing as a single company, while Apple was not coming to battle alone. Think about it. How many different organizations make your experience with the iPhone what it is? First of all, you have the telecommunication company that provides you with the connectivity and that probably have subsidized the iPhone more than the BlackBerry. Then you have the device itself, designed by Apple, but where the Gorilla Glass is coming from Corning and the assembly is done in different Asian manufacturers. Then you have the apps, built by a variety of developers ranging from the passionate teenager in his garage to full-fledged companies. And the list goes on with artists on iTunes, banks on Apple Pay, reseller stores. BlackBerry was not defeated by the touchscreen device. It was defeated by a full ecosystem that provided an integrated experience. This is also how Amazon Kindle outperformed Sony's e-reader. Amazon leveraged its partners to launch 88,000 ebooks ready for download from basically day one. Those are all examples that part of the value generated by a business can increasingly reside outside of the business organization itself. To illustrate this more, let's go back to 2012. When Instagram was acquired by Facebook for $1 billion, it had 13 employees. 13, 1-3. The value of the business didn't come from how much work can be done by this group of people, but from the community of users they have built over time. 30 million people around the world that were willing to produce daily content and put it on Instagram servers for free. In a similar way, part of Uber's value comes from the ecosystem of users, drivers, and cars. And part of eBay or Alibaba's value comes from the ecosystem of sellers and buyers willing to trust the service. Irrespective of your industry today, this notion of ecosystem is critical to understand. What exactly is a business ecosystem? The phrase was used since the 90s, but the idea was not new at all. You can think of it as a network of organizations and individuals exchanging information and goods to create certain value. In its simplest form, an ecosystem can be composed of a supplier, a manufacturer, and a customer, like in a value chain. Between those players, you have an exchange of goods and services, as well as an exchange of information. For example, Walmart and its supplier, Procter & Gamble, exchange merchandise, but they also share information about customer demand in order, for example, to optimize inventory levels. In practice, though, an ecosystem is a bit more complex. The manufacturer can have multiple suppliers who have suppliers of their own, and customers can be distributors who interface with other retailers before reaching different communities of end users. We have seen in Module 1 how the drop in transaction cost has caused the value chain links to become looser. And the topology of the network became more complex as the players can interact more fluidly with each other. In certain industries, this had led to the stack structure that we have already discussed. This is a specific kind of ecosystem where innovative players at the top of the stack can fail without impacting the scale players at the bottom. In other industries, the ecosystem adopted different forms, with some players acting as dominant hubs or orchestrators, while others were very independent. Some other players succeeded in crossing many industry verticals, acting as enabling platforms, while others remained specialized. Lastly, the ecosystem contributors are not limited to the traditional value chain roles. End customers, for example, can also be producers. This is our Instagram example. Suppliers and distributors can also be product development partners. And even governments or non-profit organizations can be seen as industry enablers or advocates. So, if you are a company, how exactly can you leverage this diversity to create more value? The first step is a change in mindset. While in traditional businesses, we used to think of what is outside the company as forces against the creation of value, competitors, substitution agents, strong suppliers, etc., today we see more fluid forms of relationships emerging. You would have certainly heard the words co-petition, a mix of cooperation and competition. This requires a higher level of openness compared to traditional organizations. Some cities, like Singapore or Amsterdam, have done a great job in this, opening up their databases and preparing standard development kits for entrepreneurs to create new services. After the change in mindset, companies need to find the right partners to ensure a successful ecosystem. If you look at a stack-based industry, there are basically three main ways of partnering. Companies can partner horizontally, for example, with competitors, vertically, with their suppliers and customers, or they can partner with a company outside of their industry stack. Let me give you some examples. Horizontal partnerships are usually used to solve capacity constraints or to mutualize risks. A good example here is the joint venture recently formed by BMW, Daimler, Ford, and Volkswagen. Their objective is to build a high-power charging network for electric vehicles across Europe. Think of it as if they are creating a new enabling layer in their industry stack, but at a scale that none of the individual players would have reached. The vertical partnerships can either be up or down the value chain. They are relatively more common, but they have a variation that digital technology has accelerated: partnership with end users. We have seen examples of this before with Netflix crowdsourcing improvements to its recommender system, or NASA doing the same for their solar event prediction model. There are even platforms now, like Kaggle, to organize this form of open innovation process. Cross-industry partnerships are less common, but fascinating when they work. The one that can unlock a lot of value today can be between banks and telcos. The combination of their capabilities can bring financial inclusions to underserved populations, especially in emerging markets. But I must say the business model there is yet to be proven. So, let me summarize the most important takeaways from this video. A business ecosystem is a network of organizations and individuals exchanging goods and information in order to create value and ultimately to ensure mutual survival. To set up an ecosystem, the first step needs to be a shift in mindset from an exclusive focus on competition towards more cooperation. This is what we called the co-petition mindset. Then the second step is to connect with the right ecosystem partners, either horizontally with competitors, vertically with suppliers and customers, or with other complementary players from different industries.
We are reaching the end of this module and therefore the end of the course. But before we conclude, we have another highlight for you. We are very happy to welcome here Ralph Dreismeyer. He's a senior partner from our London office, and he's BCG's global leader of our Technology Advantage practice. Ralph, welcome. Very happy to have you here. So Ralph, we'd like you to share with us themes around digital transformation. Right? In our earlier discussion, we have talked about what it takes to have successful digital transformation. But from your practical experience point of view, what are the elements that companies have employed to have successful digital transformation?
Yeah, thank you, CF. So clearly, the good news is that every company in this world will, at some point over the next few years, and hopefully they have started already, go through these digital transformation that we've just heard so much about. The biggest levers for success, which at the same time also the biggest challenges, are threefold: speed, scale, and value. When it comes to speed, it's simply about moving the dial in terms of delivering new ideas, new customer experiences, new product ideas in a much, much faster way. That is faster by a factor of 2 or 3 compared to where the company works on at the moment. Scale is the challenge to what you do in isolation in digital labs to make it available across the organization, make everyone in your organization to work agile. And then there's value. And I think it's fair to say that the question of what is the value of digital, this question is still out there and needs to be proven over and over again.
So I like it. Speed, scale, and value. Makes a lot of sense. Which among these 3 elements do you think is the most difficult for companies to work on?
Generally speaking, they're all very difficult. Very, very difficult. But I would say, based on my experience, having worked with many companies across many industries, scale is potentially the most challenging one. Because most companies are able to deliver something quicker once they created a digital lab environment, where they separate the business and the teams out and they can run in a very particular way and fashion. On the value side, the value proofs are there, but pointy, they are not there overall. But scale is the real challenge. How can I do and deliver the change that I've applied to a very limited set of people and a very small environment of a part of a company? How can I scale it up to thousands or 10,000s or sometimes even 100,000s? How can I make 100,000s of people work agile? That's the biggest challenge. And that is the challenge that most incumbents face and that they have to somehow address in order to become digital leaders.
So since you mentioned the incumbents and you have worked with many of them to undergo this digital transformation, can you give us an example of a company that have successfully done this and what were their secret sauce?
Yeah. So I'll give you one example which is in a particular area of digital transformation that I'm sure you've discussed before, which is around customer journeys. So reimagining customer experiences, in particular in the B2C world, but also increasingly in the B2B world. These customer journeys normally start as we're doing a project by delivering change in a different way. That's a project team, but a project team that looks very different. It's no longer a project team that works with certain parts of the organization. It's a project team that comprises almost all functions of the organization. IT, legal, finance, operations, marketing, product management. And these projects, once they are set up and facilitated by agile coaches, run at a very, very fast way. Successful organizations, and one of my clients has done it very successfully, they have not stopped the project team once the project was over, but continued to run this team as a permanent team, as the future structure of the organization. And as a result, we're able to scale it up significantly, very, very fast, versus their competitors who still were working it in project mode.
Great, Ralph. Thank you very much for sharing your practical, insightful experience on digital transformation.
Thank you.
There you go. It's indeed a highlight.
이 모듈에 나온 구성 요소를 고려하면 디지털 전환 여정에서 여러분의 위치는 어디인가요? 이미 새로운 애자일 업무 방식을 확립했지만 조직의 데이터 및 분석 역량을 뿌리내리지 못했을 수도 있습니다. 혹은 새로운 디지털 고객 여정을 설계했지만 아직 디지털 성장을 구체화하진 못했을 수도 있죠. 같은 회사는 없습니다. 각자 고유한 과제와 유산, 기회가 존재하니까요. 따라서 어디에나 유효한 만능 접근법도 없습니다. 이 프레임워크의 목적은 디지털 전환을 위한 단계별 레시피가 아닌 전반적인 핵심 성공 요인을 살펴보는 겁니다. 그럼 주요 요소를 요약해 보겠습니다. 빠르게 기술 진화가 일어나는 불확실한 세계에서 3에서 5년 주기로 수립하는 경직된 전략은 무용지물입니다. 회사가 맞닥뜨린 비즈니스 환경에 맞춰 조정 가능한 전략으로 대체해야 하죠. 또한 기업이 핵심 부문을 디지털화할 방법도 살펴봤는데요. 프로세스가 아닌 고객 관점에서 시작하는 게 중요합니다. 이렇게 하면 고객 경험을 향상할 뿐만 아니라 동시에 운영 효율성도 증대할 수 있을 겁니다. 우리는 기업의 핵심을 들여다보면서 성장 가능성을 찾는 게 얼마나 어려운지 확인했습니다. 기업이 끊임없이 스스로 재창조하지 않으면 결국 파괴로 이어집니다. 핵심 비즈니스 운영과 혁신 사이에서 균형을 잡는 게 중요합니다. 적절한 수준의 양면성을 확보해야 하죠. 현실적으로 기업은 탐험에서 이용으로, 이용에서 탐험으로 전환하거나 다른 부서에서 두 가지를 동시에 실행하거나 외부의 혁신 원천을 활용할 수 있습니다. 또한 디지털 전환의 토대가 되는 4가지 촉진자를 소개해드렸죠. 먼저 애자일 확장은 업무 방식을 완전히 탈바꿈할 수단입니다. 다음으로 널리 퍼진 오해를 극복하고 실제 데이터 및 분석 역량을 구축할 방법을 살펴봤죠. 기술 측면에서는 투스피드 IT를 통해 디지털화가 이뤄지기 전에 레거시 시스템을 관리할 수 있습니다. 마지막 촉진자는 회사를 둘러싼 생태계입니다. 기업은 모든 걸 혼자 할 수 없고 해서도 안 됩니다. 경쟁과 협력이 어우러진 코퍼티션 사고방식이 필요하죠. 이렇게 해서 이번 모듈뿐만 아니라 강의 전체가 끝났습니다. 토론과 사례, 전문가 인터뷰를 즐겁게 함께 하셨길 바랍니다. 강의를 소개하면서 디지털 전환이 어렵다고 말씀드렸는데요. 가감없이 말씀드리면 강의를 수강한 뒤에도 어려울 겁니다. 하지만 최소한 무엇이 필요한지, 무엇을 조심해야 하는지는 아시겠죠? 앞으로 흥미진진한 여정 속에서 좋은 결과 있으시길 바랍니다.
We have reached the end of our digital transformation journey. By now, you have seen the fundamental technology laws behind the digital transformation, as well as the economics behind the business disruption it has triggered. We have built a deeper understanding of the most impactful digital technology for our business environment today and in the future. And at last, you know the key building blocks needed for a successful digital transformation program. I hope you have enjoyed this as much as we have. Now let's go change the world.
Technological change, innovation, disruptive innovation in particular, and adapting to these changes can be quite challenging, but these are also exciting times. This type of change provides an opportunity, perhaps even a catalyst, to bring in new ideas and technology. Thank you for joining us in this course, and we hope to work with you again soon.